Testing, testing. Let me make sure everything is on. Okay, sounds all good. Sounds all good. Get the music. All right. This is a reaction. Reaction story. Put it like that. Hopefully I can play music and the stream does not get shut down. Let's try this out. Hello. Oh, snap. Hold on. We gotta start that over.
Rules the nation with version. Music unto the full of love. Songs to really make it rock and slow.
Yeah, I think I did. You live cause it was a month of June. So I left my gate and went out for a walk. As the dreadlocks camp, I heard them say, pass it, touch it on the left-hand side. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music and the drum. Give me the music and the drum.
Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music and the drum. Give me the music and the drum.
So I started to find out what was going on. Feel when you got no food. The spirit of Jah, you know it leads you on. Feel when you got no food. There was a ray of death and such a was there in sway. Feel when you got no food. I could feel the as I seen and heard them say. Feel when you got no food. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music and the drum. Give me the music and the drum.
Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
How's it sounding, y'all?
Touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music and the drum. Give me the music and the drum. Listen to the drum, listen to the bass. Give me little music, maybe wind up the bass. Me say listen to the drum, me say listen to the bass.
Yeah, this version I used to play on the radio. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold Don't
Tommy say east, say west, say north and south. This is gonna be the drum. Tommy say east, say west, say north and south. This is gonna be the drum and shout.
Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music, let me jump on. Give me the music, let me look in the dance.
Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side. Pass it, touch it on the left-hand side.
Give me the music, let me jump on. Give me the music, let me look in the dance.
Oh my God, I said, let me play it. That's why the screen may shut down. Now, where Garwin at?
sunny, breezy afternoon. When you got no food, and you could feel it, 'cause it was the month of June. When you got no food, so I left my gate and went out for a walk. When you got no food, as I passed the dreadlocks camp, I heard them say, when you got no food, pass the chip on the left-hand side. Yes. The chip on the left-hand side.
Give me the music, make me jump around. Give me the music, make me rock it up.
Pass the chip on the left-hand side. Pass the chip on the left-hand side.
Give me the music, make me jump around. Give me the music, make me rock it up.
On the left-hand side. 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 Pass the chip on the left-hand side. Pass the chip on the left-hand side.
Give me the music, make me jump and down. Give me the music, make me rock it up.
Hey, how y'all doing? Let me pause that. How are y'all doing? That was Pass the Dutchie by British reggae band Musical Youth. I believe that yeah. Let me learn a little more about Musical Youth. Man, I was a kid when that came out. I was in grammar school. Early years in grammar school when that came out. That was my favorite song as a child. I used to try to call in the radio station to get them to play that. Oh man. I used to try to call in our local in Chicago. The local stations were at that time, let me see, I think we still had JPC, but BMX and WBMX and WGCI, 102.7 and 107.5 at that time. We still got those two stations. But I used to love that song when I was a kid. I could drive my brother crazy because I'm always playing it when we have get-togethers, and I'm like the DJ. Now where Garwin at? Where is Garwin at? Yeah, that was now that was Pass the Dutchie. Now that came out, it says here it was released. Yeah, released in September. I know it was late 1982. That I know. It was big around Christmas. I remember that 1982, we were on the north side of Chicago. Apparently, Corey Hogan was up there too. Fronting like he'd been in the like he'd been in the Robert Taylor homes pretty much all his life. Yeah, but up there in Edgewater, near Uptown. Let me see. This is around, I remember, yes, they did do an unsung. How you doing, Funk Soldier? I didn't know about Peebo Bryson having a stroke, but I did hear about the person of the silver. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. I just caught that on the member of the Silvers passing. Now I didn't notice that with the Commodores. Wait, I just caught that. Yeah, you got to excuse me. But I did hear one of the members, the Silver. Yeah, also, let me see. Hold on. Let me look more into false. Okay. Which one? Because there was the one that had the solo of the Silvers. Which one was the one that yeah, so I did hear, so it was like the Michael Jackson of the Silvers. Yeah, I did hear of one of the members of the Silvers. I did not hear about that with one of the Commodores members. Oh, that's messed up. Wow. And it's always seemed to be like the younger ones that be passing first, it seems. Like even when you look at the Jones girls, the younger two sisters and Pointer sisters, it seems like it's always like, yeah, okay, yeah. I think I'm thinking Leon, one in particular. Let me see, Leon Silvers. What is the song that I'm thinking of though? Okay, and he's still alive. What was a song? So I was just listening to it recently. I recall. Wow. But yeah, I'll get back to it. Rest in peace. But it was just something I was just listening to recently. No, no. Maybe I'm getting the band. No, it's one. No, this from the Silvers. One of the members that went solo, and then I just realized because what was crazy, I was like, oh wow, yeah, that was this person from this group, and I'm pretty sure it was the Silvers. It was just something very very recently that I was listening to. But yeah, how y'all doing? Not as many people. See, I said, hey, you know, come do a fun stream. Not as many people. At least now. Maybe I gotta wait till it's a little. And it's beautiful out here. I had to get out earlier today. Try to do something creative with the makeup, something a little different. Yeah. Oh, and let me show off my grandchild. Now she did the nails. I mean, she prepared my hands, she prepared my fingers, got the nails done. She prepared yeah, so show off her work. Like my daughter did my lashes, you know, the makeup and hair courtesy of myself, and my grandchild did my nails. And yeah, she prepared my hands, my fingers. She applied the nails. She she cut them, shaped them, polished them, designed them, everything. So, how you doing, Gary Taylor? Yeah, great son. Well, oh, contribute to paganism, but happy day to you. Good evening. How you doing? Yeah, I just played. I opened up playing Past the Duchy. Now, what is it I'm gonna now? No, I'm not trying to talk about Tariq Nasheed any longer. I'm trying to go in a different direction. However, being that I did tell someone that I would speak on this and go ahead and take advantage of his post so that I could, because this was something I wanted to do anyway. I had wanted to do a Tether tribute. Now, I'm not calling anyone a Tether. You know, as Tariq Nasheed would, but that's just me being. I was like, maybe I should yeah, clickbait with the title, but no, I'm not trying to. Yeah, and Tether is not necessarily. Don't even not from me. Don't take it as a bad reference, even though I don't use that reference in referring to quote unquote black people who would be considered, or what Tariq Nasheed would consider non FBA or whatever. Yeah. But I want to, because this was something I wanted to do anyway. You know, being that I'm a big fan of loose ends, and I love a lot of, yeah, I love like loose ends, soul to soul. I don't know. And especially when it comes to the non-black artists, like for instance, with the white artists, I actually prefer the Caucasian artists from outside the US as opposed to those, especially when we're talking 80s music. Like I love me some New Order, Yaz, New Order, Depeche Mode. I used to love that stuff in the 80s. Now what I'm responding to, and I say, okay, well, I'll just take advantage of this to go into talking about music, which as you know, I'm very passionate about. Oh, Clive Davis has been hospitalized. No, I didn't hear that. You know, he's gonna. So, will we be able to talk about him? And you know, if when he passes, will we be able to tell the truth? Will people be able to tell the truth then? Will they be able to speak on him then without worrying about being blackballed? I'm thinking of Monique's show when she had T-Bars on. and she called out Clive Davis, which is what I believe really led to her being quote unquote blackballed. Yeah, I was just told. Yeah, I didn't realize that was the youngest member of the Silvers. I didn't realize that was like the little, I mean, forgive me for the comparison, but like the Michael Jackson of the Silvers. I didn't realize that. I had heard that one of the Silvers members had passed. I believe my husband told me. Yes, so this live stream, I'm just taking advantage of a post that was left to me, although I'm not really trying to do any more live streams of videos talking about or addressing treating the she. But I told a person, they left this post like last week. And yes, I told him, let me see, I told the person, I believe yesterday, that I would take advantage of this and, we'll come up in here and do a live stream. And being that this is something I wanted to talk about anyway, so-called non-FBA contribution to music. But this is the post that was left to me by my brother, Mr. K. He said here, and press one if y'all can be loud enough, clear enough with no problems. Okay, let me check everything. Okay. Thank you. Okay, in my stream that I had did some days ago, May 25th on Not Like Us, non-FBA not like us equals not FBA equals propaganda. And speaking of, let me just say this offhand, because I know, one of the first days my husband telling me about, he was talking to me about Drake. I guess Drake is pushing buttons. And I'm like, I do not want to talk about no Drake. I do not. Yeah, but apparently, I'm going to tell you, something just sounds kind of scripted to me. Like this is all part of an act or something, or meant to be a distraction or whatever the agenda is. Because I don't see what Drake is benefiting. I don't get it. I don't understand why. Yeah. My husband had me listen. Yeah, he played a little Godfrey. What Godfrey was saying in regards to Drake. I was like, and I know his little TV may end up coming up in here pointing this out to me. I haven't totally looked into it. I just haven't cared to, but being that my husband sometimes listens to Godfrey's podcast. Yeah, he was kind of telling me about this with Drake. Maybe I'll address that later. I haven't even really cared to who Jazzy as in who? Oh yeah, Jay-Z. Yeah, that's what my husband was telling me something on that. Hey, yeah. Now I didn't know about with the Commodores member. I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, wow. Hold on. Look, you know what? I'm gonna come back to it. I'm real curious. Hold on because I'm not as familiar with the name. Ronald, that particular member, and I'm kind of curious to look right now, look up exactly the member of the Commodores who passed. Don't tell me, was that the lead singer? All I'm gonna ask is this before I go further. Was that the lead singer on Brick House? Oh, bass player. Okay. Bass player. Okay. And who was that singing lead on? I know I should know this, but me being a little younger, on Night Shift. But I'm gonna look into it. But let me go ahead and so I don't get too all over the place, and I'm come back to it. Also, I'm kind of talking around, hoping that Garwin come through. And y'all always let me know, like if you do want to come up on panel, just let me know. I just don't be thinking, I don't be thinking about that. It's been a while since I've had like a full panel. But just let me know. I just have to kind of at least be somewhat familiar with you, because we get somebody up here and you end up showing some perverse on the screen or get some troll. Now, this is what I'm responding to from my video addressing, the whole FBA thing. My last video that was addressing it. And I'm not saying I want to continue addressing it, but I'm just going to use this as an excuse to have a cool music discussion. And this is something I wanted to talk about. Yeah, so in my video where I was addressing the whole, what I believe is FBA propaganda in one of my last live streams, Mr. K, brother, left this post with me. And he said, hey, Lashid, check this in one of his, or Tariq Nasheed's latest streams entitled, Why Did Drewski's Black British Actor Skit Hit a Nerve? Now, I did not yet get to go and check out what Tariq Nasheed was saying, but I did. I just noticed this post, and I didn't happen to be at my computer at the time, but I was like, this is a lie. Well, but I said, let me look into it further. Tariq, okay, now he says here, Tariq Nasheed claimed that before Michael Jackson debuted his music video in 1983, that MTV would only play music videos by Black artists who were either, wait for it, Caribbean or Black British and not FBA. LOL. But as usual, Tariq didn't give the names of the artists or their songs who had the music videos out in 1981 and 82 to get played on MTV over FBA artists and before Michael Jackson in 1983. Now, he also continues, and as you know, I've told you, I'm from the UK, based in London. And for British artists, especially during the years of 1981, 1980, 81, and 82, music videos wasn't a priority for visual public exposure because it was all about getting TV appearances in BBC's Top of the Pops, which was the UK's equivalent of American Bandstand. Yes. And during those same years, the UK only had 3 TV channels, which was BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV. And Top of the Pops was the go-to TV show for music. Okay, so I had replied. I said, now initially, yeah, because I wasn't exactly at my computer when I read this. My first reaction, oh, that is a lie. I was reading this, from my projector screen. Yeah, I said, again, I know I'm late, but that's a lie. Although my family, we didn't get MTV. Now, my family, we first got cable in 1981. We got cable. It was on TV, but that was just movies. It was on TV. Back then in Chicago, it was either you had on TV or Spectrum. We didn't, a lot of cities, I think Chicago included, didn't quite get MTV. That's why they had the little promotion, I want my MTV. So not every city had MTV as of yet. I said my family didn't get MTV till around 84, 85. Even though we had cable. In fact, we was one of the first Black families on our block at that time. Now, that's how we had to stay on the west side for, we left the south side. I was born in community. We had my mom's home was on the south side, and we went to the west side to stay with my grandmama. And yeah, we were like the first to have cable on that block. Cable TV was a new thing when I was a child in the early 80s. And we had got on TV cable in 1981. I remember clearly. However, we didn't get MTV till around 84, 85. Okay. However, I do still know, and even in 1985, they were not really playing Black videos like that. They were just very few tokens here and there, like a Tina Turner. Yeah. I said, considering that now, even though my family didn't exactly get MTV, and we didn't get BET, oh my gosh, until like late 80s. That was like out of and the thing is, BET and MTV, they started, started or whatever, the same year, 1981. Okay. And we needed BET for one, and BET wasn't just Black entertainment. It wasn't just about music videos, but we needed that alternative, being that you got to understand this was after the whole Deaf to Disco stunt, and MTV were this station for music videos, for music television, with what they called VJs instead of DJs. yeah, instead of disc jockeys, you had video jockeys playing music videos, and that was kind of fresh and new at the time. Of course, we could go way back and what was considered the first music video, but we didn't really have it solidified. You know what I'm saying? Because even before MTV, like you had, I know Garwin could point out for me, like for instance, Martha and the Vandellas dancing in the street. They had a little number that they did to that that could be kind of considered a music video, where they were like at a Ford Motor, Detroit, motor factory or something like that. But we didn't really have, and fast forward to like the late 70s, early 80s, before you even had MTV established, you had Michael Jackson was doing the, in front of green screens. Yeah, even with his Jacksons, like when you look at Blame It on the Boogie, that you could call that music videos. But it wasn't really, we didn't really know what is a music video. We really didn't have that where it was solidified until around the early 80s. Definitely by the time Michael Jackson's Billie Jean came out, we understood, okay, this is a music video. And usually, that was the first where it was like there was more creativity, because it used to be a thing of whether they'd be just like a performance on stage, or that was recorded, or or they would be in front of like a green screen or a white screen or green screen with like little psychedelic visuals or something behind them or something like that. But by the early 80s, we definitely understood what music video was. And like I said, MTV and BET, they came out the same year. Most of us didn't automatically, we definitely didn't have BET. That was something that was out of DC. Now my family didn't get BET until like definitely after like what was it, 87? I was like, wow, I didn't even know all these songs had music videos to them. I had no idea. Now I'm kind of glad though I didn't see certain music videos. I'm kind of glad that I just knew the song and I could use my imagination or just see them perform on Soul Train. Because I look at now, there are certain, like to this day, I didn't know had a music video until YouTube, to be honest. Yeah, but I remember when we first got BET, that was like late 80s when we first got it. Now by this time, let me see. Now my family moved in the early 88 to Milwaukee. But but it took a while for everybody to get MTV. I think by 1985, everybody who had cable TV had MTV by that time, and they still wasn't really, and even though this was 1985, they still wasn't really playing black music videos. Okay, but they definitely, and let's go to that, let's find that little clip. It was David Bowie, in fact. That little clip. And it's, I definitely want to discuss this because I remember when I went back to college, where I met my husband, when I went back to college in the mid 2000s. Okay. And this was like around 2008. I went back to college. This was it was this dude, this white dude who was around the same age as me. Now, most of the people at the college, they were younger than myself. Like they were like late Gen X's, millennials, like my husband happened to be. And there was this guy, this white guy. He was like one of those types, had like locks in it, trying to look like, one of those you would assume was like a liberal hippie type. But he was like my age, right? He was like my exact same age. And I remember when I was talking about how MTV did not, he was lying talking about MTV. They always showed black videos. They were always showing black. I was like, no, they were not. And there happened to be this biracial female, and she happened to be like of Caribbean descent, who was cool with me, but she ticked me off because, she was believing this white guy over me. And she was like, just because you're black, that don't mean you know everything about. I'm like, look, this dude is lying. Okay? He's lying. They were not playing black videos the way that he is saying. They may have played a token, but I'm like, I'm telling you the truth. And she didn't believe me. So I guess he ended up winning that argument, right? Because I had no proof at that time to show her that, just like with me talking about this whole thing with Oprah. And I know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'm like, this white guy, I didn't say this white guy's lying. And, and he was one of them, came off like he was cool. He was one of them white liberal hippie types trying to holler at black girls. I was cool with him. I had no issue with him. But until that moment, but he was one of them types also trying to holler at sisters and stuff. He was one of them liberal hippie types and just lying his behind off. And I know he was lying because he was my age. So I know he was there and he remembered. Now, if he was, younger and just didn't know what he was talking about. But that's the thing. Just like I'm saying with some of these guys up in here who are my age and who were there and they know they're not telling younger people the truth. Now, she was a younger millennial. Maybe, she may not have remembered. But I'm like, yeah. I'm like, this guy, how you doing, cynical, y'all? I'm like, this guy, Garwin. Let me put the link out because I'm going to make sure to put the link out. So I'm like, this guy is lying. He's just straight up lying. And I can't prove. And she's like, yeah, just because you're black, that don't mean you know everything. I was like, okay, then, all right, you believe what you want to believe. Just straight up lying. Yeah. So now we have YouTube and let me see. Oh, I got these new nails that my grandchild gave me, and let's see if I can find the clip. Let's see if I can find the clip. If only I was able to back then. I would love to be able to go and show her this. Fair use, fair use. See, I wasn't able to then. Well, we had YouTube then, but I didn't know, I wasn't really up in here like that. I didn't know that I could find clips like this in YouTube because I really wish I would have and proved her that this dude was lying. I can't stand people who lie. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Fair use, fair use. Show you what I'm talking about. I ain't got no reason to lie. And see, him being my age, I know he knew he was lying because he's old enough to know. Hold up, here we go right here. Wait, but before I go, let me switch because I don't want no ads coming up. So just in case, let me switch accounts since I'm paying for the premium. Let me speed this up a little, just in case. Okay, so here's David Bowie, and remember, David Bowie was a British artist, right? And I'm pointing that out also for a reason.
It occurred to me, having watched.
Oh yeah, once I get this playing, well, I'll slow it down just a little. I don't want it too fast. Once I get this playing, please press 1 just to let me know that you can hear what it is that I'm sharing.
I'd like to ask you something. All right. It occurred to me, having watched MTV over the last few months, that it's a solid enterprise and it's got a lot going for it. I'm just floored by the fact that there's so few black artists featured on it. Why is that?
I think that we're trying to move in that direction. We want to play artists that seem to be doing music that fits into what we want to play for MTV. The company is thinking in terms of narrow casting.
That's evident. It's evident.
Okay, I'm going to assume, let me see if they give us the year. Okay, they're saying 1983. Yeah, because this looks like Let's Dance David Bowie. So not Ashes to Ashes, Fun to Funky. So yeah, I assume that this was like 83 or 84. Yeah, it says 1983. So you see that's 1983 now. 1983, the year of Thriller.
Narrow casting.
That's evident. It's evident in the fact that the only few black artists that one does see are on about 2:30 in the morning or to around 6. Very few are featured predominantly during the day.
No,
I'll say that over the last couple of weeks, these things have been changing, but it's a slow process.
I know it's funny. I think people have different perceptions when you wind up watching. Let's say you watch an hour or 2 or even 3 a day. People somehow come away with different ideas about what we are doing. We don't have any kind of day parting for anything, let alone a black artist day parted out of what would be, quote, prime time. We don't have that.
Because one sees a lot there's one black station on television that I keep picking up. I'm not sure which station it's on, But there seem to be a lot of black artists making very good videos that I'm surprised aren't used on MTV.
Well, of course, also we have to try and do what we think not only New York and Los Angeles will appreciate, but also Poughkeepsie or Midwest. Pick some town in the Midwest that will be scared to death by Prince, which we're playing, or a string of other black faces.
That's
Scared to Death by Prince, which we're playing. Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know. I do believe that they was actually playing Prince videos even before Michael Jackson's. I think because Prince, yeah, they were playing Prince before Michael Jackson, I believe. Yeah, Little Red Corvette. Because and I'll tell you why I believe that was. And you got to understand that Prince's 1999 album had came out before the Thriller album. But don't get me wrong, Michael Jackson did have what we could call music videos even before that, like with the Off the Wall and even with the Jacksons. Like you could look and see the Blame It on the Boogie. Yeah, definitely with Off the Wall. Now that was the first time I saw something that I could maybe identify as a music video with. It was Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. I remember watching that as a child.
That's
And black
very
music.
interesting. Isn't that interesting?
You know, we have to play the music that we think an entire country is going to like, and certainly we're a rock and roll state.
Oh, wait. Let me go back to what he said. So you heard what he said. Yeah. Now I wonder if that female, the girl that was at the college with me, what was her name? Leah, if you listen to Leah. My husband know who I'm talking about. Yeah, now she happened to be like a mixed girl that was like from the Caribbean. What island? Was she St. Croix? Yeah, but she was at our college. And she was cool with me. She was really sweet and helped me out with it. But she really disappointed me there. She wanted to believe this white guy over me. Why would I be lying about something like that? You know? Yeah.
Try and do what we think, not only New York.
Yeah, like, and see, you gotta understand. It wasn't that he said, "Oh, they play maybe a few," but you know, yeah. If he was saying they played a black artist like a token artist, yeah, that's like saying, "Oh, there were black people in TV show. Oh, they had always had black folks on in commercials. They always, because you know, you got one commercial with Aunt Jemima or something, or with Beulah, Hattie McDaniel, you know, like or something. Yeah, because maybe you had one commercial with you understand what I'm saying? He was putting it as if this guy was putting it as if they were just regularly playing black musicians, like they always have, just in the way that they were doing in the 90s, and you know. Yeah, right. See, you know this, and you're a young Gen X, right? They barely play black, right? Exactly. Even after Michael Jackson and even Whitney Houston, they still were reluctant to play black videos. It was actually, it's kind of like hip hop, and even when Run DMC, they play Walk This Way, then they go right back to the heavy metal and all of that. Those were straight up tokens.
And Los Angeles will appreciate, but also Poughkeepsie.
Good videos that I'm surprised that I keep picking up. I'm not sure which station it's on. But there seem to be a lot of black artists making very good videos that I'm surprised aren't used on MTV.
Well, of course, also we have to try and do what we think not only New York and Los Angeles will appreciate, but also Poughkeepsie or Midwest. Pick some town in the Midwest that will be scared to death by Prince, which we're playing, or a string of other black faces.
That's
and black
very...
music.
You already said. See. He's making this point that we can't just think about New York or LA or Chicago, even though Chicago's where the whole Death to Disco stunt happened. But we got to think of some, even though Chicago is the Midwest, along with Detroit. And see, he's thinking about middle America. Supposedly, they'd be scared to death of Prince. Like maybe y'all used to that in New York and in LA. But some middle, like they'd be scared to death to see a black face. And you see, it didn't matter how. Oh goodness! Don't tell me this makeup running already. Scared to death to see Prince. It didn't matter how light his skin was.
It's interesting, isn't that interesting?
You know, we have to play the music that we think an entire country is going to like, and certainly we're a rock and roll station now. The question would be asked: well, should since we're in New York, should PLJ play the Isley Brothers. Well, you and I might say, yeah, because we have grown up in an era when the Isley Brothers mean something to me, and so do the Spinners, even way after the Isley Brothers. But what does it mean to a 17-year-old? Well, if you talk on the phones to these guys like I did when I was in radio, it's
Well,
scary.
I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you what maybe the Isley Brothers or Marvin Gaye means to a black 17-year-old. And surely...
So it's interesting listening to this in full. I've listened to snippets of this, but I'm listening to this now in full. That is very interesting. So he was saying is this what he's claiming? Okay, he's saying that the Spinners and the Isley Brothers, they may mean something to him or them, being that, well, I know David Bowie is of the late silent generation, but I'm assuming, I remember this VJ, I'm assuming he's a baby boomer. But so he's saying that the white kids, like maybe late baby boomers or early, like the early Gen X's and late baby boomers, saying, didn't I tell y'all, see, a lot of these really newly prejudiced ones today, just like ones that formed, it's a lot from my generation. These are some of the most racist white folks. A lot of these Gen X's, I'm telling you, these ones now that are hollering, make America great again, a lot of them are of my generation. Like, I'm telling you, I'm not saying you didn't have racist baby boomers, but you know, and when I'm thinking baby boomers, I'm thinking more so the early baby boomers, you know, the ones born more after World War II, like maybe the ones from the late 40s into the 50s. You know, I'm not really thinking of them really late baby boomers like the ones in the early 60s, early to mid 60s. I'm telling you, a lot of these ones, now, yeah, they may have been influenced by a baby boomer like a Rush Limbaugh or something, but I'm telling you, a lot of them baby boomers were actually cooler. Maybe they were influenced more by the counterculture and watching Roots. I don't know. But a lot of these ones, so he's saying that it's like the 17-year-olds. Yeah, because even when I think about it, who are those like with the whole Death to Disco? And, you know, a lot of those were, you had a lot of them youth. But anyways, just listening to this in fuller context is very interesting.
He's part of America as well.
No question. And that's why you're seeing those things.
Do you not find that it's a frightening predicament to be in?
Okay, but I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to listen to it in full, but I forgot. I need to stay focused. Interesting. So you hear David Bowie. When you got a white guy, and that's why, you know, I think that I'm sorry, but I could dig the white Europeans over the white Americans. I'm sorry. They always seem to look cooler, even if, you know, all that Aleister Crowley influence. And my family was definitely into David Bowie. We just can't listen to him no more because, you know, that's the only thing. The British artists, the artists from outside the U.S., the white artists, they seem so much cooler and almost more in touch with our music. But the only thing is, you know, I think of the satanic influence of those who were themselves influenced by the Aleister Crowleys and Tavistock. But we had our thing going too with Laurel Canyon, if you know what I'm talking about. But but it's something. So if you even got this white person, in case Leah is listening, and if he is questioning them on playing videos by black artists, and you hear what the VJ says here. Now, okay, in all fairness, the VJ, I forgot his name. Was that Mark Jacobs? The VJ here, in all fairness, he's kind of putting it like it's not really him. Like he appreciates the Ozzy Brothers and the Spinners because he's of a different generation. Well, that's one of the reasons he's saying that. But that's how I felt that way when I was younger, and I didn't even know any British. You know what I'm saying? But that's really what I felt. That's why I didn't really like songs. I didn't get the message to Born in the USA. But whenever I heard like Hulk Hogan chanting USA, I don't know. I just always felt, I don't know, just something with white Americans more. So I hate to say it. I just didn't feel that with, I don't know. There had to be a reason why I Yeah, I understand, but there had to have been a reason why. And then I just like their music more. They weren't afraid of the synthesizer. I just like their music more. You know, not just the ones of the '80s. I'm going back to the '70s, even like when we consider like Elton John, and I kind of preferred him more in the '70s versus the '80s. So he seemed too Americanized by the '80s. Same with Phil Collins. I preferred Phil Collins when he was with Genesis. But anyways, we're supposed to be talking about black artists, right? Yeah, I don't know. There was things that I felt funny about from when I was a young age. Maybe because me being from Chicago and remembering the whole Death to Disco thing, and maybe I associated with, like, I remember I said I used to didn't like the song 1982, and I was a child. I love rock and roll. I used to did not like that by Joan Jett. Because I used to feel it was a racist song. I did back then, me not knowing better. I used to think rock and roll. When I heard rock and roll, I thought white music. I didn't know better. And you would think my mother would have schooled me on that. I really didn't know. I really did think that Elvis was the king of rock and roll. When I was I'm talking a young child, okay, like 8 years old. So when that song, I took it as like saying I don't like black music. Even if that's not necessarily what the song was saying, but you had quite a few of those songs like, oh, we want old rock and roll back. We want to bring back old rock and roll. We tired of this. You know what I'm saying? You had quite a few of these songs. So, I mean, that's how I took it when I was young, when I heard, I don't know. Like there was this song, I like that old time rock and roll. Now that didn't really offend me, but it was a lot of these songs like, but at least he was saying that he wanted to listen to some funky old soul. But that one in particular, I love rock and roll, and the way that it was being chanted, it was like I took it as a child as if they were saying I don't like what I used to call soul music. I used to refer to black music. It used to be more so. They pretty much bunched all our music into soul or maybe jazz. That was all black music. It was all soul music, pretty much back then. What was considered black music, and you gotta understand. When I was a child, they even had with the American Music Award, they would say the best new black artist. There would be best new artists like in rock, and then American Music Award they'd have the best new black artist. They really actually had that category, or the best black female singer. They actually had a category like that when I was younger. Yeah. The term rock and roll, it was a sexual reference. That blues singers rocking and rolling out that DJ or whatever, he decided to, okay, we're gonna call it that, but that was a term that we had already been using, rocking and a rolling. Yes, my family had the Queen album back in the 70s. Back when we was on the south side of Chicago playing Queen. Yeah, and that's the thing. My family, we did listen to rock music. Usually these were foreign artists. Like we had Pink Floyd's album, definitely David Bowie. But I noticed that most of the white artists, my mom did like Hall & Oates, like Sarah Smiles. Yeah, besides, it wasn't usually the white artists, they weren't American. The white artist music that we had. My mom, she did like Karen Carpenter. She did like Carpenters. She did like my mama did like, what else did she like? The white artist. I know I'm all over the place, y'all. She did like Kenny Rogers. She liked Lady, that song. She just had that song, Lady. It was actually written by Lionel Richie. Now he was American. And I did, now my grandmama now, they liked a little more of that. My grandma, they would even dabble into country music. My mama didn't really. But my grandma and them, they would be dabbling into like Oak Ridge Boys and Patsy Cline, eventually Juice Newton. I don't know if you consider that country, Juice Newton and Crystal Gale, but oh yeah, my family, even before Another One Bites the Dust, but my family was kind of different, eccentric. I had a brother who was eccentric. We'd be playing stuff on the south side, west side of Chicago that people didn't. We'd be playing Devo and stuff that people just did not. But then they want to hear it again. But Devo was kind of funky though. At least with that one song. That became they only hit, even though some would argue with me on that. But yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, but I'm mentioning, and remember with David Bowie being British. So let me go back to okay, yeah. Let me go back to my response. Where's my response at? I said yeah. So when he said that Tariq Nasheed claimed again, when he claimed that Tariq Nasheed saying, let me see. Now, Tariq Nasheed, he said Tariq Nasheed claimed that before Michael Jackson debuted his music video in 1983, that MTV would only play music by Black artists who were either, wait for it, Caribbean or Black British and not FBA. So he's saying that's the only music by Black artists they would play. As usual, Tariq didn't give the names of the artists or their songs who had the music videos out in 1981. That's when MTV was established, as well as BET. But most of us didn't get BET. That was out of the East Coast, out of DC initially. It was, I think, by the late 80s, you could get BET, I think. And I remember when BET wasn't even on all day. Now, MTV, we had cable in 1981 on TV. Then we had like around 84, we were able to get more channels, not just, on TV where they just played music. And we were able to get MTV by then. Let me see. Yeah, so he's saying that But as usual, Tariq didn't give the names of the artists or their songs who had the music videos out in 1981 and 82 that got played on MTV over FBA artists, what he calls FBA artists, before Michael Jackson in 83. And I said that is a lie. Although my family didn't get MTV till around 80-45, considering that MTV's been around since 81, I highly doubt that MTV was playing videos like Imagination's Illusion, because come to find out, that had a music video to it. I only found that out in YouTube, because I didn't even know there was a music video for Illusion. It's just in the... hold on. Wait. Yeah, we're going to we're gonna play some songs. Wait, hold on. Make sure that our speaker's still on. Did it go off? Okay. Yeah. Let me, how do I go back? I'm trying to use the Spotify. Search. Y'all remember Imagination? Now, I remember that. Let me see. That was 1982, right? I'm trying to think of the early stuff by the British artists. Now, understand, I did this post on Impost. I didn't search. Let's see if I'm right on stuff. For those who don't know, I just remember this. This was a good song you could step to. And I didn't know these artists were actually just in. I put this in one of my mixes. But then I noticed, I didn't even know there was a video for this until I discovered YouTube. Now I'm kind of glad that I didn't see the video. It's kind of weird, but this was the jam. 1982. Ooh, we moved to the north side of Chicago. My family moved somewhere different every year. Yeah, this was 82. I guarantee you MTV didn't play this. Yeah, I saw the video now. Like, you know what? It's best that I didn't see the music video. Because it was better me just having my imagination. Name of the group, by the way. You could step to this. Imagination, the name of the group. Yeah, this was a jam. 82. It's just an illusion. Y'all remember this? Oh man, I don't know if I can stop playing it now. Yeah. Oh man, I used to step with my brothers, Chicago stuff. Now I can't stand when they give me the stuff. Y'all can hear this, right?
It's just an illusion and all this confusion. It's just an illusion.
What y'all know about that? What y'all know about that? What y'all know about that?
It's just an illusion
Yeah.
and all this confusion. It's just an illusion.
Okay, all right, let's go. Stop it. Okay. What y'all know about that? Well, what else did I say? What else did I say in this post? Hold on. What y'all know about that? Y'all know about that? Yeah, okay. So I said, I know I highly doubt that MTV, even if we didn't have it at that time, I highly doubt MTV was playing videos like Imagination's Illusion, and they were from the UK. Junior, hold on, let me hit you with another one. Junior's Mama Used to Say. That also came out around the same time. I remember where we were living and everything. It was Berwyn, Winthrop. We had first moved to the north side. Berwyn, Winthrop. Hold on. Hit you with another one. Oh, and one of y'all, because I thought that Junior was a one-hit wonder, but one of y'all in the comment section reminded me of another song by Junior that I totally forgot about. It's too late, baby. Totally forgot that. Yeah, he wasn't no one-hit wonder because that was played at least definitely on the R&B station. Come on now. How many of y'all knew that? Yo, Tether appreciation. Come on. From the UK. Junior. Was MTV playing this? Tariq? Nah.
Said a small boy once asked, when will I grow up?
Hey.
When will I see white grown-ups do see?
Yeah, that was you. Yeah. I was like, oh, how did I forget that? How did I forget that?
And Mama used to say, take your time, young man. And Mama used to say, don't you
I know. I didn't know till later.
Take it in your bag. And Mama used to say, live your life. Yes, we're rushing by.
And come to find out, there was a video. There was a video for it. I didn't know that. There was a music video for it. Now, oh yeah, what else? So what else did I say? Now understand, I didn't look up anything. This is just me guessing. Not cheating. Let me see. What else? I said, I highly doubt that MTV was playing videos like Imagination's Illusion and Mom Used to Say, both 82, right? Right, yeah. Both representing Black artists of the UK. I seriously doubt that. In fact, MTV was initially biased against a lot of white UK artists. A lot of people don't know this, but initially they didn't want to play a lot of the white British artists. Unless they were like Ozzy Osbourne or, you know, heavy metal, maybe like a Pink Floyd. But because you got to understand a lot of those British artists, they, you know, it was kind of a little funky. And they like, and that's another thing too. A lot of those rock heads, like the ones who are more into metal and all of that, they wasn't really fond of the synthesizer and the, you know, drum machine and synthesizer and all that. Whereas the Europeans, they were more embracing of the synthesized sounds, you know. Eventually they did, you know, with Duran Duran, but it started, I think, with Rio, songs like Rio. And eventually they opened, and Human League eventually. But I'm gonna tell you, I don't even remember seeing, to be honest, white artists like that I knew of. I don't recall seeing New Order. I don't recall seeing until later, until year. I'm talking early 80s. Yeah, eventually they had the video. Every time I see you come, I get down on my knees. But I'm talking early stuff like Situation. You know, Yaz. I'm not so much New Order, but I'm thinking Yaz, even though it's the same members. Now, eventually, certain members of Yaz they went separately and like formed Depeche Mode and. Yeah, but early on, Yaz or Yazoo, they had to change the name to Yaz. They wasn't playing Move Out, Don't Mess Around. They wasn't playing a lot of them British artists. They eventually start playing them, you know, but yeah, kind of maybe started like with the Duran, you know, unless they were like a rock, like Judas Priest or something like that. Ozzy Osbourne, they weren't playing them British artists either because they felt they was, you know, they was, it was like, just like I say, MAGA is kind of the equivalent to FBA, but that, yeah, so the MAGA, it wasn't just like of course it was first and foremost, MTV was like anti-black, but it was also like what they saw as, I guess, not relatable to middle America. And that's how they saw a lot of the British, even some of those punk artists, when you really think about it. Yeah, but of course they ended up playing them before they played us. You know, they did eventually play like by 83, you know, 82, 83, Human League and artists like that. I know that for sure. But yeah, they weren't playing, let me see. Hold on. So yeah, I said, in fact, MTV was initially biased against a lot of white UK artists, although they eventually started playing videos by artists like Duran Duran. I said, for one, the MTV audience they were trying to appeal to didn't prefer a lot of the synthesized sounds that the British artists were more into. So I know that is not true. Yeah, eventually, yeah, they played Culture Club and yeah, but I said the black artists who were said to have been initially played on MTV were more rock affiliated artists like Tina Turner and Prince, although they may have okay. In all fairness, and I'm gonna look it up. I said now the thing that I would guess that they probably did play was Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. I do believe that yeah, that was something that MTV did. See, we didn't have initially MTV. We had when we wanted to see music videos in the early 80s, before we got MTV around late 84. When we wanted to see music videos, we would wait for what was it, NBC Friday night videos. And thankfully, Chicago, there was a channel 66. Now it's like a Latino channel 56, but it's now like a Telemundo or something, I think. But channel 66 for a couple of years, like for 2 years, I think, a year or two, around 84, they would just be playing videos all day long, kind of like The Box. I don't know if anybody from Chicago remembers that. And that's how I would see, or we had to wait for Friday night videos. But no, they would not play. What was I gonna go to? Give me a sec. Hold on. What? Oh, give me a message. I don't care to get. So I said, let me give you a sample. Yeah. Okay. Now Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue. I think that was one of them earlier videos that they might have played. And Eddie Grant. What was Eddie Grant from? I know he I believe, I'm assuming he's West Indies roots, like Jamaican. Y'all know the song I'm talking about. We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Yeah, because that was one of them first when you really understood what a music video was, with the artistic concept. Because I remember that famous scene with him stepping off his couch, going into the water, the television there. Working so hard like a soldier, can't afford a thing on TV. And that had like the electronica like sound. Hold on. Good God, we're gonna rock down to. Now they may have played that. Hold on, let me give y'all. Dang it! I'm trying to get back to this. Okay. Oh gosh. Then with my. Let me get back to. Okay. Wait. Let me go back to search. Give y'all a peek. Working so hard like a soldier. Can't afford a thing on TV. Yo, wait.
So we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher.
Yeah, I remember this.
Well, it's so hot like a soldier.
I bet you they played this. I bet you they played this. They probably played this.
In my heart, I am warrior.
Oh, God.
Good God, we gonna rock
He did. Oh, yeah, hold on. He
Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher.
did have another song, didn't he? I was about to say he was a one-hit wonder, but I think he did have, now that you're mentioning it, Garwood. And then we'll take it higher. I sure remember that video. Oh, Lord, we're gonna. You know how them Jamaicans, they gonna make everything serious. It could be a dance song, but it's got to be some serious message in it, at least back then, at least before, dance all became popular. It had, like Cedric said, it's got to be some sort of message.
Oh, we gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh, no.
Yeah, this happened to be one of them songs. Oh, goodness, I'm looking at this album cover here. Look. That happened to be one of them songs that just crossed over on the charts somehow, Let me see. I said, okay, so I said for one, okay. All right, so I know that the black artists who, although they may have played Eddie Grant or Musical Youth, Pastor Jutchi from the left-hand side from the UK, considering that they had such huge international hits. Yeah, see, if they did play, like, okay, I'm going to assume, like I said, going back to Musical Youth, Pastor Dutchie from the left hand, you got to understand. Let me look up that song. That song was so big. That song was so big. It came out in late 1982. Pastor Dutchie from the left hand. Now, they say they're a British group formed in Birmingham. I was so confused when I was a kid. Because I was like, I did not know when I was a kid, and when that came out, and that was my favorite song as a child, it was obviously reggae, like reggae influenced. But then I found out, and I remember hearing them in an interview. I don't know if it was American Bandstand or something, I don't know. And they had they were British. And that was so confusing to me. How are they British, but they sound Jamaican? I was confused because I did not know that there was this population of black people in England at that time. So I was a young child then, and I didn't know that there were black people in the UK. I didn't know that at all. This was early 80s, I was a young child, so I didn't know. So I was confused, like, wait, this is reggae. And then I used to wonder, because that's another thing too, I noticed a lot of those British artists, you could definitely see that they were influenced by the West Indies, like particularly Jamaicans. Their populations migrate, like going back to the 50s. What do y'all call it, with the ska influence, and because even when you consider the Thompson twins, Hold Me Now, and I think that kind of also became a little popular. The little reggae influence, like you start hearing that more and more in artists, white artists, like, of course, the Police being an example. So you start hearing that, like, fusion. And Pass the Dutchie was such a big hit, even though, we would think of, a lot of y'all don't even know, if I say Musical Youth, a lot of people wouldn't know who I'm talking about today. And I wouldn't say they were a one-hit wonder. I remember they had one more song, but I can understand why they're called a one-hit wonder, because I do remember they had one more song. It was with Donna Summer, because I remember the video. It wasn't on them. I don't know if it was on MTV, because we didn't have it at that time, but I remember seeing it like on Channel 66 or Friday Night Videos. It was Give Me Your Unconditional Love. It was with Donna Summer. I remember that video because she was like a school teacher or something, even though I have not seen that video in like over 40 years, but I remember that. The kind of love I deserve, the kind I want to return. But they were being that Pastor Dutchie was such a big hit, And even though right after that, Candy Girl came out by New Edition. Let me see. Let me look that up. Yeah, Candy Girl followed that. Well, let me see. Yeah, Candy Girl followed. It was around the same time. Pastor Dutchie just happened to come out first, and New Edition's first. And that was also confusing because when I first heard Candy Girl as a kid, and my friends loved it, I didn't really like it that much because I had mature ears. I preferred Pastor Dutchie. I don't mean to sound like I'm a traitor. I had mature ears. I liked Pastor Dutchie. Candy Girl, it's because I was like, wait, is this a Jackson 5? I was like, wait, that don't make sense because they're grown. So that doesn't make sense. Yeah, but it was obvious that they were trying to, they were, copying ABC, Candy Girl. And my friends used to love that. They love New Edition. But believe it or not, Musical Youth, even though they came out the same time, Pastor Dutchie, Candy Girl came out after that, shortly after that, around the same time period, like a month later. But Pastor Dutchie was much bigger. It became like, let me see what they say. It was a really, really big hit. So you would have thought that they would have continued on just like New Edition. You would have thought that the group would have continued. Used to love that song. And it was a hit. And let me see. It says Pastor Dutchie adapted Mighty Diamonds, Pastor Coochie. Let me see. The record went to #1 in the UK singles chart in October '82. Oh, I remember. Yep, that was late '82 because it was Chicago. It was a hot Christmas. I remember it was beautiful outside. In Chicago, 1982, it was record-breaking temperatures. 1982, we were in Edgewater at that time. I remember that clearly. Let me see. Went to #1 in UK. Let me see. Well, in Ireland, the Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Reached the top 10 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts in the United States and went on to sell over 4 million copies. Musical Youth would also be, it says right here in Wiki, the first Black act to have a music video played on the newly found MC channel MTV. So I guess I'm kind of right. So understand, I didn't look up any of this until, I'm just now looking up stuff. I just posted on them when I posted on Impulse. So I know what I'm talking about. So just so y'all know, even if we didn't exactly have MTV yet, I know what I'm talking about. Although they may have played Eddie Grant or Musical Youth from the UK, considering that they had such a huge international hit. So Mr. K says, agreed. Interesting that you mentioned how MTV was initially biased against a lot of white UK acts. Yes, they were initially. Remember the song? Yeah, they eventually, by the early, with Duran Duran and Culture Club, but even with a lot of those white UK artists, I'm gonna tell you, hold on, songs like this right here. I don't recall seeing this video on because I didn't know there was a video to this, but I don't recall it being played on MTV, and there is a video. But you know what? In fact, this is how prejudiced they were. There were certain Black songs by white artists that the Black radio stations would play that the white radio stations did not play. White radio stations didn't play Genius of Love by the Tom Tom Club. Well, that was like an R&B funk, electro funk like song. True that. But that was also 1982. Members of the Talking Heads formed the Tom Tom Club. What you gonna do when you get out of jail? Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect for that to be on white radio stations, but I bet you MTV didn't play that. Well, the Talking Heads, they're mostly American, ain't they? Some of them are British, I think. But yeah, this is a song. Let me see. Yeah, this right here. Yes. Y'all remember this? See, Chicago, hold on. The Black radio stations in Chicago were actually, it's a guy who did a video. Even though this guy, he's affiliated with the Golden Sphere, but I know of him even before the Golden Sphere. Y'all know that one, because dude, he probably know all my brothers. He's a house music DJ. Yeah, and he had the channel. And he's one of those be kind of on that manosphere and also, you know, kind of raccooning a little bit. But yeah, yeah, I remember he had a little short video. Yeah, because there was a channel like our radio station, WBMX, like with the Hot Mix 5 and stuff. There was songs that they were playing, you know, from them British artists and stuff that the white radio stations weren't playing. But the black radios, we were actually, that's the funny thing. We probably more up on their music than they are. Because not only do we know their music, being that we were kind of, you know, many of us watched MTV when we had nothing else to watch. And then my family just listened to various music anyway. But we were not only up on their music, but it's a lot of their own white artists that they don't know about because of, you know, their little bias in the 80s, the little deaf to disco mentality. So they missed out on a lot of nice underground music. Like this right here. They used to play this with the, you know, mixes in Chicago. We know about this. I'm going to assume they played Gary Newman's Cars. That was before we had MTV. I'm just going to assume they played it. I never saw it myself on MTV. Oh, y'all know about Move Out, Don't Mess Around. Bring me down. Yeah, this is a white group. I didn't even know there was a music video to this until YouTube. So I'm assuming MTV did not play this.
For every situation, moving through the doorway of the nation.
That's a woman singing, by the way.
Pick me up and shake it out, baby.
Oh, they played this? Oh, okay.
Don't mess around.
Okay.
You bring me down.
Okay. So you saying they played the music video to this? Okay. Okay, then. You say you've been looking for that song? Yeah. I don't remember ever seeing it, but we didn't get, this is kind of, wait, no. But this song here is like 1985. We had MTV in 85. I don't remember them ever playing this music video, ever. We used to have it on MTV all day long when wasn't nothing else on to watch. They never played this video. I remember they played Tears for Fears. Oh, gosh, I used to play every time. Look, shout, let it all out. I mean, they were a great group, but they had a little short period. But they had some decent songs, though. I loved Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Every second, shout, let it all out. They didn't play this. This was like 84, 85. We had MTV by this time. They did not play this. I had no idea there was a music video. I didn't even know that this was a woman. I knew the group because we had some of their singles, some of their 45. I bit my tongue. It hurts. They did not play this here song. They didn't play this music video, shorty. I don't remember seeing it. I had no idea there was a music video to this until YouTube. We used to have it on MTV all day. Hold on, when did Situation by Yaz come out? Now, if it was actually 84, then maybe, because we didn't get it until like late 84, 85. How the hell I do that? Too old to be doing stuff like that. Yeah, wait. Okay. Situation, yeah, I knew it was earlier than, yeah. I knew it. Yeah, it wasn't actually. That was actually 82. I'm just so used to with the house music mixes in 85. Yeah, so maybe they did because we didn't have MTV then. So maybe they did play it. Okay. So maybe y'all. I remember the video to that because that was 83. AEIOU by John Roca. Yeah, that was a white artist. And sometimes, now I remember seeing Friday night videos, but at that time when that came out, we didn't exactly have MTV. So I might have been, they eventually started playing new wave synth like Human League. I do know they would play Human League. MTV would eventually play like Human League. But if you notice, they were a little more like Duran Duran, a little more in the pop direction. They wasn't gonna mess with nothing like no Yaz for the most part. No, that stuff that we was like in the house music mixes. They sure wasn't gonna play no State Farm. I know that much. They wasn't. Well, I don't think there was a video to that. But going back to the black artist, yeah. Okay, so let me go back to his post. Let me see. Okay, they say agreed. It's interesting you mentioned how MTV was initially biased against a lot of the white UK acts. Remember the song "Cruel Summer" by Bananarama, a UK group that came out in '83 with a video and was an instant hit in the UK. But after, I do think they played "Cruel Summer." I do recall seeing that either on MTV or Friday night videos. But I did see the video a lot. So I do believe, and they also, some other songs they had. But after the '84 movie, The Karate Kid made it into, they're saying Cruel Summer, it came out '83 with a video and was an instant hit in the UK. But after the '84 movie, The Karate Kid made it into a US hit sensation. Oh, I didn't know the song was actually '83. I thought that was '84. Okay, so it hit the UK though in '83. That was my song. Yeah, I just knew it as '84. Made it into a US hit sensation. MTV most likely played it after '84. Yeah, I do recall it being played when the British invasion of artists was really taking an effect. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Just like with hip hop, they couldn't deny how popular this genre was, and it was the same with the British artists. They couldn't deny them. It definitely in the early '80s, they had to play them because the British artists were really, really big. They weren't so big in the '90s. I don't know what happened by the '90s. You maybe had Oasis, but those British artists were really huge in the early '80s. Like definitely once really bust open, Duran Duran, and I loved them. Definitely more than the white American artists. Let me see. British invasion of artists. Yeah, that was like a second British invasion, the comeback of the British invasion, just when they thought it had went away. British invasion of artists was really taking an effect by the mid '80s. Yeah, that was like even by the early to mid '80s. Yeah. Hell, Grace Jones is Jamaican, used to hang out at Studio 54 with the Stars, and her classic R&B jam "Pull Up to the Bumper" came out in '81. I remember that filthy song. That was a jam, though. Goodness. It had a music video. I didn't even catch that part, even though I read his post, but I didn't catch that. Pull Up to the, that had a music video? Well, I'm gonna have to check that out. Well, maybe I shouldn't check it out, but I did not know that. Damn sure as hell wasn't getting played on MTV in '81, '82, or '83. Really? Oh, no, they wouldn't play no song like that. Hecky nah. Pull Up, for one, that's a very racy song. And two, that was too funky. That was it. They put it in the category of disco. That song was funky though. Waiting to get down. I was a kid, didn't know what she was talking about. Pull up to my bump, baby. Oh no, that was a little too funky. Ain't no way they would have played like that. Hell no. So, like I said, yeah, okay. Oh yeah. Also, would they have played it? I don't know if let me see. What else am I thinking about non-black artists? Now I don't think Bob Marley. I don't think the Wailers. By '81, Bob Marley had passed, but they wouldn't have played no third world. Well, that goes back to the '70s. I want to play them artists. Ain't no way they would have played some third world. Hold on, was there a music video for this? Probably was. I bet you they wouldn't have played this. This is non-FBA, as he would call it. Did they play this? Hold on. And I think this was '81. This is like late '81, I think. So-called non-FBA. Did they play this? If there was a music video, probably was. Hold on. Play. Oh, no, not that. I'm sorry. Did they play this? If there was a music video, do you think they would have played this, Tree? I don't think so. But it's played all over the black radio. You know you was listening to this, Tether, music, or whatever. Nothing in the world that I won't do. I get the word to you if you want me to. I do anything. You know darn well they wouldn't have played no song like this. But this was all over the black radio. I do anything. Yeah, this was '81. Am I right? Yeah.
I give the world to you. You want me to do anything for you.
They played this. Do you think MTV would have played this? Really?
They think I'm a fool, 'cause I do so many things for you.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. They probably did play Billy Ocean.
I do all the things I do for you.
Hey, Mr. K.
You will never see the things you do.
I can't mess with that song no more.
Make me strong.
I didn't know there was a video though.
When you stand by my side, how you rest my mind and show me what you make my dreams come true.
Hey, let me see. There's probably a video for this.
Anything you want to do.
Hold on.
There's nothing in this world that I want to do.
Never know. Okay, that's like a performance. I don't know if you call this a music video though. But that's how, okay.
Anything you want to do.
I can do it. Ooh, this is down. I got scared with it. I had some friends who I thought were my cousins. They scared me when I was a child. They listened to only. Hold on. You see all the love I have for you. Woo! Hold on, wait. I love this part.
I've been holding some inside, 'cause I thought it was too much for you.
Hey,
The love I have inside,
you know
I
it.
will no longer hide, because I trust you. Stay right by my side, 'cause you relax my mind and show me what to do to make my dreams come true. There's nothing in this world that I want to do for you.
Wait, it was that part where it break down. Hold on. They gonna end up shutting this stream down, you know.
I'll do anything for you, anything you want me to
I
do.
give the world to you. Hey, right on. Shorty! What's up? Woo! How you doing? I do anything. I do. You know, I was a kid, so I like him saying doo doo. I do. Okay. Wait, hold on. Break down part right here. Hold on. He gonna start rapping. Drink your seed. Yeah. He gonna start rapping. Nothing to the work. I get the work to you. Man, this was it. Come on. Oh yeah, that was it. Owner of a lonely heart. Hey, this was this. Okay, I'm trying not to curse. Nothing in the world that I want to do. I get to work to you if you want me to. I do anything. What? Our beautiful, unambiguous sister. Woo. Hey. Okay, let me calm down. How you doing?
Hey.
Woo,
Look,
good.
you a good DJ. I'm gonna hire you for my next birthday party.
I remember being told that when I was a kid. I was so flattered by that. I said, I want to be a DJ. I was trying to DJ, but my brother be always interrupting. You may want to hear. He always be interrupting, trying to take over when we have parties and get-togethers, and I be the person providing the music. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do remember the song starting like with a rap. I do remember that. Yeah, but that used to be the jam. Going into another song. Yeah, how you been, shorty?
Good. You talking about your favorite era 80s music?
Well, I'm using this as an excuse because I don't want to talk about other people anime. Trick machine. I've learned a lesson. Since I told somebody,
something happened to you. Something happened.
No, it's just I had a little revelation of I'm It's what you've been telling me, what people been warning me. I'm making myself angry.
Right.
Yeah, I have found out. I was, somebody I was following straight up flipped Minister of Wellness, straight flipped. Yeah, speaking against the Bible and all that. And so, yeah, it's been a couple of people that just really, really questionable. I'm seeing it's just flipping in YouTube, And I'm not saying that, I don't worship. We ain't supposed to follow no man like that. But I'm just saying, I'm just so tired. You see how everybody is flipping. Tariq Nasheed, this and that. And I'm just, that got me so mad. I ended up getting into it.
You see, Tariq went back on that Culture Vultures thing. Vlad. He went back to Vlad.
That's no surprise. That ain't I don't know why anybody's shocked over that. That's no surprise. A lot of these people, they pretending as if they enemies, and they all really on the same team.
Yeah.
So what I'm streaming on is somebody. Okay, a brother here, Mr. K. He was saying that Tariq Nasheed had made a claim in one of his live streams that MTV, when they first started playing black artists on MTV, they were the only black artists they played. Even before Michael Jackson, the only black artists they played were non-FBA, like from the UK or the Caribbean. And that is not true. Even if, let's say, if it's true, like it says here, because I did say they probably did play past the Dutchie video, because that was a big international hit. They probably did play that. But to say that that's the only artist that they played in before, in fact, they played Prince before they played Michael Jackson. A lot of people don't know Lil Red, because you had the 1999 album before Thriller, and you had Little Red Corvette, because that was, it had the electric guitar, and had a little more of it. But they would not have played, let's say, like Prince. I don't know if I doubt they played Controversy or anything. Probably they wouldn't have played a video like I Want to Be Your Lover. I didn't see a video to that until we had YouTube. Like a lot of these videos I ain't even know. So I'm just using this as an excuse to talk about black artists who Tariq would not consider FBA to have a music, because I wanted to do that anyway. Tether appreciation, because I love me some loose ends. I love me some loose ends.
I like them too.
How things with you though?
It's good. It's good.
How's your son doing? Has he given up on Eminem yet? No,
He loves the clear Pepsi.
I used to love Crystal Pepsi. Why
No, he loves the clear people. That's my code word.
No, I love your son though. I would never disrespect him. You ever? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw your video. I don't know what happened with the live, so I'm not gonna mess with that. But you ever think maybe your son be just trying to be rebellious?
I think so. Absolutely.
You don't really.
Absolutely.
I kind of go through that sometimes with my daughter. I think that's all it is. He'll try to know how you gonna react and respond. So yeah. But,
I think he's doing it for attention. Why would you come to a pro black channel and be like, I love Becky? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Kind of weird. He wants attention.
Also, he was just trolling.
No, he does love Becky, but he loves Becky for attention. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's just trust me. Let him meet some beautiful sister. It's gonna be like
he liked some hood rat at his job. She was a real hood rat. She had a Donald Trump wig on.
Wait, you're being judgmental now. What you mean Donald Trump wig on?
Like it was blonde and it was like coming down, like you know how Donald Trump hair coming like over like.
Now you being judgmental. She's a really sweet person. Why are you
No, the girl wasn't sweet. She wasn't sweet. He didn't care. He thought she was cute. Just thought she was cute, but she wasn't no sweet person. She was really a hood rat. I went to drop him off at work. Her mom was screaming at her. She was like, don't close my effing door like that. So the girl, like, her mother looked like she was on crack rock. Your mama's on crack rock.
I don't like that song. That's an offense.
You say you don't like that song?
No, that's mean. That's a mean song. That song, see, I should have, you know, I need to do an update, a follow-up. Remember when I had the mean songs series?
Yeah.
I need to do a follow-up to that. The mean songs.
Did you put Jermaine Jackson diss song for Michael Jackson on it?
No, you know, but when I did the mean song series, I was thinking of stuff, this gender stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And I started talking about songs, even though we could go way back to the blues. But I started like, okay, I was talking about how I used to love when I was a preteen, Surface, Only You Can Make. And I used to do this with what they call, there's a name for it, maladaptive daydreaming. Well, I would rock on the couch, don't think I'm crazy, and I would imagine and stuff, and I'd create music videos in my head, because for one, we didn't have BET yet. So I didn't know there was a video for that. Surface, you know, so I used to put together my own in my head. And I used to love that song so much. I was a preteen, so I would imagine like the guy coming to me at the end and he's proposing to me. And you know the problem, how you doing, baby? You know, where he'd be like on the phone. So I made my own music video in my head to that. So I used to love that song so much. And that's when I started. And I said, then all of a sudden we had these songs. It kind of, went from nothing going on but the ring. When I look at it, that wasn't really a bad message. But then Orange Juice Joe's The Rain. And I talked about how when I saw Eddie Murphy's Raw, that kind of killed my innocence. When I saw Raw and Eddie Murphy, the way he was talking, like, you know, about marriage relationships. And when I saw that as a young, like 13, that really messed up my innocence. Where I had this idea and fantasy of marriage and happily ever after with the song Happy. Because you remember how it was. You had them soft, tender love. Then you start getting a little more of the hip hop influence with New Jack Swing and
Roni.
Yeah, at least Bobby Brown, he did, even though he had My Prerogative, he did still balance it out with Roni though. That was like but you know, before that era, before hip hop was a little more, because you gotta remember Orange Juice Jones, I Saw You Walking in the Rain. That was Def Jam Records.
All right.
So it kind of had, even though it was an R&B song, it had that little hip hop influence, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So I go into, you know, all these mean songs back and forth, you know, leading into, because when did I do that video series? That was, it was around the time that Nicki Minaj had the looking ass niggas. Yeah, with that. And then you had an answer with that. Yeah, she had the looking ass niggas. Remember how people were offended? Yeah. So I did the series mean song. So when I was talking about it then, it was more so these gender, these you know, like black man, black, you know, we're us going at each other. But yeah, that Your Mama's on Crack Rock. I don't know, that went along to me. I didn't like that. I didn't like, especially knowing people who did crack. I felt that was, and they got the little kids in the video taunting, your mama's
in
on
a circle.
Yeah, that's mean. I don't know. I never liked that in movies, even with the Boys in the Hood with the mama, the one who was, I suck you, you know, I don't know. It also goes with the whole welfare queen crack. Yeah, you making fun of people. You're supposed to still respect people, mama. You know what I'm saying? That's still somebody, mama. Now, if she's stealing from you, that's different. But yeah, oh yeah. But let me see. Well, oh gosh, where was I go? Oh yeah. So artists, none. So we can use this as an excuse to talk about artists that were not, or just what Tariq would call a tether. Because if you got a grandparent from the Caribbean, even though you know Morris World TV is exposing it with Tariq, but even if you got a grandparent from the Caribbean, Tariq will use that if convenient. Like let's say if you're done a criminal act and he wants to say that, oh, this is what tethers do and not FBA,
Yeah,
You can
that D
have
for
a
David.
yeah, you can have a Jamaican grandparent and he'll call them a tether, you know, even though Lord Jamar, yeah, who's on that FBA stuff. I kind of lost respect for him, but
Yeah,
Lord.
yeah.
But yeah, and he got Trinidadian roots or Guyanese roots or something.
Yeah, something Caribbean. He's half Caribbean, so I don't know what he's doing. Like,
Yeah, now you know doggone well if Tariq Nasheed and him, if they had a beef, he would be a tether. He would,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? He would, regardless, despite where he was born, despite if he has a parent who's, yeah.
I saw them. I saw them. They are so. My son showed me where they was talking about that. You know that D for David dude or whatever.
Yeah, I
And
heard that.
so he
Yeah.
didn't say anything because he thought he was FBA. So somebody called in like, oh, he's not FBA. I saw his mother rewind the video to 1.24. I was like, they are so obsessed. It was so sick. So they was telling him where to rewind to hear the kid's mother's accent. And I was like, this is just doing too much. Like,
Really. Didn't we just had an incident, and I'm not trying to pinpoint our own people, but we just had an incident where a black dude in what, Alabama had off like all 7 of his children.
oh yeah.
Yeah, we instead of us talking about FBA versus Tether, we need to know what the hell is going on that you got brothers snapping like this. You know, it
Right.
didn't surprise me. See, I would rather talk about if I were to even talk about that, like come to find out the guy that was in Alabama, he was in the military. And see, I know you don't like me going there and talking about like MK Ultra and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean, see, that's what I would be talking about. He's so big. See, but it's very obvious. It's
He
very
getting paid. He getting paid for this.
exactly. And or you know, I don't know because I had been watching Morris World TV. Maybe even something even more deeper. Even though I don't want to believe that he is this person that I remember people years ago talking about this Marcus person committed an act in Detroit, and I don't even want to think about that. But yeah, he's bringing in some receipts, so it's really questionable because we never know. Like, and that's why I'm trying to leave it alone because you don't know what this situation is. Because I guarantee you that Tariq she would rather not be doing this. I don't believe that this is what he wants to even be talking about. Either he's taking money he has to, or it's a thing of blackmail, and or you know maybe there's some truth. You know, if it's a thing of him being this double agent, as Tarka Bay would be pointing out, you know, because and then you using music like, okay, what is even his point in pointing this out? What is okay, like with the MTV thing? Okay, so what's your point? Is he trying to say that is this a way, you know, trying to make Black Americans believe that you're threatened as a citizen by the non-FBAs? You see, they're going to favor you. They've always favored you over the natural born or what he would call FBA. That even with MTV, as prejudiced as they were, it was okay if you happen to be a British artist. Now, or if you happen to be what he called a non-FBA artist, an artist like from, you know, saying that white people would favor. Now, I've pointed out certain things. I do think that there is this like stereotype, this idea that foreigners work harder. I've encountered that even in my real life with this one company. I noticed that that I was going to work for, and I noticed that the only other Black employees there, they all just happened to be foreigners, even though this was in a community where you had obviously plenty Black Americans. But, you know, I wouldn't use that to, you know, I can't take that out on nobody who's just trying to make a living. But let me see. I looked up who were the first to see if I'm right or who were the first Black artists on MTV. Now they're saying now AI overview, even though Wikipedia says that past the Dutchie, they were the first Black act to have a music video played on the newly founded channel MTV. Now that was late 1982 that Past the Dutchie came out. However, when I typed in Google search, AI overview says the first Black artist played on MTV include the Selector and the Specials, who had integrated lineups. Now, I've never heard of the Selector. And let me see, who is this? Let me do it. The Selector and the Specials. I'm going to go to YouTube to find out who this is. Copy. Who had integrated lineups and aired on the network's launch day in 1981. So they're saying when the day that MTV was launched, something the Selector and the Specials. I've never even heard of them. But let me see. Hold on. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, these tabs. I'm trying to. All these tabs up and I'm kind of lost. Okay, let me. Okay, now there's. Okay, they're saying that they're a UK ska band. Featured integrated lineups of blacks and white musicians. Let me see. Let me check this out. And see if he's making the claim. Now, I didn't listen to Tariq Nasheed himself say it, but if he's making the claim that they were the only artists played on. Okay, it's saying Specials, the Selector. This is an integrated group. These are mostly white. What I'm seeing here. Hold on, let me do a screen share real quick. What I'm seeing, because I can't say that I've ever heard of this group. Yeah. I realize that AI overview is unreliable. Yeah, and then they'll give you like where the source is supposedly. Yeah, because I can't even find a music video for this group. And regardless, no, I would not consider this a black group, even if they're doing ska, reggae influenced music, because only 2 of the members are black. So I don't even think that counts. Let me see. Do they even have a music video? I can't even find. There is no music video for them. I'm sure it would have been uploaded. What is this? Is this the same group? This Gangster or something? The Specials? Doggone it. I'm supposed to be in on my other channel. Supposed to be signed in on my other channel. Unless they're talking about this. If this is the video. Let me see. Okay. Even if pretty much all Western world music is, originally black influenced by, black people to some degree. But this, I would still put this in the category more of music white kids would listen to. I'm not saying black kids wouldn't, but even if it's reggae influenced, no, I would not consider these to be black artists. They just have black members. Just like Bruce Springsteen, E Street Band, there was the black, black members, but we don't see that as, black band, just because you have some black band members. So no. Right. Yeah, I mean, I knew he passed away, but no, they weren't. Because if they were going to play, okay, if it was a thing of them favoring these artists because they happen to be from the Caribbean or the UK or wherever, then they definitely would have played Imagination's Illusion. Even if my family didn't have MTV yet, I really doubt that they played, because there is a music video for Illusion. So, and if they did play a black artist, and if it happened to be, you best believe that yeah, come to find out, they didn't play. They didn't play this. And this is definitely a music video with a concept and everything. I'm glad I didn't see this music video. I'm glad it just stuck to the song on the radio. I'm just glad I heard the music, because the video is kind of weird. But if we were to talk about some more artists, and just to give me an excuse to play some music, I know they ain't had no videos then. And then this is kind of going back to the 70s. But do y'all think that they would have played you best believe if they played any artist, whether they were from the United States, the UK, or wherever, the Caribbean, you best believe that the music was music that appealed to more to white people, or it was definitely crossover. It was a music genre. You best believe the black artist was doing music. Didn't matter where they were from. It was you best believe they appealed to either it was really, really crossover. Now past the Dutchie, it really hit it was an international hit. But they would not have played, even though I know this is kind of going back to the 70s, but going back to my early childhood memories, they wouldn't have played nothing like this right here. Hold on. Woo, goodness. Oh, Southside Chicago, block parties.
It's like some roller skate music.
Now, this is before, MTV and stuff. What? You think they would have played this? Now that we found love, what are we gonna do? They have played some Third World? I don't think so. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do? They played this on our black radio station. They got the shoes, 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 shoes. All over the place, I say, come on, baby, when the music's playing, I wanna see you dance, dance, dance. Hey, tell me when the music's playing, I wanna see you dance. Get up and dance. Hey, boy, y'all see my new skin. Oh yeah, I gotta do update, weight loss updates, short ahead. Wait, no, I'll say all that. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do? Hey. Hey, I'm gonna throw a party back here. Wait. My neighbors are always trouble. We got better speakers though. We got better speakers. Gonna go out there and show out, maybe tonight. Man, and they got firecrackers. Yeah, they got the firecrackers going. Hold on, we got some more Third World. I bet you they wouldn't play that if it had me. I bet you MTV wouldn't play nothing like that. What are you talking about? Hold on. And I'm not even just playing what is considered foreign music. This is the music that hit American radio. Even if it was just black radio. Okay? It still hit American radio. Now that we found love, what are we? And who Heavy D? Yeah, you got Jamaica. Yeah, that's
Heavy D.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Oh gosh! Remember this? So hold on. Wait. This one. Oh gosh! Try John Love. Oh. What y'all know about this? This used to be on the radio. I know you're a young Gen Xer, but you should remember this, shorty.
I never heard this.
You probably know when you hear it.
I know this song was I never got the ratio.
Where's Darwin
I
at?
didn't know which way that
I don't know this.
I saw the clues to laugh on answer questions. My mind's heart had to know. I heard you call while wandering through the darkness.
Oh man. Who know this? You don't know this? What?
I don't know this. I don't know this.
Give it a minute. You gonna remember this. You gonna remember this. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. They used to play this. I remember this.
When you through all time, you must think I will reach you with my love.
I heard this before I did.
But you heard it?
Yeah, I did.
You know it. You know it when you hear it. You gonna know. Y'all gonna know this. I know we in Chicago didn't know this.
When you lose your way, I lead you to my love.
Wait till you get to the main chorus.
What's this like club music? House?
They used to play this on the radio. Try your love. We only love you bring peace and try your love. So won't you try your love. Y'all don't remember this? Oh! And this is just showing up in my Spotify. Hold up. Okay, let me see if I can guess the year. I am going to guess that this was 1981. Y'all, I'm going to try y'all love. Well, hold up. Somebody got to remember. They used to play this. Hold on. Try y'all love.
They must have played a lot though.
Try y'all love. It wasn't as big as Why Now That We Found Love, but they used to get played. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh my gosh! Didn't I say 1982 or 81? I'm close. I'm close. Yep, it was around 81, 82. Please, Father, please. This one is for. Try our love, so won't you try? Yeah. Oh my gosh, y'all don't remember this? I know they didn't just play. Hold on, let me see how it did on the charts. Let me look up. Oh wait, and I think they got a video for it. Okay, try your love. Oh wait, it's in another language in Wikipedia. I think. Oh wait, some single van. How do I translate this? English. It's a single by Third World. It's from their album, and we didn't have this. I don't think we had this album, so I know it was on the radio. You've Got the Power. Try Your Love is a song written by Stevie Wonder, who did not record it himself, though. Try Jah, like Yah, Jehovah. Try Your Love, who did not record it himself, though he did play on it. Jah Love. Oh my gosh. And Melly April Cully, whom is the only contribution to music history that Jah stands for God or Jehovah or Haile Selassie. I don't know about that. But worship, I don't know. Y'all love. Yahuwah, that's why though. Both worshiped by Rastafari. I think they just guessing with that. The lyrics contain lines such as "Please, Father, and God bless," but also "Be not afraid. Those who believe I will save." Wonder and Third World met in 1981 and played a tribute to Bob Marley at the time. Let me see. The record stayed just outside of the Hot 100, Billboard 100. Okay, we're talking pop charts. How did it do on the R&B? They said it stayed just out. So it didn't make it to the top 100, but that's the mainstream pop charts. In the UK singles charts, it reached number 47. It sold relatively better in the Netherlands. Oh, okay. But I definitely remember this. They sure played this on the Chicago radio stations. You try, I know. Wait, who here from Chicago? That's old. And remember when they did play this? How could I remember this? How could I remember this? Jala, try, definitely remember this. Okay, but it didn't really hit the charts like that. But they did play this stuff. Y'all probably
It's a no for me.
Probably got lost in your memory. Culture impact of reggae and soul in Britain. They give you an insight to the Black British artist experience in 1980. Yeah, you did have those. Let me see. It's a lot because even when you think of Culture Club, a lot of those white artists, obviously, the UK, like the Twins and UB40, the Police, definitely influenced by reggae and soul. But the way that people like to, the whole FBA clan, they got this from, look, we've inspired each other. We'd be lying if we thought otherwise, okay? Because what is the real root? Is the real root American soil, or is it who we are, who we truly are? they keep connecting everything to American soil.
I think they think they're Native Americans. I don't think that they recognize that they. I'm talking, please. Um, I got Mr. FBA in the background. I think that they don't recognize that they're from Africa.
Tariq Nasheed don't believe. He don't believe. Now his followers, they may believe that, or just, they want to believe that. Because you know, you've had black folks from I don't know how long talking about how they got injured. They grandma told them we all been told. I've been told that. I'm not saying that they all lying, and I'm not saying that there may not be some native indigenous ancestry. Like my husband got like a little small percentage, but it's nothing that significant. The way that some of our grandparents and stuff talk, you would have thought that it was a more recent relative. And this is the question I have, like even for my family members, the older people in my family who was talking that, okay, well, what's their name? Who is, okay, if we had this native relative, we come from natives and all of that, okay, what was the ancestor's name? Or, you know, how far back does it go? What, you know, they'll give you maybe a tribe, like they love saying Cherokee. In the case of my family, they claim Blackfoot, and they was swaying by Blackfoot. And yet you saw my DNA results, and okay, I'm the only one, and my niece Tasha, no native showed in her DNA, none shown in mine, and her brother, who happens also to be biracial, no native showed in his. Well. I'm not gonna go there with him, but he's found out something with my sister. He's biracial, but not quite Tasha. But no native in my DNA. I asked my brother, where's the native? Not one trace of it.
They be like, Grandma had good hair. It was long. You saw she was Blackfoot and Cherokee, barely black. Like, where the black at?
Yes. And that's the thing. That's what they were trying to explain with my auntie and my cousin's hair. And in my family, the darker the skin, the longer their hair they got. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it just happened to be that way. Like my cousin, and they're very, very dark. They got like very long hair. It's in the
we write that in school, right? All the little girls look like Rudy Huxtable, right? They had
right. That's what I witnessed. That's how I used to. I mean, speaking my experience, it was a lot of the girls that had that really long hair. They just happen to have. I'm just speaking from my experience. At many schools, they just happen to be dark skinned. You know, that had that really long. You know, and I moved around, but I'm talking predominantly black schools, like the most pop. She'd be the prettiest girl, at least how it was in Chicago. Maybe it's different in the South, but it was more about when I was a kid in the 80s, the hang up was more so about hair.
Yeah.
How long your hair was. And it was always, so the prettiest girl, or the most popular girl that the boys liked, it would usually be the girl with the longest hair. And that girl usually she happened to be dark skinned and I moved around a lot. She just happened, I still remember their names, Starsha, Eric. They happened to be of a darker, like they had a hair like Rudy Huxtable. They looked like a little girl like Rudy Huxtable.
Right.
And you couldn't always tell the texture of their hair because, you know, the hair would be done where you couldn't really, whether it be pressed or whatever. But yeah, that's how I was with my cousins. They're very, very dark skinned. So I guess the claim, if we talk about my grandmama's cheekbones and the family and all that, like that, protruding cheekbones, that's also a very Africoid trait too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they swear our grandma's high cheekbones and all of that. And everybody in my family, they got the like eyes. Kind of similar to yours, but even more. So I am the only one, myself and my mom and my daughter. It didn't pass on to us. It passed on to my sister. It passed on to some of her children. But pretty much everybody in my family, they got, I guess you could say, mongoloidish looking eyes. or
They kinky.
yeah, or they're either that or they're cat-like, or
Mhm.
it passed down to me though. This is just makeup.
Right,
This is
right.
just effective makeup and lashes. But no, it didn't pass. I got more almond shape. I'm glad, But
Yeah, because you could do more with makeup than like we could do. Like if you got like these kind of eyes, you can't really put on eyeshadow. It's not. It don't look right.
because
Like
that you can't think fold, that hooding, or
yeah, they call it hooded eyes, right?
yeah, right, right. Yeah, you got eyes very similar to people in my family.
Mm.
Everybody in all the females in my family pretty much got those eyes, but it didn't. My mother, me, and my daughter.
Right.
Like my sister, yeah, everybody to some degree, even my grandchild a little bit. She kind of got that, kind of. I don't know if that's her father's side. Yeah, but she kind of even got that. But we the only ones who don't have them eyes. But they would be swearing that, yeah, Blackfoot. That's what contributed to. But you saw, I've shared my DNA results.
But if you look up some of those African tribes, like I saw one of the areas I was that was in my DNA, and the black people had like these slanted eyes like me and like real high cheekbones. So it comes from Africa. Like
Like
it's from
that's all
Africa.
through Africa, and not just South Africa. Like I show examples of people with West Africa with the hooded eyes or the slanted or what some may see as mongoloidish eyes. That's why I was trying to show, like, in fact, a lot of Asians, and we got some features that are rather similar. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're talking like Pacific Islanders, we got a lot of, like I was showing with Esther Rowe. Like now, Esther Rowe being, let me see, she was at the Bahamas. Now there could be some Chinese ancestry or something down the line, but Esther Rowe, who played Florida Evans, like I had compared her face, and I was thinking not to compare it to a drag queen. That was just the first thing that came to mind, the Juju B, and because their faces are kind of similar,
Mhm.
share some similar features. But yeah, that's the thing. If it's native, yeah, a lot of if we were to take, we can't overlook DNA, and I'm not saying that it's 100% accurate. I'm not saying that. And you notice how they will give you these updates and change a little bit. So of course it's not 100% accurate, but I would say, especially when I looked at my niece's DNA and made the comparison, and it ain't like we gave personal information.
Right.
I'm content. I will still eventually go to another DNA. I'm content with my results.
Me too.
But I'll go to another, and I'm not surprised because I know my family. I know, yeah. And like I said, on my mom's side, they very, very, like I said, my mom, and she was dark, definitely darker than you. Um, yeah, definitely dark. She would still be put in the category of brown skin, but she was darker than Kelly Rowland, but she would still be technically put in the category of brown skin. You
Yeah.
know, it like in the winter. You know what I'm saying? She was like a dark cinnamon, but she was,
Mhm.
her and one of her sisters who passed with lupus. She was as light as it got. That
Mhm.
was light as it got of my. They got very, very dark, and her sister, who was the auntie I stayed with, even though she, in the picture I showed, she had her hair back. Her hair and her daughter's hair, it would get so long. It was it was in the fours, maybe like 4B texture. So I would hear engine, you got engine,
Oh
but
God.
I never seen, unless, yeah, but I also heard Geechee. So maybe they thought Geechee, maybe that's what they're thinking, that's indigenous. Maybe they see that as indigenous, but no, there is an Africoid connection with the Geechee. Okay,
Gonna get shit.
maybe they think that's a Mongoloidist Native American. No, but they was swearing Blackfoot. That's what my auntie said, Blackfoot. Okay, maybe it didn't trickle down to me. I don't know. I don't know.
Look,
But
I'm claiming my 2% Asian.
oh yeah, you got the two.
Don't play with me. Sorry.
But
I know karate.
you
Boy, I cook good rice.
But what if that 2% did have an impact?
Now I thought what I saw these features on an African tribe that I came from.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you were able to pinpoint?
No, I looked at some of the areas and it showed like you know how it shows like the tribes in the area. So I saw like a tribe in a certain area and I was like, yeah, that's probably where my people come from because they had like real high cheekbones and like like slanted eyes. So I just figured like, yeah, that came from the
I,
African
I
side.
remember Whoopi Goldberg. Did you see that when what was it? Was it the what's that guy? Henry Louis Gates, I think. Was that with him? And Find Your Roots. I think that was it with Whoopi Goldberg. And
Mm,
who was she connected with? Oh, I forgot. Who is she connected with? And I did see, like for instance, when I talked about the facial prognathism with Whoopi Goldberg,
mhm,
yeah, they looked very similar. Yeah, I would love to be able to even more so directly pinpoint.
mhm,
Yeah, I would love to if they could like how he did. Even though I know Roots was questionable, but remember, the dramatization, the Roots miniseries, and
mhm,
had like Alex Haley where he was actually able to go to the continent and connect directly. Oh, I would love something like that. If we could do something like be able to really, really directly connect, I would love that. But it's been so many mixtures, and that's the thing too
yeah.
with the haplogroup. That's what I'm gonna do one by one. You know what? I'm gonna start on it tomorrow. I'm gonna start on the haplogroups, just video by video. The A haplogroup, the B haplogroup. Um, but it's just so many in subgroups. But yeah, damn, what was I saying? Ah. But oh yeah, with the now when it comes to haplogroups, they're only gonna go by your mother and your mother's mother, and your mother's mother. You know, that's the
Mhm,
thing. Me and my brothers don't have the same father, but I know that my father would definitely be E1B1A. You can't tell me I wouldn't be E1B1A. I would have to find out what haplo because I'm more interested in the paternal, as Bible believe. I'm more interested in the paternal haplogroup that my father would be. But my biological father, I believe I have a sister on my father's side that I haven't met. Um, so, we can only find out the mitochondria. Most of us, as Black American women, most of us fall in the category of the L's. And this is what proves the Bible to be true because it's one father, and Jacob had what, like 4 wives? And yes, and they proved, okay, Benaiah Israel, they had a series where they proved that it was 4 L1, what was the haplogroups? Yeah, so this gold coincides with the Bible. Yeah, but usually we Black American women, we fall in the haplogroup of L. So yeah. But yeah, let me see. Let me some more artists. Let me see. Some more appreciation. Y'all know. Oh, I discovered a song from Loose Ends. I totally forgot.
They're gonna call you a tether. They called me a
Oh,
tether.
they already called me a brother.
I was like, I went on
They
Tariq's
just don't
page.
come
I
up
was
with
like,
no.
I'm tired of this every day. I was like, get off my news feed with this dumb crap every day. And they was like, they started attacking me. They was like, you're a tether. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's
I'm
like
tired of it.
cult,
Out of
and
here
they
every
are
day.
so redundant. It's like it's getting so played out. Like,
It's
damn, like,
good.
can y'all come more original? This is, Trick and She used to be funny, but it's like it's so redundant now. Cheetah pea, bush meat. Okay, what else, y'all? I smell a must. They didn't came. They told me they smell a musty tether. Yeah, Lee. Like, oh my God, are y'all copy pasting these comments? I'm convinced that he got bots. Yeah, they didn't left post. I smell a musty tether. It's the same post. I'm telling you, they leave these same posts everywhere. I'm like, y'all got to get more original. Like, damn, this is getting played out now. No, when
they
something
just
played out.
they just saying what they hear him say. He'll tell a guy, he'd be like, "Hey brother, you're not FBA, are you?" And they don't say nothing. He'd be like, "Where you from, brother?" They'll be like, "California." No, where your parents from, brother? Because you got a non-FBA hairline. Like he'd be like, it would be like the same stuff he's saying every time. Like,
Do you? Okay, I said I'm gonna stop doing this. I'm gonna stop talking. Do you think that Tariq's hairline is? Come on now.
no, he got that Jermaine Jackson.
Right, come on now. Right, come
Got
on.
that Jermaine Jackson.
Hairline, unless you
Got
Usher,
that
unless you know, and Usher got a head like he the Khoisan people. But unless you, whose hairline? And I got a short, but believe it or not, my head is short. But you know, I always wish I had a little more height. I could wear certain styles. But what man? They hairline all the way down the head. Y'all notice what? And then, oh my goodness!
Mm-mm-mm.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Okay. FBA hairline.
Did you see when they braided extensions in his hair and everybody was laughing at him? He
Oh,
had
no.
extensions.
Yeah, who was that? I think that was Meech X who exposed. He had some lock extensions.
So yeah, and he had
You can show that he's getting implants. They don't care. That's why I realized with Tommy, no matter what you expose, they don't care. Them followers, and that's why I believe that some of them followers, I believe they might be paid subs and bots and
I even think some of the foreign people that come on is fake when they be talking junk. Like I'll be like, this is so fake. Like
you can tell when
he
it's
had to.
scripted. You can tell when it's scripted.
I don't like American people. I hate them.
Be
No,
like, this is
most of
fake.
the time it's recorded because see, you got to think about this too. You would have people calling in. It would be people calling in, you know, exposing. Well, like for instance, there was a person, but your wife's a Tether. See, and he can't risk that. If you notice, he don't really do live shows no more. He may upload a stream, but it's usually, if you notice, all that he's doing now is pre-recorded. You best believe so for him to be continuously putting out these videos, that's telling you that yeah, he's needing revenue. I mean, I'm not mad at a person making their money, but you can't tell me that this is good for his brand. Why would you risk losing supporters? There are too many. I know that there were quite a few of his supporters were what he would consider non-FBA. There's just too, even in the United States alone. You remember Jay Black? I don't know if he was with the sector. Yeah, he used to support Tariq Nasheed.
So Tariq's wife is she West Indian?
Yeah, that's obvious. That's obvious.
I didn't know.
I definitely believe that. Yeah, because he was in a video where he's saying, now this was one of his older videos, and he was saying great respect for the West Indies or something like that. And then he used his wife as it, like, basically saying that his wife has Caribbean roots. That's basically what he was saying. And people have been saying this, and you know, people have been bringing receipts. And like in the case of Taharka Bay, don't you? Yeah, Tariq could have been sued him for slander.
Yeah, maybe she's Haitian, and that's why he did that Haitian, 18, whatever.
Right. He had the picture. Dessalines. Yeah, he had the picture behind him. So how is he? But instead of an FBA, you would think he would have a big painting of an FBA figure. So yeah, it's very obvious for him to be that influenced and that. Yeah. So you can't tell me that this is what Tariq wants to do. I bet you he would rather go back to doing how he was doing Sunday shows. Yeah. So it's telling me that he believes that this is what he has to do. Like maybe, you know, the stuff that's being presented about him, maybe there's some truth behind that. This is telling me that this is what he got to do. If you understand what I'm saying. Like he didn't, you know, either he didn't took that bag but what Moorish World TV is exposing, like it may even go deeper than him just in more recent years taking some money.
Oh,
saying like it may be something a little deeper, and that's kind of what I didn't want to believe. But yeah, I loved me some even though I know that Soul to Soul got bigger. You know, I love some. Let me Loose
I
Ends.
love Soul to Soul the best.
Yeah, who did you like more, Soul to Soul or Loose Ends?
I like Soul to Soul. They was more new.
Yeah, they ended up getting, you know, more on the charts, a little more success.
I
Well,
like that's Back to Life, right? Back
no,
to
this yeah, that's Soul to Soul. Yeah.
life.
But before Soul to Soul, remember Loose Ends? But they were strictly on the R&B stations. I don't think they had any song to cross over to the mainstream charts. So I know Loose Ends. Like this right
Mhm.
here was what was this, early '85. In fact, I believe that Loose Ends was the first artist of the UK, black artist, artist of the UK period to have a #1 single on the American R&B charts with this song here. I love Loose Ends. I got a whole playlist of this stuff.
I didn't notice we was listening to so much West Indian music.
Well, you know,
Singers rather.
I'm going to say, okay, because I'm prepared for it. You know what they're
Hmm.
going to say, the Dwan Bees, and what they're going to say. Oh, they were copying Black American music.
Oh God.
That's what they're going to say. Yes, yes. Hanging on the String, Loose Ends has spoken that they were influenced by the SOS band, and
Mhm.
you had, of course, Kashif, Jimmy Jam, and Terry Lewis working with the SON. Yeah, yes, they were influenced. But if we think that there was no back and forth influence, you know what I'm saying? If
Right.
we don't think it's ridiculous to think that we have there is no connection with Africa. That's ridiculous. If you think that our music has absolutely no connection, now yeah, it's debatable the origin of rap. You know, some people believe that West African griots have nothing to do with the art of rap, and perhaps. But if you think there's absolutely no connection, how could there be a connection in the Caribbean with no connection? Yes, yes. Okay, I will say this: Black American. Okay, in the Caribbean, in Latin, and in Latin American countries, in South America, the West Indies, you know, and all, and yeah, and in Central America, like Belize, and yes, they had a little more the slaves, the said to be African slave. They did have a little more musical freedom. It is true that they had more musical freedom um, during slavery than those who were enslaved in the Americas. You know, like they were allowed to play the drums. Those of us, our ancestors who were enslaved in the Americas, were, you know, they were more musically restricted. We were not, you know, for fear that we would be sending messages, you know, like secret messages. Maybe they had got an understanding of capoeira.
Kill
You know,
whitey.
so that did perhaps that's what led to us being a little more creative. I don't know, creating, you know, perhaps that led to us being a little more original and creative, or even pushing it. Because when you think about it, we hit them even harder with the bass. You know, sometimes when things are restricted, that kind of make you come a little, you know what I'm saying? Whereas in the Latin American countries and, you know, in the Caribbean and yeah, they had more musical freedom. So they had, if you notice, like music of the West Indies and Latin America, and even South America, they're more connected with their African roots with music. Like even when you salsa, merengue, what's that Brazilian bossa nova, yeah, they're more connected. Even with the dancing, like mapuca, siku, yeah. Oh, you saying? Oh, you say you remember you? Okay, so being even in parts of the Caribbean, there was banning of the drums. Oh, really? Yeah, but I do believe they had a little more freedom than, you know, we had, you know, those um, enslaved in what is now the United States. That's just what I remember learning. But I wouldn't, yeah, that's what I was taught. like in Brazil and a lot of Latin, where they had a little more musical freedom. Because even when you listen to a lot of the West African music and music like Latin America and the West Indies and a lot of the carnival music and stuff, there is a similarity. There is a similarity even with some of the dancing. But what I'm only pointing out to say, so you can't tell me that there isn't any influence, there isn't any connection. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go into who started what first. That just, as long as you understand it, it all goes back to black. That, you know what I'm saying? Even though I'll say all goes back to Yahuda to be more specific. That's all that mattered to me. I'm not trying to go into who started what necessarily. Now, okay, now when we talk on house music, I'll debate with a New York on that. But this whole thing, that's what all this is about, is just pride. And the Bible warns us about all this pride, And you said also in America, the African drums were common until, the Stoner Rebellion of 1739. I'd have to look into that. Right, so you cannot tell me that there still wasn't, regardless of the restrictions, you cannot tell me that there still wasn't any influence. Like this, we just everything we did was like totally original. And that's why also I couldn't rock with the whole FBA thing, because then that also limits us. That limits us basically to the 18th century. You know what I'm saying? That limits us to slavery. You know what I'm saying? That just our history, it just starts as slavery. You know what I mean? Slavery in the Americas for the most part. Because Tariq Nasheed ain't really, and I'm not even trying to see any more of his Hidden Colors films. He isn't really gonna delve into what we were doing before 1619 in this country. He will not and he cannot. You cannot call yourself claiming the Lucio woman skull or whatever that was supposedly, the supposedly Africa or Negroid skull of the Lucio woman. Because first of all, wasn't that found in like Brazil or Mexico? Weren't the Olmec heads? See, so why are you trying to claim, since he's making this delineation line, even from those of the Americas outside the United States, then you can't claim Mexico. You can't claim a skull found in Mexico. You can't claim a skull found in Brazil. Prove that we were already in what you are calling the United States, because according to Tariq Nasheed, okay, and Afro Mexicano, even if they are just 90%, they would be a tether, according to Tariq Nasheed. So, they're gonna say, well, Loose Ends was copying. We could go back and forth. Because even like when you think of the ham bone, why was it called the ham bone? Ham bone. Now we think of the South and everything, but you never know. Like when I looked into the origin, like in my hip hop series, they were connecting it to the Juba dance. So you can't say, you never know these things, even with the stepping things done in college. I'm not saying we should, because they may have pagan origin, but I'm just saying, even with the stepping that's done, I'm not talking Chicago stepping, I'm talking like in the colleges, the fraternities, for instance, the black fraternities and them stepping moves, they're believed to be African in origin. So you can't, there's no way you could totally disconnect like that. And your DNA.
Yeah, to me, most of our dances look similar to African dances.
Yeah.
It's something that's in us.
It's obvious with the twerking, with what is now called twerking. That's very obvious. You can look into Mapuka and Siku, and where do we? A lot of them moves that we learned, they came from the South, and a lot of them Southerners, I don't know if they got it from people like, let's say, of the Caribbean, or I don't know, but a lot of them twerking moves, I don't know if it's directly the dances, like what we call popping and all of that in the South. There might have been a direct connection to like the West Indies. Well, I know when we talk dance hall, like with Patra, because even like them dances we were doing in the 90s, the butterfly, Tootsie Roll, and all that stuff.
Yeah. The pepper
I believe
seed.
that
That
had
was.
some. Oh, I'm sorry. What you say?
I said the pepper seed. That was.
Yeah, I believe a lot of that stuff that might have had some West Indies connection, or
No, it is. It's reggae dances. Like
yeah, with the you
that's
remember.
reggae dances. That's their stuff. That's their dancing.
Yeah, that's giving me. If I wasn't so lazy, the me like 15 years ago, I would have definitely jumped on this right away and looked into it and did a video. I used to love these opportunities to respond with a video, and ah, yeah, because our show could be taking advantage. What's wrong? I
Girl,
just
you better leave Tariq alone. He gonna make a puppet out of you.
bring it. Nah,
Gonna make a puppet.
nah. Tariq, I'm gonna tell you this. Tariq ain't gonna mess with somebody like me. He's not. There's certain people Tariq know to kind of avoid what he would do, just like with Tommy. This is how he would do, just like Tommy. He would send his bots on me. That's how Tariq would do with me. But nah, I ain't trying to talk. I'm just taking advantage of this to talk about music, only because I said I would do.
Right.
Um, in responding to Mr. K. And this was something actually I wanted to talk about anyway. I was gonna name this was some weeks back. I was thinking about Tether appreciation, but Mr. K's comment said, you know what? I'm gonna take advantage of your comment and I'm gonna use this to talk about artists I love.
Yeah,
Uh,
you said you liked
uh,
what do you
uh,
call it? European music, right?
Yeah, I tend to like okay, when it came to the white artists or the Caucasian artists, I
Hmm.
noticed when I was a kid in the 80s, I just preferred the British artists. There weren't as many white American artists of the 80s. Okay, I was okay with Bruce Springsteen. I was okay eventually. Not, but I had a respect for him, especially after my mom explained to me, Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band. I did like I'm on Fire and Dancing in the Dark. I did like John Cougar Mellencamp, but there weren't as many of the American artists that I like. Okay, the American artists I like were more in the 70s, but Fleetwood Mac was still doing anything in the 80s. Like I like Steely Dan. But by the 80s, most of the artists that I like, they just happened to be British. And they were big in the 80s. Like I loved Culture Club. I loved yeah.
Cyndi Lauper.
Oh yeah, I did like Cyndi Lauper now.
Oh, I love Cyndi
She was
Lauper.
American.
Look into I saw that video on We Are the World and she was singing and Michael Jackson was looking at her because she couldn't sing. Did you see
What?
it? He was so mad how she was singing all loud and
I
his
didn't
face
know
was
that.
like, you never saw that?
No, I never paid attention to that.
You gotta see.
He was. I seen that video a million times. I never noticed that he was disappointed in her singing.
Yeah, he was like disturbed how loud she was singing. Like he was like making faces like, ugh.
Said that. That must be some new narrative. I don't
No,
believe
it's not. It's true. You gotta look at it. It was
seen
the
that
real
video
video.
a million times. I seen that video. So me and my friends, we used to get together and do We Are the World. We used to imitate it. And we're like, okay, who gonna be Ray Charles? Who gonna be?
But they didn't show Michael Jackson's reaction. They showed the person. Look, they were showing the person singing. Like for her part, they would show her singing. But like this video had like I don't know if they was practicing or whatever. But Michael Jackson when she was singing and somebody else too, that guy I forgot his name. It was I can't remember because I was little, so I don't
Kenny
remember.
Loggins? Kenny Loggins?
Is
No.
that his name? I don't remember. He had long hair. Like
Steve Perry?
I,
A Journey?
I don't know. He was really loud, and Michael Jackson was disturbed by her. Um, some blonde haired lady and Cyndi Lauper singing. Like he was like irritated.
Hey,
I
let me
guess
get
because he was a
on.
perfectionist, so they singing was like irritating for him.
But that was their style of singing. Okay, only blonde I could think of was Kim Carnes. Because trust me, I know that video. Only
Okay.
blonde I could think of, blonde woman, was Kim Carnes.
Yeah, she looked older. She looked kind
Betty
of old.
Davis eyes, the singer that made Betty Davis. But that was her voice.
Yeah.
She had a raspy, she didn't really have a, yeah, she could get loud.
Well,
Kim,
Michael Jackson looked irritated. You guys see that? I'm gonna post it.
it
I'm
must
gonna
be a
post it. I'm gonna tag
behind
you
the
in.
scenes or something
Yes,
that
it is. It is.
only, wow. I kind of don't want it. I don't want to ruin the memories.
I know because we thought it was just a nice video, like
Yeah,
we
like
are the
everybody
world.
hold it ass. I can't say that I was all that fun. I was getting sick of that song. But me and my friends, we used to imitate. We'd be like, okay, who would be Ray Charles? We
They
used to
said my cousin. They said my cousin made BBD.
hey May, what now? But you cut off Shorty. I remember Huey Lewis's part. I used to want to be Stevie Wonder. We are the
Ralph.
children. Wait, what you saying? Because they had cut off Shorty won't want. What was you saying?
Said they were saying my cousin made BBD before they came out because him and his sister and his brother they'd be be in New Edition, so he would be Ralph and Bobby. He'd do their part, and he made them do Ronnie, Ricky, and Mike.
Wow. Ain't that crazy? They were the other, they were the ones, but they end up actually Velvet DeVoe. I like their better
Me
than.
too.
Are you gonna get mad at me?
No,
'Cause
I like them. I like them.
I
I love them.
preferred them over the New Edition stuff because I
Me
wasn't really.
too.
My friends love New Edition. I wasn't into no popcorn love. I had mature ears in that. That just sounded like baby. What they say, bubble gum. And even though I was a kid, I still had a little more maturity. Now, yeah, I could get with like old Jackson 5 stuff, but I don't know, stuff like Popcorn Love and Mr. Telephone Man was all right. Them lyrics used to be kind of.
I wasn't really paying them no
All right.
attention. I was too busy playing with my He-Man and my Voltron. I wasn't really paying
My
like
little
New
friends, they used
Edition.
to love to do this shit. I just, it wasn't for me. I wasn't listening to no, man, I'm the baby of the family with all these older siblings who are listening to Parliament Funkadelic and I wasn't listening to no Candy. I mean, I know I should have been because I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just say I did love Pastor Dutchie though. I like that better than New Edition stuff. I know they're gonna think I'm a traitor. But I
Did you like
did you like 80s? I preferred them after Can You Stand the Rain, and I prefer
yeah.
stuff.
I didn't like when they added Johnny Gill because he sounded like a grown man. Like I hated his voice. Like
You hated it.
I hate his voice. I
Actually,
hate his
can't
voice.
understand it. I was in high school by that time. I'm thinking I didn't know they were as old as they were.
Yeah, they like my brother and
I'm thinking that they were when they came out with Candy Girl. I'm thinking that they were like maybe 2 or 3 years old, and maybe I'm thinking they like maybe 10 years old.
what was they like
At
12?
that time I was like 9 years old when it came out. Huh?
I said what they was like 12 years old or something.
Yeah, because I didn't know until that New Edition movie, that miniseries. Because I was like, they were going back to the 70s and they were showing them like 10 years old in the 70s. And I'm like, wait, what? How they do
Yeah,
it?
I was
I
confused
was
too.
like, yes, I thought they was like at least closer to my age.
Because I was like, what kind of clothes they got on? We was just me and my boyfriend was just watching that the other day, and I was like, what kind of clothes like was they wearing when they was little, like them Bert and Ernie shirts and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's the 70s. See, I was a baby. I started school in the 70s. I started school in the late 70s. But yeah, they had them. They were like already preteens. That's my older siblings. So I didn't know they were like born in the 60s. You know, I didn't know they were like older.
They was born in the 60s.
Yeah, I believe so. I think so. Wait, or early. Yeah, they definitely, yeah, they had them like they were 10 years old in the 70s, sometime in the 70s.
I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. I
Oh,
don't
let me
believe it.
look up Bobby Brown's age.
They would have to be like 60
I
something
think
now.
I think there's some early Gen X's. Let me see. Okay, well, 1969. Of course, they're still Gen X's. I still thought that they were born in the 70s. I didn't think they were that much older than me. I knew they were older than me, but I didn't think they were that much older. So when they went back to showing them 10 years old, like looking like preteens in the 70s, that had me boggled. So I was like, how old are they really?
No, I knew they was like, they gotta be like 57-ish, 56, 57-ish, because my brothers are that old and
Yeah.
they listen to New Edition. Like, so I knew they was like old.
Yeah, they seemed even younger than my brothers though. Yeah, they're around the same, you know, well, my oldest brother, 1965. Well, Bobby Brown, he turned 57 this year, born in 1969, so he's 57. I just thought that they were maybe a year or two older than me. I didn't know
Oh no.
that, yeah, yeah, and I'm thinking that they were closer to my age. So okay, thanks for joining, Rashad. How you doing, Latoya? Right, that's what I'm saying. So when they came out with Can You Stand the Rain, I'm thinking, you know, that was around the time I started high school. So I'm thinking like maybe they were a senior in high school now. You know what I'm saying? Like I was freshman, sophomore. So I'm thinking that they're like a senior in high school.
No, I knew they was grown because when I had a crush on Bobby Brown, he was old. Like he was old, like when he was singing "Don't Be Cruel" and stuff. I knew he was old. Like,
So I want to talk to you on something, especially now certain people ain't here. But maybe I shouldn't.
say it, say it.
The whole thing with Brandy and
Why?
yeah, boys in the hood. Boys in the hood. Lord, this is the menopause. Damn, what's the name of the group?
Foggy memory.
Yeah, I'm telling you. What's the damn group? Boys to Men. Boys to Men.
Boys in the hood.
Now, okay. But I don't want to get too off subject.
Go
Okay.
ahead, ask me. Do I think it was
Okay,
right?
just say yes or no. Would you say that Wanya is a pedo?
I would not, because if he was, they said when he started dating her, I'm sorry, people gonna get mad at me, whatever. To me, this is how it was back in the day. Now, am I saying it's right or wrong? I can't really say, but I wouldn't consider dating a 20-year-old, a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old. I wouldn't consider that a pervert. Now, if it was down to like 13 or 12 and he was some years older than her, then I would say, okay, that's a you know, a
Yeah,
PDF file. But
right. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. I'm not saying this. I'm glad that they're putting their foot down and making things clear now. I'm glad because yeah, 16 is still a child. But you gotta understand, we
it
gotta
was different back
before
in the
we're
day.
quick to call somebody a pedo or stuff, you do have to understand it was different. And I'm not saying that it was necessarily right, but if this is what, like, especially if Brandy's parents, now I don't know what she's saying in the book because Azor TV saying that she's saying like it was a kind of predatory. I don't know. I haven't read this book with Brandy. Okay, so I don't know. And I didn't like hearing him in the interview at the Breakfast
Yeah,
Club.
he was very disrespectful,
Yeah,
and maybe she said that because of the after effect. How he talked about her was so disgusting. It literally made me not like him anymore because he was like had no respect for Brandy. How he talked about her, he was not a gentleman. He was disgusting.
Okay, where did you get that from? Was that her book, her publication?
No,
Or?
no, I saw his interview on the Breakfast Club, and
Yeah,
he was
I had
so
heard some of that
disrespectful,
interview. I just heard him saying
disgusting.
he did it or something like that. Now him saying that, yeah, that's
And then
definitely
they was like,
not today.
was she underage? And he said, we did it in every state. It depends on what state we was in. Like he was just disgusting. Like, and
That
then he wouldn't say that he was 20 and 21 while he was going with this girl. You know what I'm saying? He just said, I was young. I was young. And like they don't understand, like people's parents did tell them to date older guys because those older guys had jobs and stuff like that. And
right,
they would
right.
take
I'm not
care of
saying
you and
my
stuff like
mom
that.
was. I'm
But
not
not
saying
older like
it was
30, 40 years old, but like a few years. I don't, nobody could make me think that a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old that was, predatory, because it's not that, to me it's not that much of an age difference. Now,
right.
if
And
you
back
go,
then, it's something about 16 years old. Back then, I'm just keeping it real. Like if I would have had, and I did, if I would have had like, well, not my mama knowing, but if I would have had like a 21-year-old boy, I'm not saying at 16, but 17, I definitely was talking to somebody who was over, didn't have sexual relations, but I was definitely talking with somebody who was over. It almost got there. Um, and I used, like I told you, remember we talked about this even before this all came out. We talked about this. It was different back then. Now, of course, my mom. See, the thing is, I'm the baby of the family, so my brothers wouldn't. They didn't want me talking to no damn body, my age or whatever. Okay. Only reason I ended up getting pregnant at 18 because I was away from home, was in the group home, and left the group home and lied and said my parents wanted me on a home visit. Went to my boyfriend's house, and that's when my behind got pregnant. Okay, and I was scared as hell. My biggest fear was me telling my brothers. But thank goodness I was away from home in the group home because my brothers didn't want me talking to nobody. They would, and I think that's what kind of maybe caused me to rebel a little bit because they were so protective of me, not want me talking to no damn body. But yeah, 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 yeah. I didn't hear all that. I just heard like a snippet because somebody was talking about it. When this made headlines like it's Brandy's new book or whatever, and I just heard where he said something. Well, she could get it like that, and I was like, okay, now he shouldn't have said that. Yeah, but
then he act like he wasn't like into her like that. Like he just was really disrespectful. So
wow,
if she, dissing him now, maybe it's because of how he made her feel. Like maybe if he would have been more respectful to her, she would have never freaking wrote the thing. She
afraid
got her
to listen to
revenge
it
because
all.
huh?
I'm afraid to listen to it all. See, maybe because I was like, yeah, that's why I got to be careful me jumping to defend certain people.
Yeah,
It
don't defend him. Don't
wasn't
defend
me
him.
defending. Understand? I'm not defending getting with if because I can't be one way with R. Kelly and then another with him. What now? The thing
But
is,
the age difference was
we did
ridiculous.
look at it. It was looked at differently with Aaliyah. I think because we had it's something about if you say 15 versus 16, and I think also with R. Kelly, nobody knew about it. I think because you remember they were like a Hollywood couple kind of. Remember when she was dating dude from Boys to Men? People saw it. I think because also Wanye, that's how his name's pronounced, right? Wanye
Uh-huh.
was part of Boys to Men, and Boys to Men they kind of came off like a boy band. So they kind of presented
Like
kind
good boys.
of
Like
teenagers,
good boys.
right? Exactly.
But they really wasn't.
I don't even think people even thought to really question their age, his age like that. Because I don't remember anybody saying anything. And what I'm saying is, if the culture and society, if it's not taught or put in law or part of the culture as being wrong, then because like, okay, the same person, like say maybe Wanye ain't the best example, like, okay, at 20, they may have been with a 16-year-old, but if you were to say, oh, would you have gotten with an 8-year-old or 10, they're like, oh, that's gross.
No.
That's gross. Right. That, you know what I'm saying? That's what people got to understand. Now, there is a term called a hebephile.
Right.
I learned that from Jay Black. Like somebody, they may not, but they mess with like prepubescent girls.
Teenagers.
Yeah, that's
Adolescents.
a hebephile. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say in the case of, let's say, like a 20-year-old, I wouldn't even say that was because I mean, in talking back then, it's clear now. We should know it should be no misunderstanding now, okay? But back then, it was especially okay because sometimes you would have parents setting up the let's say the 16-year-old because you did have 16-year-olds, even younger, getting married. A lot of us got grandparents. I know that my grandmother, I think on both sides. I know with my maternal grandmother, she was married as a teenager.
My mom too was married at like 17. My
Yeah,
father could have been like 19, 20.
right. But see now, because there's actually a YouTuber. I'm not gonna say his name, but they're trying to say he was a pedophile because he had slipped up. He said, okay, he got the girl pregnant at like 15. She had the baby at 16, and he was 19. So they saying that they're going as far as saying you're a pedo.
No, he's not. No,
Like, first of all, a 19-year-old is still technically a teen. Who knows? In another country, 19 years old may still be a child. To me, 19 years old is still a child. That's my opinion.
like that guy.
Still in high school at 18, 19. You got some people still in high school.
Like that guy D4 David or whatever. Like he was 17 with a 13-year-old. I think that's disgusting because that's to me that's that's a baby.
I know we think that well that's around the same because there's a big difference between there's a big difference when you're 11 versus when you're 14. And I know when I was that's like my daughter had a friend who was just like 3 years older than her. I didn't like it because I know I had a friend when I was 11. I had a 14-year-old friend, and when you're 11 and you're hanging with a 14-year-old, that's a big difference. Because my friend used to tell me all kind of stuff what her and her new boyfriend did, and I'd be all excited to hear, ooh, and he did this, and he unbuttoned us. And you know, and when I think about it, so when I learned that my daughter had like a friend that was just like 2 or 3 years older, I didn't like that. You know, because I know I had older friends. And I know, like I had, oh my goodness, when I think about it, I hung with a friend. Oh my goodness. I think of certain things. But that was the thing. I was one of them. I thought I was mature. It wasn't about me being fast. I did not want to talk to guys. And what's ironic is my husband's younger than me. But I would not talk to, for the most part, guys my age. My daughter's father who was in high school, and he was a year older than me, but I was as young as it got because I used to think I was so mature. It wasn't about a sexual thing. It wasn't. I just used to really think, and I think that's what a lot of Black girls thinking that we're mature. Because I used to really feel like these boys in my high school, like the students, like they, you know, I just didn't feel like they were on the same level. Even though I'm a big kid at heart, but I used to just feel like I know you think it's crazy me being attracted to KRS-One.
Oh God, please don't tell me that anymore.
I wanted a guy like
Please stop it.
No, because I don't know, he was attracted to me. I wanted a guy that was on that level of conversation. You know, so I used to, so I definitely, but yeah, I do know like it's a difference when you're like, especially in them ages, like there's a big difference between an 11-year-old and a 13, even a 13-year-old. There is a big, and that's the thing now. It's so funny now they're putting their foot down on certain things, but yet they're appealing to children younger and younger. I learned about this in college going back to the 90s.
But I like that they're putting a foot down now.
Yes,
but don't go back and backtrack and say the stuff that we was taught that was okay is wrong according to what you're teaching now.
Right.
What teaching now is how it should have been. It should have been like that, but you can't go back and judge by the ways that we're doing now.
That's all that I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is okay. And
right.
And yet, let me tell you, don't think that everything was so crazy, okay? Because, for instance, I remember when we learned, my mama watched the special on Rock and Roll or something, and Jerry Lee Lewis with his 13-year-old cousin. Yeah, we saw that. People saw that as gross.
That was horrifying, right?
But there's something about a 16-year-old. I guess people felt that was like because if you were to go to some of these old movies and things even if there was adult actresses playing teenagers, there was a lot of this sexualizing, like the movie Stripes. They have a part where they say something that was really in regards to teenage girls. something very, very sexual.
But
In the
dirty dancing is disgusting because if you read it, it says a 17-year-old girl goes away for a family vacation. Now look at what's his name? Looked like he was like 30 years old. Okay. And people are like, "Oh,
yeah.
she was 21 playing 17. It doesn't matter. She was supposed to be 17 in that movie. And y'all got her going with a 30-year-old man. I hate that freaking movie now that I'm an adult. I cannot
Yeah.
stand to watch it. It's
I never
disgusting.
was into that.
I hate
I never
that.
got the hype with that movie. You know, yeah,
Let's
it had
see.
a soundtrack.
Let's see. Go and read.
Didn't they call her
Pull it.
Baby? Her name was Baby.
Let's see.
What's it called,
Pull
Baby?
it up. Listen. Let's see. Pull up that movie and read the description of it.
I
Read
know
it.
about it. Okay, let me see. What you saying? Like
Google it.
Dirty, right? Dirty.
Yeah. What?
I
Yeah.
remember it, but it's been so long since I've seen it. That was not like one of those movies I didn't feel the need to even see twice. But it was so big, and I remember my mama, she like, that ain't no Dirty Dance. She said you go to a juke joint. That ain't what my mama said. Now,
Oh, that was white people dirty dancing.
Dirty Dancing, 87, romantic drama film. Okay. Baby Housing. Okay, let me see if I can see the age. It's based on the screenwriters. Oh, Bergstein's own childhood. I know it was like set in the 60s, right? Let me see. Given the plot. Okay, in the summer of 1963, teenager Frances Baby Houseman is vacationing with her family, etc., etc., etc.
They changed it. It says 17-year-old. That's why I hated it.
It just
Now
said
it says teenager.
Teenager, that could be any age. Let me see. She's attracted to Johnny, and it's very obvious that Patrick Swayze wasn't no teenager. Dances briefly with him after his kind-hearted cousin Billy introduces them at a secret dirty dancing party for resort staff. Yeah, you gotta remember at that time you had a song, She's Just Six, and it hit the chart twice. 16 years old, leave her. You remember that song? If I could fly, I'll pick you up. That was a hit song.
I don't know that song, girl.
I remember the song, but Rick James do say, and they stopped playing it sometime like in the 90s. But they used to play it all over the radio. She was only 17, but she was sexy. 17 years old.
But BBD said backstage, underage, had a lesson. How you doing? Fine. She replied, I like to do the wild thing.
I remember
Action took the place.
Yeah, I remember Charlamagne was trying to catch when he was interviewing the members of New Edition. He was trying to, because Charlamagne be trying to, but don't even get me started on Charlamagne, because that whole thing with Jessica Reed, I was going to do a video really exposing. There's a lot with that. And that's the thing. If Charlamagne get out of line, they're going to end up holding that over him. But I'm not going to go there.
What happened with academics for that?
Discovered on what happened, and I believe that was on like a military. I ain't gonna go into it, and because I believe that she's kind of been assigned, because she was gonna work with that choke, her and her mom. Well, that's a whole nother subject. So, but yeah, you had it was kind of, yeah, because if we were really looking into it, Sonny and Cher was like, I got you, babe. In the 60s, she was only 16 years old.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Remember Mickey Howard? She talked about, like when she came out, come share with that song, and she was talking about when the guy she hooked up with me, she's, I know this sound crazy, but yeah, I was 16 and she married him and he was, and a lot of times if the parents approved of it. So what I'm saying is, before, I'm not saying that it's right, but I wouldn't be so quick to say, oh, this person is a pedo. Especially if it was, because you got to be careful, like automatically, oh, they're attracted to children. Do you understand what I'm saying? If and I'm also looking at the age, the difference in age.
Right. Me too. I look at the age difference, and then I look at the start of the age for the child. Like, if it's 12, 13, 14, like I'm not. No, if it's like 16 and a 19-year-old, I don't find that, too much of a difference. But otherwise, if they're older, like in their, like my cousin, she dated her baby daddy. By the time she was 16, she had 2 kids, and her baby daddy was like 28 years old. To me, he's a PDF file. He
Oh,
should
wow.
have been in jail. Like like
And
she literally is 40. She's literally 45 years old with 30-year-old children.
oh
And
wow,
to me, that's sad.
that's crazy.
That's sad.
Wait,
No childhood.
that's crazy. It
Hmm.
seems like we. Forgive me for even mentioning these persons. Like in the case of Corey Holcomb, he
Hmm.
knows that he's talking to today's audience. He knows what he's doing. I honestly feel with Corey Holcomb, and yes, he is older than you and I, early Gen Xer.
Yeah,
Him saying this even today, he knows it's almost like he's purposely trying to play the role of creepy uncle. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Some of these people, maybe I'm making excuses for them, almost like that's why I believe so many of these people are plants. Like, why would he even go into? Why would he feel the need to keep talking about like a 14-year-old's vagina and stuff like that? You ain't even supposed to be thinking about. You know what I'm saying? And just like with the Just Curly things, talking about how you think how many guys think 16-year-olds are hotter than you're not even supposed to be
that's
thinking
disgusting.
16-year-olds hotter. Yeah, see what I'm talking about, and I'm not saying, but you're making excuses for people in the past. What I'm saying is, okay, see, today there should be no talk like that at all. Okay. We excuse certain things because this was accepted as a cultural norm. Do you understand? Like, let's say a 16, or almost like they were seen as they could be married, like especially like if they had the parents' consent. This is what Wanye was claiming that his like his parent, the Brandy's parents approved, and but when you think about it, like what you're pointing out here, yeah, a lot of these songs, most of these a lot of these love songs, and that's been through from the history of modern music. A lot of these songs have been, where the target audience are teenagers. The target, especially these love songs, and the target audience, even if it's grown people singing, the target audience has been teenagers, not necessarily grown women. A lot of these, when you think the Beatles, all of these groups, I want to hold your hand. They know that they're trying to appeal to teenagers. And see, this is the thing that's even creepier. I know when I first went to college back in the 90s and had courses in marketing, we were taught where there was this new term. Now, this is when I went to college in the 90s. And there initially, even though I went back to college, there was this new term that they were using, the tween. Tween. Okay, that we learned. And why were we learning what a tween was? Okay, so let me see how they define tween now. Like,
12, 11.
yeah, like 11, 12. Now I think they put the age. A tween is a child in the developmental stage of pre-adolescence, typically between the ages of 9 and 12.
What? They made it that broad now?
Yeah, that's what I was initially taught. That's actually what I was initially taught. And this was back in the 90s. And why were they teaching us about tweens? Because that was going to be the target market. Now, this is when I was in college in the 90s. Going back to like 94. That was going to be the target market that they were, and that if you think about it, from that time on, they have been targeting teens. Just so why would they be even teaching us about to get an understanding of the tween? And see that like there was a time I remember learning that either you were a child or you were adult. It wasn't no teenagers, or yeah, they may have had the term, but it wasn't really seen as a demographic. They didn't use that term like that. It wasn't until like the late 50s they started, and these are not no accident. This is on, where they started, like differentiating or making a delineation between the teenager and the child and the adult. When they started making this delineation, And it's like almost like they knew what they were doing. They wanted to tap into this, yeah. And then so eventually you had movies like Rebel Without a Cause, and you know you had those movies like the Surf, like Annette Funicello. You know the Disney. Remember the Skippy? She used to be the Skippy lady. She was part of the Mickey Mouse Club. That's a little before your time, but I'm just saying. Yeah, with the teenage movies with what Frankie Valli was it? Yeah. Um, yeah, your tween, a broader term for preteen. But yeah, think about it. I mean, before that, you know, like going back early in the 80s, people weren't talking about preteens. But yeah, but so they said, okay, this is what we were learning in marketing in the 90s. They wanted us to have an understanding what a preteen, what a tween was. That's when I first heard the term tween, because they were they were going to be the target for marketing. The tween. And when you think about it, think about the late 90s, early 2000s with the Mary Kate and Ashley, how them girls blew up. Because we were taught they got a lot of spending power to, they are able to talk their parents, and more specifically tween girls, more specifically. They are able to talk their parents into spending money very easily. And when you really think about it, yeah, when you think a lot of the merchandise, and so of course the music, they know what they're doing when they shift in the sound and the music videos, and they purposely trying to keep, because it's like they've actually gotten younger. Like I never liked that they came along. Hey Azura, I never liked that they came along with that what was that, Kids Bop? Because remember we used to have songs, and I'm not saying that those songs were innocent. Some of them songs origins were creepy, like Ring Around the Rosie. But it used to be songs like for children. A children's album would have children's songs. Like this old man, he played one, he played Nick, that used to be, and maybe the Chipmunks, they had a version. But then they came out with that Kids Bop, and what was it, Now or something, where they taking songs like even like Milkshake. I didn't like that.
Oh, we're Miss Jackson.
Yeah.
Me and your daughter.
How you gonna make that for children? Like we had our own song, like a little fun. You sing a song and I'll sing a song. We had, for children. You're not supposed to. Yeah. Even when you think about it, like you think about Michael Jackson, he was singing some little Grove.
Yeah, he was nasty. I think Ross was a groomer. I don't care what nobody say. I think Diana Ross is a pedophile. She creeps me out.
You can't prove it, so leave it.
Right. His security guard. Look,
you can't prove it, so why even mess with it? Leave it alone, man.
Nah, his security guard. Look, his security guard said she was a Well, he didn't say she was a pervert. He said basically she was messing with that little boy. He tried to say it was when he was of age.
He needs to be locked up then. If he knew and didn't say nothing.
No, he didn't say, listen, you gotta let me finish. I said he said when he was of age, but I don't think he wanted to tell because he don't want to probably get her in trouble. But he said they used to be looking for Diana Ross and she over this boy house and stuff like that. He said, but it was when Mike was of age. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say that it was when he was little. But to me, I think as in love with her as he was acting to me, she did something, in my opinion.
Everybody talking now. Everybody talking. Just like this time. Everybody want to come out and reveal stuff. And, oh, goodness. I'm not saying. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, everybody talking now.
She just seemed a little creepy to me. I'm just saying.
But he could have had it. It could have been a strong crush that he had on her.
Look how she stole that part from Stephanie Mills. And she was a grown lady.
Wait, hold up. I see people talking about, hold on. Y'all gonna leave because Diana Ross remind me of my mama too much.
Girl, stop these people you don't know though.
You got these young people. Yeah, and it's good. I knew them as entertainers. That's all. I'm getting tired of this. Ever since the dang on Dreamgirls movie came out, you got these people feeling like they could just like straight up disrespect Diana Ross. No, she was not perfect. And people got to remember when she came to Motown, when she was a kid herself.
She slept her way to the. She wasn't a kid enough not to know to sleep her way to the top. And my mom told me that she was a slut puppy. She said, she slept her way into her position. Basically, my mother told me that.
My mother admired, well, my mother didn't like her playing Dorothy, no, but she didn't. Look, this is what I learned. I know there's new narratives now. I remember learning that Michael said he would not do the movie if Diana wasn't with him, in there with him.
They said it was the other way around. They said
that's what they're saying now. That's what they're saying now. It's everything's different now because they got to find a way to come after every man. I'm telling you. I remember initially learning years ago that Michael said that he didn't want to be in the movie. He wanted Diana in there with him so bad.
I bet.
Of course, Stephanie Mills was better for the part. Of course, we know that. My mama used to say that. We know that. But come on, y'all don't get mad, you know. And I think Diana Ross, I seen a video recently where, and I see everybody in the comments talking about Diana. Leave her alone. She the boss. Leave Diana Ross alone.
No, she is not the boss. I do not like that lady.
Leave Diana Ross alone. I don't know. I don't know. He was perfect for the Scarecrow. You can't doubt that. And he wanted to be. Why would I doubt that? Why would I doubt that? He was straight crushing on Diana Ross in an interview with Jet. You know. Well, that's
it ain't a crush if she's spending the night over his house.
I just noticed rumors. They show enough change over the years. I know that. It's just the way things, word of mouth. You know, now all of a sudden, certain people, Richard Pryor, let them tell it is gay because he done some little freaky stuff. So now we're supposed to accept that Richard Pryor was gay, and let them tell it.
He did. If he did what he said he did, then he did. You know,
if we were to go into a lot of the baby, them silent, especially them late silent generation people. Especially were involved in Hollywood, you would be shocked how many of them didn't participate. I'm not saying it's right. But you would be shocked, especially them ones who got involved with the drugs, the sex, drugs, rock and roll, and counterculture. You would, if we were to, he never, there was nothing about him that came off. You know, I could even understand them insinuating that with Paul Mooney. And I even had to explain that with Paul Mooney. But there was nothing about Richard Pryor that came off.
Did he say he let a man perform fellatio? Listen, did he say he let a man perform fellatio on him?
I don't want to talk too much because, you know, other people in the room that are might be able to hear me that's young.
But she.
No. But the thing is, okay, there may have been some things that they did. I'm just saying this whole idea, he's gay and he's attracted to men.
What if he was attracted to men? He could have been bi.
Or it could have been just freaky and on some damn drugs.
Well, freaky is bi.
And not giving a damn in the moment or caught up in the moment and not giving a damn but let me not.
You going hard for this.
I'm tired of this messiness. We got real people that need to be exposed. I'm not trying to, and I'm gonna tell you this. Like, what proof is there that Sherman Hemsley, George Jefferson? What proof? They saying Malcolm X. They saying, I'm getting tired of this. What proof? What proof is? I remember. Nobody remembers this but me. I guess Sherman Hemsley was dating that one chick at one point. I remember my mama had the tabloids. She was on the show Fame. I don't know if she was mixed. I think she was on the show Fame.
She was 19, right? She was 19 years old. I saw it in the Stars.
Okay, it wasn't just me then. I knew I remember in my memory my mama having them tabloids. Sherman Hemsley. I've been trying to find that.
Yeah. She had short hair. It was on that
Are you talking about that white woman? You talking about that white woman? You talking
No, a black girl. It was a young, light-skinned black girl.
his wife. You talking about Richard Pryor, ain't you? And I'm gonna tell you, Jennifer Leach, as I call her, Jennifer Leach. I've done videos on that woman. Okay, I've done videos. Yeah, but I'm telling you, what I'm saying is there are people who have taken that. Now I'm talking even our people and tried to run with it, saying that he was prostituting for. There have been people. I'm telling you, I know how things can become. Just like I was saying with the whole Oprah Mandela effect, how things can become new history or new narratives on people. I've seen how things can become where I'm telling you, give it 5 years. Donna Ross, a total pedo. Give it 5 years. Give it 5 years. But the thing is, okay, it could be true. They said Rudy Ray Moore. It could be true. But who was the partner? Why is when these people are deceased, okay? When these people are deceased, yeah, but this what I'm saying. And it's like, okay, well, who's the partners or I ain't saying that could be true. That's what I'm saying. So why are we even like it's a certainty? Like you'll see these videos. Like, okay, there's somebody I know. They ain't got no proof. They had a video. It was an AI bot video talking about celebrity, and I noticed they was black. Last night you didn't know we're gay, and they had Eddie Kendricks of the Temptations. What is the proof of that? My mama had a crush on Eddie Kendricks, a hard crush on him. She'd hate to hear that if she was like, "Where's the proof?"
They said Queen Latifah got HIV, and they said the mother from Moesha got HIV. It was an AI video. They said celebrities that you didn't know who has HIV, and they put the mother from Moesha, which she's an advocate for HIV. So I guess they saying she got it, and they said Queen Latifah, who's been lesbian all her life.
Now I'll take the L on Queen Latifah. But I used to get offended. Okay, because you gotta understand, I'm a person.
You mean an L for a lesbian?
No. Well, okay, well, double entendre. But because I was defending certain people, certain female rappers. I was just so mad at them being so quick to jump.
MC Light looks a little studdish. All my life I thought
I would get so offended when they were saying she was, because you got to understand, I am what they used to call, or I used to be what they used to call a tomboy, right? So there are people who have think of the movie Mean Girls, okay? And I hate when people be jumping to these dang on assumptions. Sometimes, like I was even saying in the case of Paul Mooney, I don't believe he was gay. No, I don't.
But with Mean Girls was Janet.
People who they grew up around, if you read his biography, there are some people where they grew up around women, or they grew, like in my case, having 4 brothers and stuff. And yes, trying to take on, and you can't really help. You know what I'm saying? My sister did not play with me as I needed a sister to play with me, but my brothers did. You know what I'm saying? So I was a kid doing rough things like playing karate choppers and sword fights, and I love WWF, and I watch sports with him. You understand what I'm saying? So I was like, so when MC Light, and I kind of saw myself vicariously as a teenager through MC Light. So when they would be calling, I couldn't help but get offended, because also a lot of female rappers, and I used to also rap, we kind of felt we had to be taken seriously. A lot of, female rappers, we felt we had to be kind of come off what some might say butch, or a little, to be taken seriously as an MC, or so that we're not put in a category. Because I didn't, of course, you don't want to be seen like Latrim, the cars that go. Now the thing with Salt and even with Salt and Pepper, at least Salt and Pepper, they could be more girly like, you know. But even with them, they even like get up, everybody get. They even had to kind of put on a little bit of a tough persona because rapping was very male dominated. Now you had Sha Rock and you had those who, but it was very so. A lot of times the female,
Roxanne Shante was feminine.
yeah, yeah. But remember though, she was responding as a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
she was, you know, Roxanne Shante, she
And
was
she was a little girl too, right? Like
like, she was a little girl, and she was responding as the girlfriend or the girl he was trying to holler at, Roxanne. So that kind of made it a little easier for her to be. But a lot, especially around the time when you now got Big Daddy K, you got, you know what I'm saying? These straight up MCs, you know, and I used to rap and stuff. So you kind of felt like you had to come off a little, you know what I'm saying, to be taken serious. You didn't want to, I know because I used to rap, you didn't want to be taken as, oh, she's a girl rapper. There's a rapper and then the girl rapper. You didn't want to be like the Vanity Six in hip hop. You ain't want to be like a Vanity Six in hip hop. So,
what do you think about Missy?
oh, see, I loved when Missy came along because Missy, I feel that she was able to tap, even though she ain't the best rapper, because she was really wanted to be a singer more so.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, being her size, they felt that she'd do better as a rapper. But what I liked with Missy is that she tapped into that goofiness. Missy is able to tap into that black girl, how we kind of really are, the crazy, I break up with him before he
Fun.
done.
She's really fun.
Right. She the fun of being a female without having, you know what I'm saying? We could be. Now I remember Lil Kim. I had to like. I was like, I thought that. Yeah, I was like, oh, sisters, she gonna get clowned or something because we ain't supposed to be talking like that bold. Now, don't get me wrong. You had hoes with attitudes. You had who was that female? You had Smooth. You had Choice. You had Old Town 357. But Lil Kim, she like rapping, talking about yeast. I was like, okay, I really thought she was, but come to find out there was an audience, a female audience for Lil Kim. But I thought, yeah, that was going in it. No, I know they were not a, what I'm saying is, no, Vanity Six is not a hip hop group. What I'm saying is, okay, like for instance, you got Prince and the guys, Morris Day, the Tile, all these guys are taken seriously as musicians. Whereas Vanity Six, Apollonia Six, they're like, you know, proteges, like they're sex
I
kids.
like Sheila E. better than Vanity.
Oh, I like, well, yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
She played the drums.
She was a musician. She was straight musician.
That's what I like.
She wasn't even really trying to sing. Prince was like, Prince saw the potential as a singer in any woman.
Oh Lord.
He was such a, yeah, it was interesting with Sheila E. She was like, I don't sing. But she go way back with George Duke, the Dookie stick.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Remember Reach For It? Hey, yeah, she was with George Duke, so she's been doing her thing in music for a minute. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, when I say I don't want to be seen like a Vanity Six, like when I was trying to rap, you don't want to, you know, because really, that's the thing. Girl rappers, they were seen as girl rappers. Now we see them as rappers. And if the crazy thing now, female rappers now get more and more popular. Yeah. And more popular than the male rappers. Well, if rap, I don't know if anybody paying attention, but back then you were still kind of seen as a girl rapper, almost like an accessory. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, that's the thing. You wanted to be taken seriously. So some of us felt like we kind of had to, you know what I'm saying, be a little. And I saw myself, now me, I was just a little faster being in Chicago. I guess that's just the way we flow. But I still saw myself kind of vicariously through MC Light. So when people were calling her Butch and you know, I was kind of offended. Like, why she gotta be? Why she gotta? And so, of course, automatically, when I started hearing that towards Queen Latifah, I kind of was the same way. Like, why it gotta be that? Why is she gotta be? But then after watching set it off, I was like, okay, she is kissing that woman. She's playing this part.
He's not acting.
Yeah, she's doing this a little too with the girl. Like,
What happened? I heard you was defending Drake burning Michael Jackson's glove.
gosh,
Oh
no,
heck
I do
no.
not defend. I'm just, I don't know what to believe with this whole thing with Drake versus everybody now. Yeah, because my husband, oh gosh, he told me, I was like, oh, he's listening to Godfrey, and he's like, my husband told me Drake go too far, and I'm like, what now? What is like? Okay, and I know Zero TV told me that he he did something like burn Michael Jackson's blood. I haven't looked into it yet. My husband had some of Godfrey playing. It's like I'm not really trying to. I don't want to talk about Drake. It's enough people talking about him. Why must I talk about? I'm not talking about wheelchair Jimmy. He was wheelchair Jimmy and
Degrassi.
It was really sad, and it was really sad when they were shooting at him, and I was hoping it was like Ricky, and you know,
I hope they caught him.
the bullet caught him. He ended up being paralyzed in the wheelchair. He's still going to be wheelchair Jimmy.
Oh Lord have mercy.
I'm not. Look, if he's doing it,
So you defending a boy who got a BBL. Like ill, he ill. I don't like him.
I don't understand.
No.
I don't even. Ain't nobody. No, I did not say that. I don't know. I just don't believe. It just seems scripted to me. Why would he do that? I don't understand. Why would he? What? But now I heard some. It was shared to my husband that him, I guess, surpassing Michael Jackson in something. What is it? But you know, anybody can when it comes to strength. This is today. Come on now.
Yeah. They got all these streaming ways.
I mean, you know, Drake can't touch Michael Jackson, so I ain't even sweating it. But you know, Run DMC, remember, it's not Michael Jackson, and this is not. Hold on, let me show y'all. I know. It's like I'm making excuses. Hold on.
Where's the Zor at?
But okay, in all fairness, Michael Jackson was still alive. Yeah, let's, you know. I remember this. We also had MC Hammer took a little jack. I'm just saying. I'm just. Of course, I ain't cool with him disrespecting Michael Jackson. I wasn't cool really with anybody.
Coming for the king.
It just don't make sense to me. Why would he feel the need? So that's telling me these are some publicity stunts. Of course, I don't approve of that. Hold on. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. So y'all cover that Drake. Hold on. Wait,
BBL Drizzy.
Wait, where's the part? I'm the king of what part was it? At? Yeah, they were getting that MTV era. Okay. Wait, damn. What part is it?
Lashid, you can't come to the cookout no more.
Okay, wait, hold on. Here we go. There we go. What y'all got? Remember this? Remember this? Hold on. Y'all weren't saying nothing then. Some of y'all wanna hold on.
So I said we're getting Miller. This don't one chiller. It's not Michael Jackson, and this is not Thriller. It's one.
See, I'm old enough to remember. You know?
Tiny.
Didn't Run DMC kind of do something similar? Didn't Run DMC?
We're getting Miller.
Not Michael Jackson, and this is not Thriller. And we still
I was watching Fraggle Rock. I didn't care about that.
We still love Michael Jackson, and we still love Run DMC. Oh yeah, didn't hold on. MC Hammer.
You are defending him. Oh, heck no. I know you in there making potato salad with raisins
I'm not
now.
defending Run DMC. I'm just pointing something out.
Oh,
I'm just. Oh yeah, but MC. Well, Michael Jackson told Hammer, he was like, no, keep in the or something like that. He said.
He lucky Michael Jackson ain't by his catalog. These people want to play.
Well, Hammer, he knew not to go. He know not to go. He didn't go as far like see Eminem. He is not a part of the cookout to even think he could diss Michael Jackson.
He the Elvis.
Wait. What was the video? But he was like almost he wasn't dissing him like that. He was kind of making it like he kind of, this new era dance. He was kind of but Michael Jackson wasn't offended. In fact, Michael Jackson told him to keep this one part in the video. I'm just saying, with this whole thing, oh gosh, no!
What happened?
Hello, Zora. He about to go off on me.
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
What's up, nephew?
Thank you.
So I'm not about to go off on anyone. When have I ever? But I do find it interesting that you used to scream about how you were the only one defending Michael Jackson, which you weren't. You were not. You
Yep.
absolutely were not. But here, this man who bought the Michael Jackson glove some years ago, right? This is the real glove. And this isn't the first time he's done this. He bought Pharrell's jewelry
Oh, he
and
did.
melted that
Wait,
shit
you said he
down.
brought. Whoa. See, you
Yeah.
got.
So he's a troll.
Now hold on. You don't wait a minute. I know you
Hold
want to windmill for Drake. Hold on one more second.
on.
Because he would do this to
Let me get it clear. Are you sure he bought Michael Jackson's?
yes. Lafitte, I do better research than you. Absolutely.
They allow
So
him to do that?
these type of topics, you do research for when it's about religion, you don't play about that. So you're gonna do some thorough research. But when it's about pop stars and stuff like that, you do it on the fly. It's not the same. But yes, he purchases memorabilia, like with Pharrell, he got his jewelry, right? And melted it down and then started busting shots at Pharrell. So this is what Drake does.
Wow.
This is his personality. He
Let
is
me-
not Wheelchair Jimmy. That was a television show from 25 years ago. You need to let that go because that's not who that man is.
Let me see this. I
So
got.
what did Pharrell do that
I
he
mean,
did this?
like seriously, this guy is very disrespectful. He's under this impression that because he's matched, I can't even say he matched hits because it's not the same thing. It's not the same type of metrics. We don't measure albums the way we used to.
I'm looking this up right now. Drake reportedly the AI overview, but I don't know how trustworthy. Drake reportedly purchased one of Michael's iconic crystal-studded gloves at an auction for roughly $123,000. So one of the gloves that he wore. Wow.
Yeah, my
So
God.
okay.
He had a bunch of those.
So he actually Drake is keeping the Michael. Okay, this is something on Facebook. Drake shares another image of iconic. What? Okay, so what did he do exactly? Like, I mean,
well, it's been this on and off, homage / disrespect when it comes down to Michael Jackson with Drake.
why though? I don't get it.
Because he's disrespectful to she.
He's a troll.
You're trying to find a way to
It's
shield him. He's a disrespectful individual. Some people are built like that.
Do you think that some of this might be scripted? Because it just
No.
doesn't make sense. It don't make.
No.
I don't understand it. Michael is not one of his peers. He's not alive. He's not in competition with Michael. So it don't make sense to me. I don't
You want
understand.
to be seen as
Because he
greater.
believes, based off of his inflated success, that he should be respected higher in the black community. When people think about great black artists, nobody thinks about Drake. And that has nothing to do with him being biracial. We've had multiple. When we think of great black artists, we think of Mariah Carey, even though, you can say racially she's more ambiguous looking. But the bottom line is this. We will never think of Drake as a great black artist. That's just what it is. Hold on one second.
Hey, all right. But I'm gonna say this while you're muted. Okay,
Let's see.
let's say No. Let's say if we didn't know, okay, because you gotta understand, I ain't know about all that. I mean, I heard some stuff, and I remember the information was pretty. I don't even know about all that because you gotta understand, it's just hitting me, and it just don't make sense to me. I don't even understand it. With Michael Jackson not being up here, with that, what would it?
It antagonizes Black Americans. Just like when he used the AI voice of Tupac. See, you don't really know you're not really tapped in.
Do you think that this might be a part of some bigger agenda
No,
to get us
I
to
think this is a part of Drake's
speak
ego.
with foreigners, foreign Black people,
No,
mixed with Black?
no. I don't have an impulse to yell at people who are
It
of the
don't make
Black diaspora from different countries.
it don't make sense that you would do that. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe
I've
he's
just
just a
explained to you why it
troll.
makes
And you
sense.
do remember I did speak on against him having. Now the thing that disappointed me was when I found out he, like Hell's Angels was, I had to talk about the background, hoping that he knows the background of the Hell's Angels. They're
This
race.
man is 40.
Huh?
This man is 40. He's not a child. So it's like this notion that he needs someone to explain. He knows what he's dealing with and who he's dealing with.
All I'm saying is, this is what I don't know. I just feel like I don't know.
You just feel that he's wheelchair Jimmy and he needs to be protected. This is a
Um,
40-year-old man who's put money on people's heads. He do a little petty shit. Like Drake is not he is not the person that I would be windmilling for. And you're windmilling, head down, missing every shot. Like
you ain't see me do no video like I would with Michael Jackson. You ain't see me do nothing like that.
I
I'm
didn't see you do
doing,
any Michael Jackson videos.
huh?
I didn't see any Michael Jackson videos.
Oh, what you talking about with this Drake and Michael? I'm not following that. I don't.
Not specifically with Drake, even with some of these, with the new quote
I,
unquote allegations and them using
I
Photoshop to
can't
make
no more.
pictures and stuff.
I can't no more. Do you know? Short. No, you don't remember. See, you don't know.
she do defend Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I'm
She really do go
tired.
hard. She do.
Those who
She
know as
do,
far
I
back
mean.
now, Shorty, you don't even know before with the message forms. I've gotten. Well, I just can't no more. I was so glad though. After the whole leaving Neverland, I was so glad that people finally stepped up. Because I'm telling you, years ago, when I was in the message forums and early in the days in YouTube, I was technically like alone. I really was. People was making mockery of, and I'm talking even before he passed. People
You
were
don't
making
do enough research for
mockery
me to
of
believe
me.
that to be true. You do not do enough research, and I know that's not true. There are multiple. Michael Jackson had an enormous fan base all throughout the world,
So
and they are very active on social
you have
media.
more information. I've been in social media for years, dropping information that a lot of people did not know or did not even look into or just didn't know about. There's more information now. Now that there's more information in social media, and that's another thing that people got to
So where'd
understand.
you find your information?
Trust me, it started. I found my information. Trust me, I had a lot of sources. It started
Okay,
with well, it went back to an article. Well, what got me first interested, going back to what was it, 1994? It started with a GQ article that was like 11 pages long. And
you talk
from
about the Marine Orth article.
no, it was Michael Jackson frame. That's what first got me into. So it just started with a magazine article. And I found myself getting more into Dick Gregory. And then from there with the publications, I started it's not so much into Michael Jackson's biography, but more specifically with the Chandlers. Now, yes, you came along and presented more information, even more so than even I had discovered. But at that time, the information that I had access to, because you didn't even, I was presenting stuff even before we had Google, really. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's the truth. I'm
Wait,
talking
where were you If we didn't have
about,
Google, where were you presenting this information?
it was information shared with me. This is a while ago. This is a
But
while ago.
where were you presenting this information? If they didn't have
Where
Google, they didn't have.
I was in it started with the message forums and then eventually YouTube. Trust me. And there
Okay, you got to understand. I was in the internet too.
There happened to be a woman. Juicy Fruity. She's the only person, and maybe Garwin, if he's still here, who still remembers what I'm talking about. there used to be a woman who actually knew the Jackson family, who was in the message forums with her, and she
Mhm.
didn't. Her name, okay. See, I can't remember her, but she went by the name Slow Wine. But she passed away. She went by the name, I can't remember the real name. That was years ago. Slow Wine was, hold on, what she went by. But Juicy Fruity, you know what? She actually knew the Jackson family, was actually even in a documentary with them. But she used to post amongst us. And I used to get really irritated with her because she, even though she knew the Jackson family, she would not, and she didn't believe that. It was almost like she was trying to deter me from defending. Yeah, we were with real people back then. There were people, I was talking with real people in the industry. Yes, yeah, back then, yeah, like for instance, how did I know about Haitian Jack back in the connection with Tupac and certain people?
Wait a minute, that's a completely different situation.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is most of the people in the internet did not. I mean, and you know, who weren't a part of, and I'm not a part of the industry. Most of the people did not know about Tupac. So a lot of this stuff that they're coming out with now, like for instance, certain people who were,
Man, I've heard the name Haitian Jack since the
Tupac.
2000s.
Yeah, see, that's no, okay.
Since the 2000s.
You're saying that. Wasn't nobody up in here. You see, now people are talking about and mentioning certain names back then. I'm not saying you might have.
There was a lot of articles. There's been so many books about that.
In general, no. And
there have been.
Well, then that
Like,
means that people. That means, Azor, that people. If what you're saying is true, then that means that people were pretending not to know, or they were, because I'm telling you, when I was presenting, and that's what's tripping me out. Like, oh, okay, now we can talk about this. When I was presenting certain information, like on Michael Jackson, bringing up certain names, they were mocking me. So this tells me, this is like, and even this person who was who knew Michael Jackson's family, was from Gary, was in a documentary with him, and she used to, where's Juicy Fruity at? She knows what I'm talking about. And I didn't like that one. I heard that she passed away. She had diabetes. She was an older woman. But I didn't understand, why are you, if you are a fan, if you love Michael Jackson family, wouldn't you want to know the truth about certain things? So this tells me, and I mean, I'm glad that you're saying this, because this kind of confirms what I'm saying. So
it sort of depends on how you frame the information you're sharing.
No. That tells me that they knew that I was not bullshitting, and that people purposely did not, and that maybe even going as far back as the message forms, there might have even been plants up in there who purposely wanted me to stay silent about certain things. That's what it's telling me. But all I gotta say is, when the whole leaving, that's really something to consider. I didn't think about it like that back then. But why? Okay, like for instance, when I was talking about Bohemian Grove and things going on, and there was I noticed that certain these people happen to be parts of sororities, and and be bragging about it. And now when I really think about it, that's why they were giving me a hard time. They didn't want me to talk about this stuff. Now it's just like things that we were talking about, like for instance with the Epstein, that we were talking about years ago. You remember Shorty Womp Womp? They would come in my damn channel giving me strikes and stuff. Things that we were like with the pizza GATE, they were coming, but now all of a sudden everybody can talk about these things. Oh, maybe this did happen. Oh, maybe there was I showed an article with the guy with Comet Pizza talking about that there was a basement at Comet Pizza. Well, that's a whole nother thing. But now all of a sudden, oh, we can talk about these things. Now we can, so you gotta understand, I've gotten to a point where it's like, you know what I'm saying? When you've been, I'm not saying I'm afraid to talk, but just like, for instance, with the Bill Cosby, I was digging, going to, and certain sites are no longer, certain things, you know what I'm saying? They're no longer, like you have the Panache Report. There are certain sites, certain books, certain publications. I go now, they've been removed from Google. But all I gotta say is, when The Leaving Neverland came out, and I was like, oh gosh, I can't believe, 10 years from his death, and I can't believe this shit is starting again. And I I was just glad that now I saw that people were quick to debunk, even putting out documentaries. It was not like that. Definitely not when he was still alive. And even after, yeah, and then what tripped me out, people who were coming at me and yeah, they wanted to believe the worst about Michael. Oh, when he died, now all of a sudden, oh, my favorite Michael. And that's why I did a video years back. I think I still got it on this channel, Phony Michael Jackson fans. I did a video years back because I think of the hard time that they gave me. They used to be mocking me, putting tinfoil, showing images of a person with a tinfoil cap. I'm a conspiracy nut. I'm a this, and
And
that.
that goes back to what I was saying. It depends on how you defend, Michael Jackson. Maybe the style that you were using was a little bit, I don't know, unorthodox. And
I
maybe that was the way, that was the reason why people weren't too, receptive to it. They didn't like the way that
just
you
like how
framed it.
you have your more recent videos, that's how I was doing. No, I wasn't. Not in, of course, not in the message forms, but seriously, that's one thing I used to definitely present receipts. I used to definitely trust me. You get to a certain point up in here, you best. I'm telling you. Now, yeah, you ended up presenting some information. I was like, oh well, I didn't know that. Like for instance, the Scientology connection and all of that. I didn't with the Chandlers. Like that I was absolutely not aware of. Or maybe I just wasn't focusing on that, even if I did come across that information. Now, yeah, you were able to present more information, but I'm telling you, so yeah, eventually I was glad that I didn't have to come up in here and I don't think I would have had the energy. Just and see, like for instance, when Prince died, they were all at the message forum wanting me to say something weird because they knew I was a big fan of Prince. And I was like, no. So what I did, I created this little image here that hold on. This avatar image here.
Yeah.
Oops. Wait, what? Oh, that's not me. Let me turn off my camera. I created this, but in purple. And and I just because I was like, no, I'm not gonna give my opinion. But then I eventually just uploaded on this channel and it got a lot of views. I still got it on this channel, although I think it's privatized with Dick Gregory and just what he had to say. And I just left it at that. But it was like, no, I'm not gonna. They was expecting me to do all, and plus I was so upset over with Prince that I couldn't talk about it. Remember Kimberly Frazier wanted me to do. You remember that Shorty Womp Womp? Because
Yeah.
and she wanted me to do a music, she I had certain music, she wanted me to do the music tribute with her. And really she had to kind of talk me into that because, and even before I did that, I was crying. Because now Prince, I still can't really listen to. Well, I'm not supposed to be listening to no more, but Prince, that had me very upset that I couldn't even talk about that. And again, I felt like, you know what? Ain't nobody gonna hear me anyway. Nobody's gonna hear me on that anyway. They want to believe that he died of a drug overdose. Okay. So I was like, yeah. So I was glad that you got Nicole Speaks. I was so glad that Michael Jackson's niece and nephew, they went to her instead of, since the mainstream media would not. But I'm telling you, it's so now you're not gonna find me just like I had my 10-part series on Bill Cosby, and I was presenting, what I'm talking about, Shorty. I'm sure I was presenting very detailed information on these accusers, the first couple of accusers. I'm not going to be so quick to do that now. I just fallen back, also, I considered when a brother told me that, I need to kind of chill, and I took what he said into consideration because he did still, like what he put it. You remember that one brother, he was like, he used to get on loud screens, but he had told me to I need to stop doing the Bill Cosby, all the videos in his defense, because he said, I may be standing in the way of y'all's judgment. Of course, I can't stand in the way of y'all.
Yeah, that's impossible.
But I get what he was saying. What I got the message. I thought about what he said, because even if I don't believe he did these criminal acts, he did still cheat on his wife. So sometimes certain things might be happening to people, or the Most High. Oh, wait, let me take off this picture. The Most High may be causing or allowing certain things to happen to people. You know what I'm saying? And maybe I don't need to be jumping and doing all these videos in defense. And plus, it was just, you gotta understand, I was getting stressed out. And then you gotta understand, just for the very same people, and my husband knows at my college. I had my friends who wouldn't, my own brother, I end up arguing with because he wasn't hearing me and what I was saying on Michael, and especially when I
Speaking
started.
of Michael, just to do a quick, pivot. This whole Michael Jackson movie situation, what upsets me the most about your analysis is even though this movie is called Michael, you're like, Joe Jackson this and Joe Jackson. This is not the Joe Jackson movie. Okay, we don't need a Joe Jackson movie.
I still disapprove.
I
You're not gonna get me on
hold
that.
on. They didn't even bring up the fact that Joe Jackson has children, plural, outside of his marriage.
And they
They
should,
really went easy on Joe Jackson.
and they shouldn't.
No,
Well,
well, no, 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 no. If we're doing a movie,
They
aren't we supposed
focusing
to
on
tell the
Michael.
truth? So at the
but
end of the
no, but
day,
it was the truth that John Bronca cared more about him than he's sitting watching him as he's
John
birthing.
Bronca barely had lines in that movie. Like this wasn't the John Bronca movie either. Like
According to the movie, he cared more about him, Michael Jackson, than his daddy.
I didn't get that impression. The impression that I got from Joe Jackson in the movie was he was a flawed man. There was a lot of stuff they had to cut. You got to
Yeah,
bear in mind the movie went through post production and it was awful. They had a couple of scenes with Joe Jackson working at the steel mill, them not having a lot of money. Like they were trying to somewhat humanize him, but since they had to do a radical change in the movie, just radical, they had to cut out so much stuff. We kind of got what we got. That's why there's certain parts of the movie that kind of defies the timeline a little bit.
Mhm.
But the real focus was understanding Michael. And none of your analyses, you don't even bring up Jafar's performance. And he's the star.
I think he did a great job. I think he did an excellent job.
You were more focused on, it's attacking a black father. My father was nothing like Joe Jackson,
It
and neither
wasn't
was
just that.
his
It wasn't
father.
just that. It wasn't just that. It's
Okay, so Joe Jackson does not represent the black father. Joe
don't
Jackson
give me.
represented Joe Jackson.
Okay, see, you got to understand. It's not just about that. It's not just about that. It's about who I think is really making money from this, who is really behind this. And Joe Jackson is just this is just the way that Joe Jackson was depicted. That's just a sign of. It's
But
about
maybe Joe Jackson was trash, so he was depicted as trash.
those who are controlling the estate and those who I believe are making money, even though I believe that they had something to do with Michael Jackson's death. That's what it's about. And of course, they're going to have the father depicted. And for them to have John Bronca, almost like he's the person who kind of rescued him from his daddy. And then they had when Michael Jackson get all that Joe Jackson cared about, will he be able to perform again? But then they cut to John Bronca. He's looking through the glass, looking at Michael with endearing eyes. Now I don't know about this part two, what they're going to bring there, but like I said, John Bronca was fired by Michael Jackson. Supposedly, the claim is that Michael hired him back days before he died. No, that's bullshit. And so I mean that
But
see,
that's apples and oranges, Lasheen.
make my videos because I was definitely around the time with the whole. This was the last thing I was going to do on Michael Jackson. My computer crashed and all the whole thing with Tommy and all of that happened. So I took it as a sign from the Most High. I lost all the information I had on that. One of the last videos I was going to do for my channel was and it was definitely after. Yeah, the whole thing. Well, this was actually years after the whole thing with the kidnapping of Katherine Jackson, supposedly. I was going to do something really on John Bronca and John McClane. I was really going to do. I had all the information gathered and everything. And I had started on it and everything. Had it in my Vegas, but I lost all of that. When my computer crashed after me losing my channel. So yeah, because I know I could if I probably really wanted to, but see, a lot has been removed from the internet. I'm telling you, a lot has been, because the information I had, I don't know if I'd be able to gather it again, but I'm pretty sure if I did enough digging. And that's the thing. We used to, I noticed that they're scrubbing the internet clean now. We used to have more access in Google Books. I used to have access to Hoover Books, JSTOR, a lot of sites. You remember the Panache reports? You remember Black Mind Assassins? You remember a lot of these sites that are no longer where they would also share information. Of course, there are certain channels that are no longer Black Child and all of that. So I'm just saying, you can't help but after a while, like what happened. See, that's another thing too. We could say, oh, well, Nicole Speaks. She used to adamantly defend Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby. But if you notice, she ain't really been talking as much. You know why? Because they came at her.
Well,
They
no, she's very active on Twitter. I see her all the time.
okay, well,
See her
double.
all the time.
Well, that's good. I hope that. Let me see. What was
See
it?
how quick you was about to make an absolute like statement about her not doing something. She's active.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point. Okay. Okay, she's active. That's good. But what I'm saying is I know that they did still come at her in YouTube
Sure.
where she was receiving more revenue. Now, if she's able to still keep going, that's good. But as for me, you know, because with me, this goes way back. This goes way back to like 2001, 2002. And when you have a lot of people giving you this resistance, but then years
I'm
later,
kind of glad that Leaving Neverland thing happened. I'm looking at it from a different perspective because what it did do was it made people really focus on the allegations in a more modern sense and not necessarily just get emotional, because when we looked at Jordan Chandler and Gavin Arvizo, especially Gavin, you had a kid who just survived cancer. It's a really sad story when you think about children being attacked and raped naturally. But when you have a 40-something-year-old bald and white man coming up with some story about a dead black man, it starts to make you wonder, like, what if all of this is bullshit? And then when you really do research on the Michael Jackson case, what you come away with is Michael Jackson. I think Michael Jackson was a little neurodivergent, to be quite honest with you. And the way that he established relationships definitely weren't very healthy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that something sexually perverse was happening. It gave me the impression that they were trying to take advantage of him. And
but
in the
why?
case of the Chandlers, they were successful, and the Alvizos weren't successful. And then they did what they did.
You would have thought that they were. No, they weren't successful in court. But I remember how people's reactions were. I remember how people's reactions were. And
To the
not even,
Alvizos,
yeah, even with the Arvizos, they still, uh, but even when you look at the case, the Chandler case, with the information
I
that
mean,
I
yeah,
was
of course.
presenting,
But people didn't know that. They
why
didn't know
was
that.
that seen as no? They, I'm telling you, I was presenting information.
You are one person on the internet. Okay, so there's a big world out there, and a lot of people they may not even speak your language. So it's like you can't assume that people are going to come across
I'm
the
saying
information.
with my experience, but no, if you are, these are intelligent people, supposedly many of them college grads and all that. Let them tell it, okay? And I'm presenting information, not just my opinion. I'm presenting information for them to look at, for them to consider. Information about Jordan Chandler,
Sure.
sharing with you audio of what he said. Like, damn. So, so I can't help but be convinced that y'all want to believe this, or you just want me to shut the hell up.
I think most people fall, especially early
Why?
on, especially when Michael was alive. I think people fell somewhere in the middle because he did a lot of things to himself, with the cosmetic surgery that made people not relate to him as a person on a human level. And you can say that's messed up, but that still happened. So because there was this bizarre personal life, when you add this new element of being a pedophile, it doesn't come off as completely impossible. It becomes feasible because of all of the other things associated with him. So I'm not saying that's fair or right, but the general public are going to probably fall somewhere in the middle. So they're like, you know what, I like his music, but he was weird.
And
That's what the general public thought for a while.
but see, this ain't even, when it's my own people, okay. Yeah, and not even trying to, because they're so hung up on, well, he bleached his skin
Sure
or
did.
whatever his, yeah, we could talk about,
And he had those white kids. That
yeah,
didn't help
yeah,
either.
and I think that that's what a
That
lot of
didn't
people
help.
But then I'm gonna tell you, I do now that you mention this, I do think that some of those people, they were. This wasn't. They probably knew that I was right. I do think that some of these people were. Now, when I really think about it, I know you think I'm sounding crazy, but I
You
believe
look
they
at
were
here.
plants who wanted me to be silent. Okay, when you have a so-called black woman, well, she may have been mixed, but I'm not talking about Miss G. But there was this one female, and we were kind of cool. But I remember she was like, "Oh, if you're thinking a bunch of guys getting drunk at Bohemian, that's all that they do at Bohemian Grove, and you think that is something." And the thing is, I got a question now. No, I don't. I'm not at Bohemian Grove. But the thing is, why would a black woman be adamant to try to silence me on even questioning weird things that may go on at Bohemian Grove? Why was that's kind of weird? When I don't know. She was like, if you think a bunch of guys getting together and getting drunk, you think that's a yeah, just something. It's list stuff like that, responses like that. That was kind of weird to me. And you got to understand at the time, like for instance, BET.com, that was the largest forum. So we would sometimes even have, like people like Star Jones and people like that come up in there. But and then there was AOL Black Voices, and we didn't have a lot of
What
these,
makes you think they don't do it now?
huh?
What makes you think they don't do it now?
I don't know. They could be. Well, we see many of them coming up in here now. But I'm just
Exactly. These celebrities are
yeah,
bored, don't got nothing going on.
they want to be. They want. I think this is what they would prefer to do. I think they want to take the place of a lot of people up in here. But yeah, but yeah. So what I'm saying is being that we didn't even have all these other sites. So especially for black people, so they would all come to BET.com. They would all come. So we were getting the discussions where massive black people were seeing and witnessing and participating in these discussions, being that we didn't have as many social media sites at that time. You know what I'm saying? So the messages were kind of centralized then. And I do believe that to a degree social media has been used as a spying tool. And so I do believe that there were people, now that I really think about it, they wanted me to shut up about it. It wasn't the time. Oh, we can talk about, he's dead now. He's no longer a threat. So yeah, I guess now we can, now we can debunk Leaving Neverland. He's dead now. He's no longer a threat. So
Well, I'm not saying Michael Jackson had it coming, but at the end of the day, he had access to a lot of money. He had access to, you know, silver star quality healthcare if he wanted it. Hell, platinum star. But what Michael wanted was a Dr. Feelgood. And that was his problem. He wanted somebody that he could use their license, their medical license, to get him things that he wasn't supposed to have.
oh my
Now,
gosh.
that is the bottom line.
Word.
That is the bottom line. I'm not
Okay.
saying the
And
man didn't
I'm gonna
have
drop
insomnia,
the conversation.
but he also had an
I don't
addiction.
wanna I don't wanna get mad. I'm gonna drop. So are you telling me you do believe that he died of an accidental overdose?
I don't know if it was an accident because that was gross malpractice. And then with the doctor getting out of prison so quickly, that does look a little suspicious. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that Michael put himself, much like he did with the Chandlers, in a vulnerable position by walking around kind of dumb. Like
Yeah.
that was very dumb. Like
Well, I mean,
associating with the Chandlers, dumb. Getting with this doctor who's just giving
yeah.
you anesthesia, dumb. Get you a real PCP. They're gonna get you. Michael Jackson's insomnia wasn't greater than any other person's insomnia in the world. Okay, everyone has a there's an actual
But he
medical practice
was
for these
also
things.
rather wise as a businessman, and he realized that. Well, I don't want to go in it because I'm gonna get upset again. I don't want to get upset. I'm gonna get moved. I don't even. That's the thing. I don't even want to talk about this stuff no more because that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't want to because this stuff it is
Just
rape.
stop defending Drake. That's my issue. Stop trying to defend Drake.
This is the thing.
Stop
You
it.
keep thinking
Like,
I'm defending trade. I'm not
seriously, he
defending.
literally burnt
I
Michael's
just
glove.
why are we focusing on him so
He
much?
burnt Michael's glove. As soon as you think about, oh, not like us and attacking Drake, remember he burnt Michael's glove.
Why are we paying attention to be
Just remember.
young. Okay, wait. Okay, he's 40, you say. Why are we even, I mean, I don't know. Maybe because I see him as a kid.
He's
Yeah,
not a kid,
maybe
Lashid.
a
He's
kid.
not a kid. He's not.
He's a
He's
grown
not.
man with a
That's
BBL.
the one thing you gotta let go. You gotta come into the future.
No, I'm
He's not
just
a kid.
saying. I ain't
He
even.
ain't even sorta a
If
kid.
he's comparing himself to Michael on, I'm not even. You think I'm stunting that? I'm not even.
I
Um,
didn't even say that. I
don't
brought up
understand.
the fact that he
I
burned his glove.
understand. I understand with the younger generation why they talking about it. I'm looking more at the what is really. I'm not even looking at Kendrick Lamar and addressing the whole "not like us." I'm
You don't
looking
like
at.
Kendrick Lamar because of his association with Eminem.
I didn't. Well, no, I don't dislike him, but I'd have to question that. I'm not mad. He's with
See,
the.
he didn't burn Michael's
Hold up,
glove, but he's
hold up.
under question.
Hold up. I don't hate Kendrick. The thing is, I do have to kind of question how the hell you got an issue with this ain't even about me attacking Kendrick Lamar, but how would he have an issue with Drake, but he don't have an issue with Eminem or Dr. Dre? If we want to talk about,
He's supposed to hate Dr. Dre for no reason. Because
disrespecting. Okay, if he got an issue with Drake disrespecting Serena Williams or whoever, Dr. Dre ain't no. No, I'm just saying. But I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing against. Look, I'm not on the side. I'm not really. I'm looking at because it ain't even. I think this is bigger than Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Okay, I'm looking. What is really what the
that beef was 2 years ago, by the
I
way.
think no. I think they're not like us. I think there's more to it with that.
Uh-huh.
And I think,
Uh-huh.
if you ask me, I think Kendrick and Drake may be part of the script, but y'all not
I
gonna get
don't think
on that.
so.
So why would I go? Because y'all
The
wouldn't.
problem is you don't know the details because you're under the impression
In
that
this
this is
case,
all
I agree with you. In this case,
yeah.
I agree with
You know like
you.
so
I'm not
when we're
trying to know.
talking about the
I'm
Drake
just
and
looking at that not
Kendrick Lamar.
like performance at the Super Bowl.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's
that's one
very
performance.
ambiguous. I just asked you the things I wanted to know. Just like when I did the thing in the defense of Rashida Strober, I just asked my niece and she listened to Kendrick Lamar. I asked the things I need.
If your doctor told you that, you know what, I only looked at part of this information, but I'm gonna give you a diagnosis, how would you feel?
I'm not addressing it though.
I'm just saying, how would
This,
you feel about
this
that? How would
ain't
you
even
feel
for
about that
my
prognosis?
generation. This ain't even for my generation. However, I
Exactly.
do think this. Okay.
Dog.
I'm
I
just
do
saying.
think. First, hold on. I do think that, and y'all gonna look back at Big Mom because a lot of the stuff that people now listen, oh, maybe there is. Who go with a lot of things, I see now. A lot of stuff we couldn't really talk about years ago. I remember, like for instance, they got this documentary on Nickelodeon, Dan Snyder. You had people up in here talking about this stuff for years. With the in fact, my daughter came to me years ago saying that she was learned that the Dirty Dan, that referencing SpongeBob, I'm Dirty Dan. Like it was kind of a little hint at Dan Snyder. There were people up in here years ago. See, but then when they feel it's safe enough, they don't want us talking about it. But then when they feel okay, just like I heard when JFK was assassinated, I remember people saying that there were a lot of people turning up dead. Anybody who wanted to speak, anybody who could have been a witness. But then when, some years passed, of course, J. Edgar Hoover been gone. And then it was around the mid to late 80s. Then all of a sudden you start seeing documentaries, on, Oliver Stone, and people started, also around the same time, people started talking about Marilyn Monroe's death. But perhaps there was a time when this happened in the mid late 60s that they didn't really want to people couldn't really talk about it like that, even if they knew something, even if they were there, even if they witnessed something. So that's all I'm saying, and I'm definitely seeing this now. A lot of stuff that yet I see the channels gone like Ohio Truthers and but now everybody's talking about it. But I notice it's just these gossipy narratives. It's just like, for instance, now if you see like how it got eventually with the Illuminati videos, where it's just the people now who are talking about these things. It's like I don't know. It's like I say, controlled opposition. It's like,
A lot of
oh
those Illuminati videos was dumb. Let's be honest, they were
no,
dumb.
you did have some people who were really, really just like one. For instance, there was that documentary, "The Secret of America's Beginnings." Yeah, it's long, it's lengthy, but there was more. You could tell more research and time and effort put into it. And eventually, I think that they got people up in here to control the narrative. People who would go as far as, like I said, Lil Wayne's holding a Dorito chip, so he's in the Illuminati. He's part of Bilderberg, and people that's just sounding totally ridiculous. If you ever watch the cartoon, see, yeah, this is the perfect. The cartoon Invaders Zim. I love that cartoon. I kind of slept on it when it first came out. It was after it was canceled that I kind of got up on it. But Dib's character, how you're trying to, like, there's an alien in the classroom, got green skin and all, and yet the people are just too nobody. And then the one other person who do realize, she knows that Zim's an alien, but his sister Gaz, but she's so apathetic where all she care about, oh, Zora dropped off, all she care about is video games. So even though she knows he's a alien, she don't care because it don't matter to her, and she feel that he's too stupid to do anything anyway to destroy the earth. Well, that's how I was feeling. And when you get to that point, no, I didn't say I don't like it, but there are some things with Kendrick, that's just like with Drake. Like, remember he said he want a girl with a Richard Pryor fro, and he have a girl in the video that don't have a Richard Pryor fro, using a different girl's booty, even though Fran disagreed with me on that. It's like when I had did my video in defense of Rashida Stroba, like I just asked my niece and I did my little research through his, I said, did he have lyrics making it? And he can be with whoever the heck he want to be with. That's not the point. But yeah, I understood where Rashida Stroba was coming from. And she never attacked his fiance. She was just calling out the hypocrisy and saying that we should not support it. And if she has a choice, just like he has the choice to be with who he want to be with. And I ain't got nothing against his fiance. Supposedly, when I did my research, he knew her since he was in high school with her. But if you've been making songs and implying the dark of the berry and stuff like that, I can understand Black women feeling a certain ways when it's like if I'm making songs older. Like for instance, Heather Headley, he is, and then you find out her husband's not. I can understand Black men feeling a certain ways, and they have a right to. That's not a reason to attack somebody. I would never attack Kendrick Lamar over something like that. But I can understand if we feel that, if Black women feel like, okay, I'm not going to support this. He obviously, he's not. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. What I see is the kind of contradiction or. But no, I'm not. Thank you. I'm not defending. Wait. Okay, we'll say that then. No, I never even saw myself as defending Drake. This is just all the way that this is. I'm just kind of don't want us to pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel this whole thing is a distraction. I expect people to talk about it. It's a hot topic. It's social media. But it's not something you're going to see me at my age really talking about like that.
Do you like Jaguar, right? Do you like her?
No, I think I think she has controlled opposition along with Cat Williams. I don't trust them.
Okay.
I'm not saying that some of the stuff that she presents, she may be sharing some information, but I noticed that they're only going to go so far. Just like Cat Williams, he's only going to expose his peers. And he may throw in a Harvey Weinstein. This is the same guy who said, Michael Jackson freed a mother. He was defending Martha Stewart being in jail. Why is Martha Stewart in jail? Michael Jackson freer than a mother smelling like little baby boy booty hole. Yeah, this is the same guy. Yeah, I don't trust Cat Williams. I noticed that there's a reason I feel that whole Shannon Sharp interview went viral. I don't think anything goes viral coincidentally. They wanted us all to see that. They knew that this was going to be this all this exposing, but it's not who's actually being exposed. I could give less than a yeah. If P Diddy, if he did bad things, just lock his ass up. But really, I don't really care about P Diddy and his sexploit. I notice the people who are getting exposed. And I believe, okay, so okay, we got P Diddy. When are we gonna go after Clive Davis? How about that?
All right, well, good night. I'm getting tired. Good night. It's not because of what you're talking about. I'm just tired.
No, it is late. But okay.
All right, good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Thank you for joining. Thank you also, Azor TV. I knew he was gonna confront me. He's mad at my reaction over the mic.
He don't be playing with you.
Over the mic with Jackson. Look, I feel that Jermaine Jackson's son did a great job. I think he did a great job. I have absolutely nothing against him. Sadly, they're going after Jermaine, though. But I think his son did it, and I think that's how they kind of pulled us in. But I still did. First, I didn't really want to see it because, for one, I didn't want to be sad. Just memories of Michael Jackson. But then it didn't even really tap my memories like that, like I would have thought it would have. It just, I don't know. I'm kind of with Paris Jackson. It's like it's for a certain fan base of Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, I will say this: if I'm just I'll talk about them, my opinion on them as artists from what I've heard so far. Now, yeah, Kendrick Lamar, I think he's a very talented MC, and he does have a voice and flow that is recognizable. Where I could say, "This is Kendrick Lamar." I'll give him props as being the better MC, and I guess I can even say, and perhaps even now, perhaps even rapper. Whereas the thing with Drake, now, I was like, okay, happy to hear that he had his, he now got a career in music. I was happy for him, being that he was, on Degrassi and everything. I was like, okay. The thing is, though, with Drake, I just, like I said, who is he? Like I couldn't identify his voice, his sound, his flow, because it'd be like I said, one minute he sounded like Lil Wayne and he sounded like Eminem, where I couldn't pinpoint who is Drake, what is Drake's sound. But I will say now, music-wise, initially, until this more recent, with Kendrick Lamar, with Not Like Us and all of that, Drake had better music. Kendrick Lamar, he was dope MC, but the only things I heard I could say that music-wise, it seemed more like the collaboration stuff. But it was like Drake, I will say, even though I don't listen to either, but I probably would have been attracted more to the music. I think Drake's music was a little, right, exactly. He had better producers. If we're just talking about them as artists. But whereas now I have to say, put aside whatever I believe the agenda is behind the Not Like Us and everything. Put all that aside. Put it aside, the message of the song or whatever. Just going by the flow and skills and the music, I will say they got it right now. They got it musically for Kendrick. They got a sound. Yeah, I will say from his last, work, I think they finally got it when it come to music-wise with Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, because that was real catchy. And if I wasn't concerned about if there's some other agenda behind this song blowing up, yeah, I actually like it, but yeah, I'm not really with this beefing though. I'm too old for, I don't want to see rappers beefing. Now, as for Azur TV, although he's left the door, as for this idea that Drake is not okay, he will never be seen as black man. Okay, well, in a consideration of biracials who do not want to be seen as black by quote unquote black, what we say is black, by race or by ethnicity. Okay, all right. If he doesn't see himself as black by even ethnicity, that is fine. I ain't, that's his choice. He is biracial. if he identifies more with. But the thing is, could he be able to call himself, let's say if he did want to embrace being black by ethnicity, okay? Because understanding the United States, black is a race and an ethnicity. I don't see why he would not be able to, why he should not be able to, even if he was born in Canada, if he is a US citizen, okay, because he would be still seen as, let's say if he wanted to embrace being black by ethnicity. And we cannot, and the point that I was making is we cannot totally separate him from his father's roots like that. And also, you got to understand, I use Drake as an example and pointing also out the hypocrisy of the FBA. If Tariq Nasheed's woman can be considered FBA, then so can Drake. Many of these very same people who are of the FBA, they have people in their family, they have spouses, they have girlfriends, boyfriends who are biracial, and they would call them Kendrick Lamar. They would call Kendrick Lamar with even though she's said to be not biracial, but they would definitely say that she is FBA. They would say that. They would say that she's foundational Black American. They would say that. Who? No, but what I'm saying is they would consider Kendrick Lamar's woman as being FBA. I know. I'm telling you, I'm talking about these guys up in here. Now, there may be some of them some of these who call themselves FBA who may disagree. But I definitely believe that these ones, the ones with the bigger mics, that's kind of leading the charge, like the Tariq Nasheed. Oh, yeah, you talking about Tariq's wife. But you know. That's why he has to have these, I believe, these more scripted calls, because somebody would question him on that. Me, I'm not going to deny her as being Black American. I don't care, really. But going by his definition, going by what he, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's not a clear definition, but going by what he has said and those who he has taunted as being tethers, including Busta Rhymes, people who have actually even been born in the United States, having two Black parents. They may have a parent that has no connection outside of the United States. Prior to slavery, but one parent may have had a grandparent in Jamaica, born in Jamaica. He will instantly call that person, if convenient, he will call them a tether. So that's what I'm saying. And how can you say that, especially when you consider, Drake's, when we talk about the contributions of FBA to the music, and when he comes from, no, he is not the same as his daddy or his uncle, they both being musicians, but that is in his DNA. That is in his DNA. In that case, you'd have to look at Tariq Nasheed's sons. Tariq Nasheed, yeah, his sons may not be biracial, but a lot of these, they're rejecting their sons. Drake is your son. Many of these Black American men, that is your son. That is your seed. Many of these, they talking about the NBA. That is your seed. Those light-skinned men, biracial men on the NBA, more than likely, that is your seed. So I'm going beyond just Kendrick and Drake. Like, what's this all really about? 50. What? How y'all know about that? How can that can't be? Oh, I get what you're saying. Because it's his wife on both ends. Father's Haitian, mother's not black at all. That's a very white woman. I was wondering, because that would make sense that, the father would have more than likely a higher Africoid DNA percentage matchup. Because if you notice, his wife Peanut, his girlfriend, wife, whatever, if you notice, she can pass for a light-skinned black person. So it kind of makes sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, you do have, those who I'm not even just talking about complexion. But I don't know all this with Drake. I don't know why he tripping. No, you're not gonna see me coming up in here because I hear Jay-Z may end up dissing him. No, why would I? I'm not gonna come up in here you doing a video on Drake. This is not even of my. I'm looking beyond that. I'm looking beyond Kendrick and Drake. Even when I did the video on Kendrick, that was more about Rashida Strober and me defending her. This wasn't even about, because in that video I didn't even really attack Kendrick Lamar in that video series. I didn't even attack Kendrick Lamar. And definitely not his fiance. Absolutely not. People have been pushed into show question about some of that stuff. And when they did, seriously, non-trolling way here. Yeah, if you notice, a lot of those calls, they're like kind of a lot of those calls are kind of like pre-planned. I mean, a lot of those live streams, if you notice, he's not really doing a live stream. They're just, pre-recorded. I don't know outside of YouTube, like what's that Clubhouse? Now maybe y'all are able to hear it live, or what y'all believe is live at Clubhouse or whatever. But if you notice, a lot of he's doing a lot of uploads that are obviously pre-recorded, even if it's claimed to be live. And I do believe that, and I'm not the only one, other people have expressed this, that some of those callers that are supposedly tethers, it may be scripted. Yeah. Also, this prevents from people just randomly calling, questioning on something that he ain't going to give you an answer for, or not going to tell you the truth about. But this is my last time. I did want to go a little more into certain songs, but it's kind of late, y'all. I'm at Garn. Why didn't you come up? Where Garwin at? I did want to go kind of into some more songs like Loose Ends, but I'm so glad that Shorty Won't Want and Azure TV came up here. I knew he was waiting, eager to confront me, because I know he wanted me to also see the Michael Jackson movie. It ain't about the performance. It just, and also I'm older, so the memories might be a little different, but I didn't want to see the movie anyway, because I just don't want to be sad about it. Because you gotta understand, I'm a Gen Xer, like Michael Jackson when I was a child. And that's the thing, this is what you gotta understand too, I wasn't the biggest fan of Michael's music post Thriller. I wasn't, I mean, we all loved Michael Jackson. We all had the Thriller album and stuff, but after Thriller, I wasn't, the biggest fan. I was very much into Prince. In fact, my brother and I, we used to argue. He would be Team Michael Jackson, one of my brothers, and I was Team Prince. My one brother, the eccentric brother, that was actually more into rock music. But what's interesting, he was more into rock music, my one eccentric brother, like David Bowie and stuff, but he actually liked Michael Jackson over Prince, which you would think is kind of odd, being that he was more into rock music. But he did prefer Michael Jackson. Of course, his favorite song would be a song like Human Nature on the Thriller album. But I remember we used to have debates, and he felt like Prince put out albums back to back to back, and he needed to be like Michael and put a little time in between, whereas he felt and we would have debates and stuff over that. Oh, you were thinking of coming up? Okay, that would have been interesting. Oh wow. Why are you telling me that now? Now that I'm about to retire. Oh my gosh, and it's after 10 o'clock. Now you want to tell me that? Oh, now. But this has been an awesome stream. I thank you guys for joining. I did want to do some more music. I'm glad Azure got that off his chest. And it's so good to see Shorty Womp coming through. Hope everything's going good with her and her life and everything. And congrats to Azure TV on moving on up. Yeah, making big moves and stuff. Yeah. But I don't know. I'd have to do a part 2. Or maybe but I don't want to discuss Tariq Nasheed anymore. I don't want to discuss Tariq Nasheed, but I would like to go further into, artists that I guess would be considered what he would call non-FBA, because that's something I wanted to do anyway. And just because there's some more stuff. Like, okay, wait, hold on. Let me give you an example, but my speaker probably turned off now. It's even more interesting when they're from the UK, like let's say, well, usually they do have a lot of those artists in the UK, you find out do have like Caribbean roots, but I think that's even more interesting. Oh gosh. But I can't think of the group name. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Why can't I think of the group's name suddenly? My speaker went off, so I'd have to turn it back. Oh, okay, it's back on. Okay. What is the name of the group? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Cause I love hitting y'all. Oh gosh, who did that song? Dun, 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 dun. Garwin, where you been at? Wait, where did I see Garwin? Oh wait, that's way back. Garwin gone. No, oh honey. Oh gosh. I'm looking for it. This is Mariah Carey coming up. Hold on. Okay, I got it. I found it. Delegation. Hold on. Yeah, now I didn't know to more recent years that this group, from the UK. Now you done heard this in Black American backyard barbecues. Yeah, hold on. Let's make sure. Delegation, they're from the UK. Hey. Let's make sure. Hey, woo! Oh. Yep, British. Black British. Did y'all know that? Yeah, so I'm at the point now, I was tired. When she arrives and stands by my side. Yeah, British. But you know when you hear Yehuda. Yeah, I've been on this song. I just didn't know it was a British group. Hold on. No, we're not done. We're not done. Let me hit you with another. Yeah, is it? Oh yeah. Oh hello. Funky. I know the song that sampled it. Funky Dividends. I forgot what was the name. 3 Times Dope or something. Funky Dividends sampled this. It's a hip hop song. Shout out to my Funky Dividends. They was rapping about skeezers. Oh. Ooh, it sounds good. I know I'm getting old. It sounds good right now. Let me go to another. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hit you with. Let me hit you with. Yeah. We gone because I don't know when I'll be able to do this again. So let me, live stream like this. I'm mad at Garvin. I'm really mad at Garvin. Wait, what was the name of it? Here's another one. Of course, we know Sade. Okay. Now, Sade she definitely got MTV play. They didn't play Hang On to Your Love, because that's what I remember first from Sade. I might be wrong, but they did eventually play Smooth Operator. That did get MTV play. See, something like this would not have gotten MTV. Oh wait, no. This ain't the one. This ain't the one. No, wrong. No. Wait. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to find the original. This one song. Is this it? No. Why can't I get to this song? Is this it? No. This sounds similar to it. But this ain't the version I'm looking for. Maybe they don't have it on Spotify. Might have to go to YouTube for that song. Might have to go to YouTube for that one. Yeah, some of these things I noticed you can't really find on Spotify. Give me a sec. I think one of y'all reminded me. What happened to Hiru? What happened to him? One of y'all reminded me of this not that long ago. Yeah, this is the song I'm looking for. Yeah, I think this was also the UK. Oh man, this is not one for Shut It Down. Okay, this here. Tell me how it feels. How you doing, Dr. Soul, brother? Loving the name. Does it feel for you like it feels for me? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes, DJ Megan. Tell me how it feels. I think a lot of these UK artists. Does it feel for you like it feels for me? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me turn off the camera. Like in the case of Sade, I think that oh wait, I gotta change this image. Image is not fitting. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give it a couple of more minutes, DJ My Game. I don't know if y'all remember this. Y'all remember this? I think this was like 87 or 88. Hey, what's up? How you doing, DJ?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah. What you got to contribute?
Honestly, no, I forgot. But yeah, I actually find it interesting. I didn't really know a lot of these people who were from the UK, honestly.
Oh, you didn't?
But no, I did not.
Yeah, honestly, to be honest, I didn't either. Well, at least with some of them. Now, yeah, I knew with like loose ends and yeah, but like this right here, I think one of y'all put me up. Now I know I knew this song, but I think one of y'all put me up on it when we were kind of talking about this some years ago. I don't know what happened to brother. You remember Hiru? I think he was the one, or maybe TKC let me know that this was a British artist. Because I had totally forgot about this song altogether.
You know, I think you really are onto something though. Because I remember you said like I think it was like last year or something about a lot of these UK artists were kind of really keeping like R&B alive at this time.
Yeah. Okay. What was said? Now this is what was said. Now I don't totally agree with that, but it was VH1. They had a special, the 100 Greatest Dance Songs, right? And okay, this is what when they had a list of songs and they get a commentary and everything. And when they got to I forgot what number it was at, but they got Soul to Soul, Back to Life was listed. And so the commentary they gave in the beginning, before going into the song, that they put it as if like soul music, or what we knew as soul music at that time, had been dying, and it took a British group to revive. And I'm like, what? And I'm not saying this, to sound like a proud FBA or anything, but I was like, yeah, apparently they had not been paying attention to black radio stations at that time. Yeah, if they think that all it was Michael Jackson and, you know what I'm saying, what was hitting the pop mainstream charts. Yeah, see, the thing is that Back to Life, that charted on the mainstream charts, and a song like that usually would not. You know what I'm saying? A song, I think, a song like that you would not have expected to make mainstream charts like that. A song that sounds as funky or soulful like that. But it was also 1989. So,
like, were they referring to Soul to Soul specifically, or were they talking about like UK artists as a whole?
Well, they were referring to Soul to Soul, but they said this was the commentary. Something it was something like, who would have thought a group from the UK would revive soul? See, I wish I had that. That is something I've been trying to find. The 100 greatest dance list, the list of 100 greatest dance songs that aired in the year 2000. It was hosted by Paula Abdul. Oh, Gara, now I'm so mad at you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, what you mad at me for?
Because I've been in here streaming for a minute now.
Yeah, I take care of some things.
I'm still mad at you.
I know.
Yeah, we got DJ Mega Aim up here.
And what's going on?
Shorty Womp Womp.
What's up? How are you?
Oh, not much, man. Yeah. So what's going on?
Yeah, Zor kind of was mad at me over the mic, thinking I'm defending Drake. No,
Oh,
I ain't even paying.
I still haven't seen that movie.
I haven't seen it either, honestly.
Mm,
Besides, I mean, it's weird. I mean, it's still fresh in my mind that he's dead,
right.
you know, and it's just like seeing that, and not to mention the events that went on. I wasn't there. I mean, I witnessed it. I mean, like Motown 25 with the moonwalk. I still remember it like it was yesterday. And you know, in school, everybody was talking about it the next day. You remember that,
See,
Right, right. Oh
see,
yeah,
that
we were.
honestly seems cool that that you guys got to witness that because I'm a '92 baby, so that's like before my time. So
But
Yeah.
you know what? I'm gonna tell you, DJ Mega Aim. That's what I could say the same thing because like my older siblings and people older than me. Because I hang with like me and my friend. We go to bars and stuff with people older than us. We've been doing that since like the early '90s. But hanging with older people. But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. But you ever feel like you were there? I'm telling you, there's times I listen to a song and I could tell you, oh, this came out 1971, even though I wasn't exactly born in 1971.
Because you looked it up.
No, really, I can
Really?
tell you. I'm telling you, I used to actually do that. Remember on the cable channels that like in the 2000s when they started having like 700 channels on cable, and they
Mhm.
had these channels that would just be playing like music, like R&B music, and this and that. Like they had an oldies channel, right, on the cable that we had. This is like 2000s. Now I would like really test myself, like, okay, let me see. Even if it was a song I never heard of, like they playing and I would test what year, and I would be right.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like I mean, it's like I was there because that's how much I'm connected, like with old school.
Right.
So really, in talking with you, DJ Mega Aim, I could tell you just reading a post, you know what you're talking about me. Because actually, it was, let me see, TKC, a millennial like yourself, and he was the one who put me up on. I didn't know just how connected North Carolina when it came to hip hop. I did not know it was that direct because I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know that the South, we all know everything started in the South and its contribution. He was like, no, 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 you don't understand. And even when I further looked into it, yeah, it was definitely a direct link with the Carolinas, period, but more specifically North Carolina and New York, and not just New York, not just as in not just because of the migration, but really musically, with hip hop and rapping. Yeah, I didn't
yeah, I mean, like,
know. Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, I kind of knew that's. Well, I did research on that, but I also figured that out too because I actually have family because I live in New York. Well, I live in Long Island now, but I have family in North Carolina from my mother's side. And then I was doing more research. I found out, oh, you got a lot of these people connected to the Carolinas.
All right.
Yeah, supposedly with the migration, majority of the New Yorkers came from,
The
those.
Carolinas and Virginia.
Oh,
Yep,
and Virginia. Oh,
I got
okay.
family in Virginia too.
There you go.
Now they said with Chicago, most of our people. Oh yeah, and of course we got to consider with New York, we got to also consider the West Indies. But now Chicago, uh, uh, yeah, Alabama and Mississippi, and that's exactly. Yep, my mama's side Mississippi, daddy's side Alabama. Now what did they say? Okay, they said California. A lot of the people they claim came from Louisiana.
Texas.
Oh, really? In Texas?
Louisiana and Texas.
Now I know they
Yeah, I
mentioned.
heard that too.
Okay, okay, yeah, that's what they. Yeah. Now, yeah, a lot. Well, majority of people, yeah. Let me see. What other cities? They're talking about these major cities. I'm going to assume with Detroit, it's probably the same as Chicago, pretty much the same.
Alabama.
Alabama.
Yeah,
You
Detroit,
say,
Cleveland,
say
Alabama.
primarily Alabama, even over
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Yep.
What about Philadelphia?
Them same the Carolinas.
So also the Carolinas. I don't know. You know what? Philadelphia and Chicago, we seem to be similar when it comes to musical roots and stuff. It's just me.
Yeah. No, I've noticed that.
Because believe it or not, like I've argued with some New Yorkers, actually, house music, actually, if anything, Philadelphia seemed to have a little more influence. But of course, we can't discount Chicago's influence when it comes to gospel and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? On New York and vice versa. So I always are those who I was arguing with on the origin of house music, because New York be wanting to claim it. But really, actually, Chicago was more in tap with the Philly South Soul. But of course,
with that orchestral type of music blended with the R&B and a little touch of jazz and blues. I know.
Right. And we in Chicago, we love the gambling. Let me tell you, some of the songs we love in Chicago that you will hear played. Womack and Womack. Ooh, baby, I'm scared of you.
I remember that song.
You're gonna forever hear that in Chicago. Regardless of, where, let me see, where Bobby Womack. Well, no, Womack and Womack, that's his daughter, right?
No, that's his wife, actually.
Wait a minute.
Womack and Womack, that's Bobby Womack's little brother Cecil and his wife, which is Sam Cooke's daughter. Look it up.
Oh, okay. I knew it was somebody's daughter. Okay, wait.
Look it up.
Okay. Yeah, so that's Ohio. I mean, they was originally Ohio, though, right?
Right. They're from
Well, unless we consider Sam Cooke's. Oh my goodness, this is so confusing. Because I know that
I actually have.
It's not confusing. What's confusing about it? I can explain. What's going on with you?
Wait. Okay, I know Sam Cooke's woman did hook up with. Oh, are you telling me that Bobby Womack had a child with Sam Cooke's ex-wife?
Yeah, his name was Vincent.
Oh, I wish he didn't trust me. He wasn't lying.
That song was about Sam Cooke.
Oh, he was bold for that. Now, this idea he has something to do with his passing, absolutely not.
Right.
Bobby Womack was something else, wasn't he? I think he really trusts me too much.
Wish he didn't trust him so much. He's something else.
No, then he would go into, I think he really trusts.
Right.
Oh, goodness. Oh, wait, okay. So, Mr. K, you said, okay, play a song. Oh, wait. Before I go into that, Mr. K, I got to ask, because I was going crazy. Nobody remembered this. Shorty, nobody remembered this. Even in the chat room.
What? Talk to me.
Okay. Now, I'm talking about songs by supposed Tethers, as Tariq Nasheed would call. I'm not calling y'all that. I'm just being...
now, basically, he's calling everybody who ain't FBA as a Tether.
Right. Oh, I've been called a Tether.
But here's the thing with that. If he's going to go that far, then shouldn't his wife be in the equation, though?
Yeah, exactly.
He ain't going to address that, though.
He never would. He never will.
No, someone did call in and try to address that, and he started crashing out.
Yeah.
I believe it.
That's why he know to have these calls to have these them streams and videos. But I don't want to talk about him no more.
Yeah, what's this question about this song?
Okay. I'm gonna go to YouTube for it. Now I can't believe nobody remembered this. I'm gonna try to jump to the chorus. They did play this on the radio, even if it didn't get as big as the other song that I played. They used to play this in Chicago for sure on the radio. Around 82. You remember this guy?
It sounds familiar.
I think I remember the chorus. I don't remember much else of the rest of the song.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's Third World. Yeah, I know that song, Third World. Try Thy Love.
Third World. They used to play this on the radio.
Yes, they did. They played it on the R&B radios.
Yeah, I guess nobody in the chat room remember this. I was going.
Oh, I remember that song. That's what their second hit, if I'm correct. Because they did the remake of the OJ's "Now That We Found Love," which Heavy D also did.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
They didn't do the.
Do they play this song anymore?
Okay, check it out. Okay, wait. Let me explain.
We Found Love is a remake.
Yes, the OJ's originally did it, but Third World's version was more popular. Third World's version was more popular.
Oh, I think I did find that out. Oh wow! So the FBA's, they're gonna use that, right? They
But we gotta tell the truth.
Yeah, that Third World. Hold on. We gotta hear that a little of that again. That was those are my early childhood memories. Those are Southside.
You don't believe me? Look it up.
Man, Block Party. Yeah, I think I did find that out, and even recently. And oh my gosh.
You don't believe me? Look it up.
I believe you.
All right now, because I know what's up.
Well, this was the big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, come on. They got the shoot. They got the shoot. All over the place, I said. Woo. Come on.
I'm gonna have to check the OJ one later.
Hey. This is the one I remember from my memory. Was I born when the OJ's one came out?
No, you wasn't. You wasn't born when the original came out by the OJ.
This is the one I remember.
Yeah, this is Third World, the more popular one.
From the late 70s. Shoot, all over the place. I say, woo! I wanna see you dance. Come on, baby. Celebrate the music play.
I gotta say something. Machine, do you remember that slow jam, "Oh Honey" by Delegation?
I just played it.
Yeah.
You didn't hear me? I was just playing it.
Yeah. From what Tariq Nasheed would say, they're not
Oh yeah.
FBA.
See, this is what started the topic. Okay, because Mr. K,
I wasn't here, so let me know.
Oh gosh. That means they gone it. Y'all making me mad.
Like I said, I told you I had to take care of some business, so I didn't know you
forgot we were with the Night Owls once upon a time.
Yeah, see?
I was supposed to be going to bed now. Hold on. I'm trying to get up 5 a.m. every day. Hold on.
Well, it's only 10:40. I'm in the Midwest like you. We got time.
What was I going to?
It's late for me, but
going to the video. Okay. Let me read what. Oh gosh, I got these new nails now. Okay. It was in my video. Yeah. Okay. In the not like because I really don't want to address Tariq, but then that I said I was gonna, because this was a topic y'all wanted to talk about anyway, just to talk about music. He said, Miss K said, "Hey, Lasheed, check this one in one of his latest streams, Tariq Nasheed, entitled, Why Did Drewski's Black British..." Oh, yeah, I didn't click into this video, by the way. I just, going by your post. Tariq Nasheed claimed that before Michael Jackson debuted his music videos in 1983, that MTV would only play music videos by Black artists who are either, wait for it, Caribbean or Black British and not FBA. LOL. But as usual, Tariq didn't give the names of the artists or their songs who had the music videos out in 1981 and 82 to get played on MTV over FBA artists and before Michael Jackson in 83. And as you know, I've told you I'm from the UK based in London. That's brother Mr. K. And for, and for Black British artists, especially during the year 1980, 1981 and 82, music videos wasn't a priority for visual public exposure because it was all about getting TV appearances in BBC's Top of the Pops, which was UK's equivalent of American Bandstand. And during those same years, the UK only had 3 TV channels, which was BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV. And Top of the Pops was the go-to TV show for music. Okay, so I had responded. I said, I know I'm late, but that is a lie. No. I said, although my family didn't get MTV until around 84, 85. Now, again, my family first had cable in 81. That was on TV. In Chicago, you could just get like on TV or Spectrum, and it just played movies. And then it was around, because a lot of people didn't have MTV, even though it was launched in 81, because that's why they were promoting that I want my MTV. So a lot of us didn't have, yeah, so we didn't get MTV yet until like about 84, more so definitely by 85. I said, and considering that MTV's been around since 81, I highly doubt that MTV was playing videos like Imagination's Illusion and Junior's Mama Used to Say, which was 1982, both representing Black artists of the UK. I seriously doubt that. In fact, MTV was initially biased against a lot of white UK artists, although they eventually started playing videos by artists like Duran Duran, and we can add Human League and Culture Club, etc. Yeah. One, the MTV audience they were trying to appeal to didn't prefer a lot of the synthesized sounds that the British artists were more into. So I know that is not true. The Black artists who were said to have been initially played on MTV were more rock affiliated artists like Tina Turner and Prince. Although they may have played Eddie Grant, Rock Down to Electric Avenue. Now understand, this is me guessing now. I said, or musical youth from the UK, considering that they had such huge international hits. And so he responded, one more response. Agree. Interesting that you mentioned how MTV was initially biased against a lot of white UK acts. Remember the song Cruel Summer by Bananarama? A UK group came out in 1983 with a video and was an instant hit in the UK. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know that was a hit until 84. So he's saying that it was a hit in 83. But after the 84 movie Karate Kid made it into a US hit sensation, MTV most likely played it after 84 when the British invasion of artists was really taking an effect by the mid 80s. Hell, Grace Jones is Jamaican, used to hang out at Studio 54 with the Stars, and her classic R&B jam Pull Up to the Bumper came out in 1981 with a music video too. And that music video, damn sure, I didn't know they had a video. I remember when that song came out. I didn't know there was a video though. Damn sure as hell wasn't getting played on MTV in 81, 82, or 83. Yeah, so then in doing my stream, I looked it up and come to find out, yeah, I was right. It says here, Pass the Dutchie, because I remember that was a really big song. And you would see, I remember that video too. Although we didn't have MTV yet, that video was definitely played on Friday night videos. Remember NBC used to have Friday, that's what we had to wait to see the videos. Friday, and also there was a channel 66. And
66, okay.
I don't know if you remember in Chicago for a year, I think they would be playing videos all day. This was before the box.
Okay.
Chicago. Now it's like Telemundo or something, but it was channel 66, channel 60 and channel 66. Now it's channel 50 and channel 56. But yeah, they were playing like videos all day long. And yeah, they did play. So I would assume that being that we didn't exactly have MTV in 83 yet, we had cable, but not MTV. I'm going to assume it was, yeah, like musical youth. And I'd assume that they played Eddie Grant, Rock Down to Electric Avenue, because I remember that video getting a lot of airplay, period. So yeah, I definitely believe they probably. So it said here on musical youth. So then in doing the stream, I looked up. Now what they said was played. When I looked up what they said, the first AI overview, but like someone said, you can't totally trust that. They were saying some group. Oh gosh, I never heard the name of the group. Yeah, they're saying, okay, I typed in who were the first Black artists on MTV. AI overview, but we can't totally rely on that. But they're saying the first Black artists played on MTV include the Selector and the Specials, who had an integrated lineups and aired on the network's launch day in 81. Now, when I looked it up, this was a predominantly white group. It was just like 2 Black members. And the music, it was, okay, obviously it was like reggae ska influence, but it was still, I guess, what we would call white music. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even consider that. That's like, okay, that's like saying the E Street Band, because there happened to be a black member. That's the first black artist on MTV. So I wouldn't even
I
consider it.
was I was gonna say I would have said something like, well, this is a little later, like Dave Matthews Band, like Hootie and the Blowfish. Like,
Oh yeah,
you
that's
want to
that.
make those comparisons?
Yeah. Now they also say, let me see, what's also here.
One of
Okay.
the websites I found said something about Herbie Hancock's song on there.
Oh
One of
yeah,
the big remix of DSC.
Rocket. But
Rocket, yeah,
he wasn't
Yeah.
even in the video. He wasn't
right.
even, and that was hip hop. That was hip hop, electro funk hip hop. But he wasn't even in the. Yeah, he was like briefly in the television screen. Yeah, and that ended up. What's interesting, even though they didn't play black videos, that ended up getting the first with the first MTV Music Video Awards. That ended up getting the music video of the year. I think that was the first.
Really?
Yeah, I recall that. I recall that. That's what's interesting. But he had all these little prop stuff. And actually, that was before
Robot thing?
Gabriel Sledgehammer video. He had all these robotics and stuff in the video. It was a really weird video. Now it says also here. So okay, so they said the specials and the selector, but I wouldn't consider that, especially when I went and looked. They said the videos such as Rat Race were the very, because that wasn't a black group. So then next they have Musical Youth, the young Jamaican British pop reggae video for Pass the Dutchie. And now they're listing, they got Donna Summer, 1983. I don't even really remember Donna Summer, but we didn't have MTV. They probably did play She Works Hard for the Money. But of course she's American, even though she worked with European, producers like Giorgio Moroder.
Right.
But she was still, what Tariq would call FBA. Yeah, so
besides, she was a crossover star long before MTV anyway.
Exactly. And see, what I'm saying is, so I went into come to find out there was a video. Now I didn't know there was a video for the song Illusion. They would not play something like that on MTV. If he was trying to say that, they showed favoritism, even though MTV was racist, if he was trying to say that they were showing favoritism because these were what Tariq called tethers, like something we should feel threatened by, no, that had nothing, them playing them, it had nothing to do with them being foreign. It was about these being big crossover hits. You understand what I'm saying? It had nothing, like Pass the Dutchie was a big international hit. It was really big. It was much bigger than Candy Girl, in fact, by New Edition. And it was on, you best believe that either it appealed to the rock audience or it was just a crossover hit. But
another thing too, I was gonna say another thing you have to consider too. One thing I've noticed, a lot of, I guess, what you can call like tropical styles of music, that stuff was really big in Europe for some reason.
Yeah, I think because a lot of those who are from the Caribbean migrated. Like for instance, in the 1950s, definitely you had that like migration. I forgot what had led to that. I saw like a little documentary, many from like Jamaica migrating, and then later eventually from like Africa, but many of them from the West Indies, more specifically Jamaica, migrating. I think that goes as far back. That's why, like for instance, Naomi Campbell, they said that she was one of the children in the I Tumble For You Culture Club video, because a lot of the black people out there, they have more direct West Indies roots. So I remember I was as a kid when Pass the Dutchie came out, I was confused because I didn't know that there were black people in the UK, in Britain. So I was confused because it's like, okay, this is reggae, but then they got British accent and they said it there for me. with the pat where they was like interviewing them on American Bandstand or something like that. Because
they were never on American Bandstand, Rashid.
They were on something. It was something.
It was either Tops of the Pops or Razzmatazz. But I told you the story about Musical Youth. They was trying to get to start a nationwide tour here in the U.S. because "Pass the Dutchie" was one of the biggest selling songs of '83.
Yeah.
You know, only
Yeah.
only Mike sold more records than them because like I said, it was big.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
thing
that's
is,
what I'm telling people. That song was big.
yeah, because
Yeah, girl, you said that they got blackballed in the chat though.
yeah, they did because like I said, they wanted to start a nationwide tour, but something about their passports or something got revoked, or you know, they were too young and all like that.
Because that's what's funny. Okay, because right after that, very shortly after that, like months after that, Candy Girl came out. Like
Right.
But back then, people don't know. Actually, Pass the Dutchie, they were both hits. But Pass the Dutchie was like an international. And you would have thought that, you know, they both would have, you know what I'm saying? Like now, if I was to say musical youth to people, they wouldn't know what I was talking about. They wouldn't know.
But they don't know the song though.
They would have gotten just as big as New Edition. Because I remember, you know, they called it a one-hit wonder. Remember they had that song with Donna Summer? I remember that video too. So it seemed like they were ready to do more music. They had another song in the video, right? Give me your unconditional love. I remember that. I don't know if anybody else remember that.
I remember it, of course.
Yeah,
it sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere.
The kind of love I deserve. Now I can't say that I actually heard that like played on the radio like that, but I definitely remember that video. Was it? Yeah, I know my family used to watch Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, they were on Saturday Night Live, musical youth.
But I just remember when I heard them talk or found out they were from UK, it was confusing. Because I'm like Jamaican, UK. I had no idea that you had all these. Yeah, because
that was their only, you know, television appearance in this country was on Saturday Night Live. But they were supposed to, you know, signed up for gigs on American Bandstand and even Solid Gold. But because they was going, like I said, start a national tour here in the States, but something with their passports or, you know, they were too young and some all like that.
Wow.
Do you think there was more to that, or it was just that?
And now two of the members. I always felt kind of bad because one of the guys died, kind of similar circumstances like my own brother. You know, very similar circumstances. And I know we just lost another member a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think he was a paranoid schizophrenic.
The other one, or the one that
died recently. The one that died recently.
But wasn't that the claim with the first guy who passed?
No, that was, I think, manic depression or something. And something, the fact that he supposedly was charged with robbing a store or something like that, and he got brought up on charges. But
I think they need to do another unsung on musical youth or some, you know.
Oh, that's right, they did do one on me.
They did one on musical youth.
Yeah, I remember. I think they should do it. I don't know. I'm gonna watch that again, but I think they should like do another. I don't know this because what you're saying there, I don't recall that being mentioned in the unsung about them kind of getting blackballed or whatever you said. I don't think that was mentioned in the unsung. But you know what? When I think about it, unsung has been they kind of play it a little safe on certain things.
Unsung on, you know, certain artists who need an unsung.
I've been waiting for a Tevin Campbell one. I think he's definitely overdue for an unsung.
There's so many who are overdue. It ain't funny.
All right. What artists do you guys feel haven't that should get one that hasn't got one yet? I haven't watched the show in a while, so.
No, what you say now?
I said, which artists do you guys feel should get one that hasn't gotten one yet? Because I haven't seen the show in a while.
Are they still airing them? Because we let our cable go. Like, what's the point of having cable? Just everybody's streaming. But
yeah,
and if they still doing it. Now I did say Tevin Campbell because his story, and I've been just wondering how he's been doing, and I think he would have a very interesting story. But if I were to say unsung, let me see. High Five. What was that? Oh yeah. Hold on. I got
They got one. They got an unsung. Yes, if I'm correct, they sure did.
Hold on, let me check. Let me be the one unsung. High Five. They were also.
They ever do one of
how I run it. No, not.
They ever do one of the.
No, not High Five. They did have a. I saw that. Not High Five. What's the group? Let Me Be the One.
5 Star.
Oh,
All right, that's. Hold on. Can we get a list? Let me give you a little peek of anyway, y'all remember?
are they from the UK too?
Yeah,
Yes, they are.
I wasn't even thinking about that. It's
Yeah, they are.
5
No,
Star.
because I just noticed. I've been noticing lately, like, you know, they do. There's a certain sound that they have. This is something I've been noticing. Maybe it's the way they're using the synths.
Y'all remember this? I'm gonna play it. A little bit of it. These are like, what is this, 85, 86 memories? Yeah, they were like this UK Jackson.
Really?
We used to be together. There was another song that, oh yeah, All Falls Down.
That was the first hit.
Whatever. I don't know. Some would say, is this unsung or just a whatever happened to kind of case? Oh man. Oh gosh, there would be unsung. I don't know. Star Point. Let me see. What would I see as unsung?
Did they ever do one on
Jackie
44+1?
Club Nouveau, huh?
Yeah, Club Nouveau, they didn't have one.
Yeah, they definitely need. What you say? I'm sorry.
Jackie Wilson.
Look.
Did you say Funky 4+? Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely.
Because they have an interesting story that really hasn't been garnered too much.
Who? Funky 4+1 more, you said?
Yeah. This one I've heard of.
The thing is with Funky 4+1 more, yeah, they had It's the Joint. I don't know. Do you think because they were so more so, because you know at that time rap not really getting that airplay like that still, even on a lot of R&B stations, especially if it was outside of New York.
Yeah, but it's still like one of the big-ish, like, early hip-hop acts.
Who? What? Funky 4+1? One more?
Yeah.
Remember It's the Joint. That was like one of those things more.
There are other songs beyond that.
Be from New York. They were the first hip hop to be on Saturday Night Live, though. And even with It's the Joint, it being that that was sampling, but then I guess Sugar Hill Gang was also taking a direct sample. But I don't remember it really hitting the charts, like definitely not in Chicago like that. I knew of the song, but I'm gonna tell you, like the hip hop in Chicago at that time, like there was Curtis Blow.
Did he ever get anything like a unsung or behind the music?
You know what? That's a good point. I think he would. Yeah, he would be due for one because he was kind of like the king of rap. You know, he was like kind of like
yeah. I mean, not only that, wouldn't he be considered like one of the first like big rapper producers?
He was
producing a lot of people too.
The first rapper that I saw when I really understood, because I don't know. Even though we say like Sugar Hill Gang, of course there was people rapping in songs and stuff even before that. But I'm talking about the first that I identified as this is a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like you had the Fatback Band, you had, you know what I'm saying? But the first that because I even before Rapper's Delight, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I just recall Curtis Blow even before that. I'm talking even before the breaks. Wasn't that Christmas song? Wasn't that before?
Yeah, that was before the break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Christmas that was his first single. That was 1979.
Rapper's Delight. Wasn't that before Rapper's Delight?
No, it wasn't before Rapper's Delight. The Fatback
it was the same year.
Third was before the Rapper's Delight.
Yeah, but I just never saw the Fatback Band. You know,
as a rap group.
Right.
But they're not a rap group; they're a funk band. They just got a rapper to do a song for whatever reason.
Right.
What is the story behind that song?
Which song?
The King the Third. Like I've always been curious. Like, yeah, I've always been curious. Like, what was the story behind that? Like, what made them want to do that?
That let me
See, that'd be an interesting unsung story.
make me want to go to it. Yeah, I knew
Actually, did they ever do one on them?
Fatback? No, I don't think so.
Nah. Would they though? Do you think they would?
I don't see why not.
Should?
I agree with you. I'm just saying they didn't do it unsung on them either. So hey,
That's weird.
Okay. Let me go to the song. I'm gonna play a little of it. Yeah, because this didn't really become like a hit, like a radio hit like that. This also reminds me, in Chicago, there was a Casper Rock. Y'all may not know about this Chicago DJ.
I'm looking it up. I'm not seeing the Gap Band either. That's weird.
Yeah, this didn't become like a hit. From what I recall, you could correct me.
Yeah, they're missing a lot of people on here.
Yeah, a lot of these songs, they were like when you think of MC as in move the crowd, you know what I'm saying?
right.
Yeah, like just one of them songs that kind of get you hyped up. Like when I think of George Duke's Reach For It, you know, into some mom, you know, just like one of them type of songs where it's not really necessarily a story, I don't think. But yeah, the Fatback Band, it was more.
Well, it's a funk band.
Let me go to they. Yeah, this is the stuff that really hit at least the black charts or the black radio. Oh gosh, I can remember this. This is taking early memories of mine.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh goodness, Southside Chicago.
That ain't their biggest hit though.
You know, I got this in one of my mixes.
You don't even know what their biggest hit is, do you?
Yes, I do.
What?
I'm gonna go to it in a second.
Okay.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah. What y'all know about this?
I know about it.
Winter time is gone. Hey. Yeah, this is Fatback, man. This is what they were more known for.
And when the girl so free. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was my song. Now when you think about it. I don't know about this one. Well, they're American as far as I know.
Yeah, they're from the Bronx.
The Bronx? What? It sounded like this. I should have known.
Summertime is girl watching time. Cause I'm a girl watcher. I like to watch the girls. All one, yours was the tall one. Big legs, skinny legs. Little white girls.
Okay. All right. Fat ones. He like girls, huh?
Girls.
That was
Just turning it like it is.
When you say fat ones, I like girls. Ooh, he like the girls. Okay. Oh, hold on. This is. Am I right? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not bus stop. It's not bus stop.
Hell no.
No, it's not bus stop. Hold on. I know what you're talking about. I know. Here we go.
See if you know your
Don't
music.
play with me. Am I right? Am I wrong, Garwin?
You're right, but there was another one too.
You know what I'm talking about?
There was another one though too.
Yeah. Oh, wait, you said another, okay. Hey.
It's came out the same year. It was on that same album.
Wait. What y'all know about this Fatback Band, y'all? Woo!
Looking for that good stuff. Turn up on your backstroke. Looking for that good stuff. Turn up on your backstroke. Looking for that good stuff. Turn up on your backstroke. Looking for that good stuff. Turn up on your backstroke. Looking for that good stuff.
Oh!
Turn up on your backstroke.
Woo, this is too
There
funny.
was another one that you forgot about.
Oh,
It
okay.
came out that same year.
Oh, don't mess with me. Okay, now you're gonna have to. You're gonna
It
have.
came out that same year. It was on that same album.
Oh, guys, I love though when y'all hit me with something I totally forgot because I bet you I forgot. It's
But
not
you
that I
want to know
don't
the title?
forgot. Give me the title.
Title, Gotta Get My Hands on Some Money.
Oh, hold on. It's right here.
That's it.
Oh my God. I ain't heard this in years. Totally forgot this.
You know I need some money, gotta get the money, gotta need some cash. Hey, come on, got it. You know I need the money, gotta get the money, gotta need some cash. Hey, come on, got it.
Oh. I ain't heard this money. Oh my goodness. I love when y'all hit me with something. I totally, woo, goodness. How can you forget?
I got to get the money. You know I need it. Need the money. Get it, dig it. Say it.
Oh, oh, to get my hands on some. Oh, I ain't heard this. I'm gonna start crying. I heard this since it came out. Do you understand? You're tapping into my childhood. This is
That's
crazy.
over some years now. 'Cause I remember when it came. I own the album, Hot Box.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know I need it. I gotta have it. You know I need it. I gotta have it. The money. The money. The money. Say it. The money.
That's one of them. Oh my God. This is one of them songs. You know how stuff that used to be frequently played. That's what I was saying with Try Your Love. They may have been frequently played back then, but then when they play throwbacks like today, they just totally stop playing it.
Yeah.
That is true. There's a lot of songs they do that with.
Yeah. Now there's songs they continue to play, right? Like you're gonna always hear, for instance, okay, I'll use Culture Club. That's just first thing come to mind. You always hear, you may still hear on Time Clock, Time Won't Give Me, and you may even still hear Do You Really Want to Hurt Me, but they don't play. I remember one song they used to play, it was on the black radio stations. They used to like that a lot. I Know You Miss Me, I Know You Miss Me. They used to play that. They just totally stopped playing that. But they used to play it frequently. That's why I defy when they be saying some of these artists are one-hit wonders, because I remember when they had, like, for instance, this is an example. And they used to play this frequently when it came out. But now you will not hear it played. But they will play the other song. Let me see. Because I remember when they list him as a one-hit wonder, I'm like, wait a minute. No, because I remember this used to be played a lot in '84. I'm going to the chorus. For the bridge. That you and I love you.
and I'm getting the word.
Oh, you know why they stopped playing that?
Oh yeah. But no, what I'm saying is they would say that he's a one-hit wonder. We
But
don't
he's not.
have to take our clothes off.
That was his biggest hit, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that was his biggest mainstream, but this was played a lot on the R&B stations back in '84. This was 2 years before the "We Don't Have to Take Our Clothes Off" song. You know, like I don't understand if this was played frequently, like regularly. Like there's a lot of them songs that they used to play frequently when it came out, but you don't hear it. Like they made yeah, like when they play throwback songs. Like they'll okay, for instance, I mentioned Star Point. Everybody remembers I did not like that song. You know that my voice is out. Object of my whatever object of my,
Object of my
I
desire.
did not like that song. I'm sorry. I know everybody liked it. That was like their big hit.
Mhm.
But I remember when this song used to be played, and oh gosh, see, I go to Star Point. Okay, it was this other song they had. I only remember one other. It might have been something else. Oh gosh, I'm trying to find it. What was the name of it? I think they might have even had 3 songs. Wait, what's this? I don't know what this is. But it's no, this ain't what I'm looking for. No, I can't say I remember that. But I remember this song used to be played just as frequently on the R&B stations. Oh gosh, put your money on it. It was something like, oh my gosh, gonna move in with. I know in Chicago, we got quite a few songs here about Star Point. Sadly, the female singer, I don't remember that. It's another song. Oh my gosh, it was Forget About the Past. I won't regret it. Oh goodness, I'm gonna go nuts. It was Star Point. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Help me out. You know what I'm talking about. It went okay. Put your money on it. Gonna move in with you. Wait. You come running back, boy. Wait. You know what I'm talking about? Girl, help me, y'all.
Yeah.
She took. I don't know the name of it, but they used to. That's because they stopped playing it. Like they'll. Okay, hold on. You had a love attack. What was the name of it? Just What I've Been Missing? I don't know. Oh gosh. I think it's okay. I think I found it. I think I might have found it.
Cool.
Okay. They used to play this frequently. It was around the time of the Club Nouveau and everything. Wait, this better be it. Yes, this is it. You don't remember this getting played? That was that like little time period, 85, 86. I can't say I was all that fond of this song, but that woman can sing though. Rest in peace, Renee Diaz.
She must have made you cry.
Well, let me go to the. Remember they used to. I know it wasn't just Chicago. She sang though.
Forget about the past. I won't regret it. We'll make it last. Put your money on it. Wanna move in with me? My body needs your kissing. Still it's hard for me to see just what I've been missing, baby.
Oh, I'm into with Smoke. Even though these are Black American, I'm gonna tell you something they used to play. Now they will play Sunday, Monday. They will play that Sherelle Alexander O'Neal. But this song was really big, but they don't play it no more. When they have throwback, when they have like, stations or whatever, where they playing old school songs or just playing throwback. But remember, this song was big. In fact, I think this one song by Tamar and the Unseen, and that's another example, kind of took from it. You remember this? This was big. Wait, hold on. Remember Sherelle? You look good to me. They used to me. Y'all remember this by Sherelle?
Of course, I remember that.
Why don't they ever play this like in throwbacks though? You want
It's considered obscure R&B, not classic R&B.
Yeah, like they'll play Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Right.
Sherelle had a lot of jams.
I know. I don't disagree with you. It's just they want classic R&B, not obscure R&B. You know, that's the public. It is what it is.
But this was a big song on the R&B station. Good to me when you talk. Yeah, she had, of course, I didn't mean the original. I didn't mean to turn you
right.
on. That was, now I may still hear that get played. I do believe I may still hear that, like, you know, I didn't mean to. Oh, see, they'll still play like the Men All Pose. They'll still play Climax. They'll still play. But there are those songs. Like, here's one. Here's one. This was actually through Jesse Johnson. And I always talk about this song. Actually, a white female lead singer. But we used to love this. Me and my friends, we used to sing to this when we were trying to sing.
Trying to sing? I thought you could sing.
Not no more. My voice is gone. It'll be back though, just like my knees.
All right.
It'll be back. Oh yeah, my knees back. Oh, we all just had a cortisol shot recently, but it's all good. So I
be
can
careful with that stuff.
So I can
no, you be careful with them cortisone shots. That's what killed Melvin Franklin of the Temptations.
Oh, don't stop that. They used to play this a lot. And you look in the comment section, you see a bunch of black folks, a bunch of black women, my age folks. We used to love singing along to this, me and my friends. You know you better be together very soon. This is with Jesse Johnson, you know, with the Minneapolis.
I know.
Connection, baby. And I know you see. We used to love, they used to play it all the time. From me to you. Me and my friends, we would sing it.
We also did a song with Sly Stone.
How many of y'all remember this? You remember this, right?
No, I do. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, baby, can't you see? Oh, I was in junior high. All I want is affection. Baby, please, no rejection. You're all in the comments. Middle-aged black women. Baby, please, no rejection. And you know what? I see. Oh gosh, I know every word. Every word. And they had another song that I just recently.
Crazy with Sly Stone.
Because I thought this was their only song. But I totally forgot this here song. I think they were kind of trying to sound like Sherelle's You Look Good to Me. That's what I'm going to. It was called, do you remember this? Do you remember this? It sounds very similar to Sherelle's song that I just played. But Sherelle's song was first. I totally forgot this. You know, the whole Minneapolis thing. I like it. You didn't know. Around the same time, Sheila E. Love Bazaar.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes! What? I mean, man, there's so many songs we done forgot. See, I love hitting y'all. See, I love doing these streams. Hitting y'all with what y'all forgot. Everybody that held me there. Well, we weren't doing this yet. we go. Wait, we weren't doing that yet. Oh, you said I got too many. You say anyone born before 81 will know it. Okay. So you remember this? Oh man. But you know what? I knew a lot of the stuff my mama was listening to. I think we used to know what our parents listened to. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and see, I love when just hitting you with the stuff you forgot. Oh my gosh. What's another one? I'm thinking it came in my head. But even since we're talking on Jesse Johnson, I don't hear, even though this song was a big hit, Jesse, it was actually bigger than I Want to Be Your Man. How come they don't play? Remember, this was a big hit, and yet on, like 102.7 Chicago, they play old school stuff. I don't never hear them playing this. This was a big hit. It hit #1, I think, on the R&B. Remember Jesse Johnson's film?
That didn't hit #1.
Didn't it? It was up there.
It hit #2. Hey, no, I'm serious. Freddie Jackson's "Rock Me Tonight" could not be top.
Oh, that was a competition.
Yep.
But I was younger, so I was more into this. So I was loving the Minneapolis stuff. But it hit #2. That's impressive. When you make the top 20, really the top 40, it's a hit.
No, you make the top 5, it's a big hit.
I would say top 20, it's a hit.
A bigger hit, you need the top 5.
Oh yeah. And this was #2.
Like I said, Freddie Jackson's "Rock Me Tonight" could not be beat.
This is actually bigger than what was, I think this hit bigger, at least on the black charts, than because you had the Around the World album and Around the World in a Day album at this time.
Right.
I think this actually might have hit bigger than even Pop Life on the R&B charts.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, this hit bigger than any of Prince's songs from the Around the World. Jesse Johnson, he was the ish. And I'm a Prince fan saying this. Now, he actually wrote for himself, unlike the other members of the time, besides otherwise Jimmy Jam and, they put down. Yeah, but Baby, can you tell me? Oh, I love it. Can I hit y'all with something else? Let me get you. If you know anything also by foreign, let me see. Oh goodness. What's another one? I'm trying to dig up something they used to play. Y'all just totally forgot about. Wait, I'm off topic, Dana. Well, since we were talking about now with Sade, I don't think this was played. This video wasn't. They may have played "Smooth Operator." I don't know. It was something about the saxophone in the 80s, especially that really mellow saxophone like you'd hear in songs like "Smooth Operator" and "You Belong to the what was another one? "Careless Whisper." Oh goodness! But I actually
the rise of smooth jazz.
I actually preferred this by Sade. This was, to me, this was her best. And this was like her first, wasn't it? I really didn't know this was a woman singing though. I know I got a deep voice. Oh, another group, Brand New Heavy. Were they from the UK? Brand New Heavy. Never stop. never give it up. That was like early 90s.
Why are you walking away? To your love.
Oh yeah, I did earlier play Ben Roy. I'll do anything for you. Missed that one.
Take time if you're down on love.
Oh, glad you're up in here. How you doing, Star Kitty, Dr. Soul Brother, Venezuela, Mr. K, Escawan, I didn't even notice him up there. Of course, on the panel, DJ Matt the Aim, Darwin, Azure, Shorty Wum Wum, AEL, I mean. Toya, forgive me if I say your name right. Gary Taylor, forgive me for not. Funk Soldier, who I believe was the first up in here. Rashad, I know he had to turn in. Ooh, I love this song.
That was the first hit.
Ooh, I love that song. Now, I don't
84.
think that's how MTV played. Yeah, I don't
doubt it. I
Yeah,
don't remember.
it had nothing to do with whether or not these artists were foreign. It was about, what they felt.
The music's good.
Or yeah, and if they could relate to the music or whatever.
But by that time, 84, I mean, we really didn't care because we had New York Hot Tracks, we had Video Soul,
Yeah.
and they would play them more on that TV show Friday Night Videos than on
Right.
MTV. So
Yeah, that's where I did see Sherelle's. I didn't mean because you remember
Right.
the video with the pop locket.
right, the gorilla dancing and all like that.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I saw that on Friday Night Videos as well.
Yeah, and see, yeah, we had Channel 66, but it was like only for 1 year, and that's where I was able to see "Don't Look Any Further." Yeah, I saw that video. Dennis Edwards. I think they also played that on Friday Night Videos. Yeah, MTV was prejudiced as hell. Yeah,
Like I
they were.
said, we had other shows, so at that time we really didn't care about no MTV because we had other alternatives. So basically, our attitude was like, "Well, the hell with MTV. We got Video Soul, New York Hot Tracks. It is what it is."
Yeah, and that's what we have to do. And
and-
see, eventually they're gonna jump on. Eventually, when they see, it seemed like when everybody now had BET by the late '80s, when BET got Rap City. Now I don't know which came first, but it was the same year, '88. So MTV had to jump on it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And plus them, yeah, they had opened up like Run DMC and the Beastie Boys. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say in New York also had Video Music Box too.
Right?
Yeah, I heard about that. We didn't get that in Chicago, but I know people, because when I talk about the video jukebox, they think I'm talking about, some people think I was talking about the music box, something that was in New York. Come to find out.
No, because I think about that every time you say the box. That first thought is the Video Music Box.
You might have been the person telling me that. But
Yeah.
come to find out there was something in the video music box in New York. See, now when it came to hip hop, there was a lot of hip hop songs that y'all may have known about that those of us outside of New York didn't know about. A lot of underground
Mhm.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now this was something, since I mentioned loose ends, I
Right.
just rediscovered this recently. I totally forgot this. Now this is after Jane. I don't think she was the lead. This is like early 90s. I totally forgot this song. Do you remember this here? Let me play it.
Yeah, you got a message machine in the chat. Check it out.
I totally forgot this song. Loose Ends. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's give me the information in one of my comments in the comment section. Thank you. I'm flattered. Thank you. You remember this by Loose Ends? Now this is I believe Jane was no longer Jane Eugene wasn't the lead singer.
Oh, she wasn't?
Yeah, I don't think about this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is like early 90s, I think.
Oh, no wonder.
I got this. I totally forgot this. Loose ends.
This sounds like a Soul to Soul song.
Yeah, but I was about to say, by that time, the 1990s, everybody was jamming off Soul to Soul. Loose ends kind of fell off.
But this is loose ends.
I know.
I love both groups, but I just a little more with loose ends, just a little more. Because for one, I think they actually kind of had more. They just never got that mainstream. Because even after Jane Eugene, I used to love "Don't Be a Fool, Don't Throw Your Line." I used to love that. But man, I heard this. Damn. Even with Soul to Soul, something you don't hear no more. Y'all remember this? Man, I totally forgot this. Ooh, I love that. I love that early night. Oh my gosh. That was a great time of music and movies when you think about it. It was almost like a kind of black renaissance, if you will, that late 80s, early.
Right, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you got Coming to America, got all these movies now and stuff. That was kind of a cool time. Hip hop, New Jack Swing, and that was a really cool time. Let me see. Oh yeah, speaking of Soul to Soul, you may still hear "Keep On Moving." You may still hear "Back to Life," but you
That's
don't.
my favorite.
Which one?
Back to Life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's my.
And shockingly, a song like that usually don't hit the pop charts like that.
But it did.
Yeah,
It
that's
did.
interesting.
I know.
Maybe because it was 1989, and things were changing.
Yeah.
You actually know what my favorite Soul to Soul song is?
Which
I don't know if you guys would agree with it, but my favorite one is actually "Get a Life."
how ironic, because that's what I'm about to go to. Because I was about to say they may still play "Keep On Moving," they may still play "Back to Life," but they don't play this song anymore. I was about to play it. Yeah. I remember we used to be kind of attracted to, not just fuck myself, but we used to be attracted to guys' voice. We'd be in the video like, oh, what is so? Me and my friends talking.
Know what's the meaning of the line? Tell me. It's like dreaming on people with ambition. I'm being free. I'm on this mission to achieve.
I like this one too. It's hard to say because I love "Back to Life," but I did like this one. You ain't gonna hit us no more. This was a cool time. These are my late teenage years. It sounded like them kids in the Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
It's mine, free your soul. Hey. Let your body take control. Oh, speaking of, remember Karen Wheeler? She had a song. I remember, oh God. Body take control. What happened to Soul to Soul? They need an unsung. Soul to Soul need an unsung.
I'm shocked they don't have one.
It's this was a really cool era. You know, when you think about it, that little time period from 1988 to 1992. What the hell happened? Gangsta rap? What happened? This was a kind of cool
Kind of.
Yeah, you basically answered your own question.
Yeah, we had cool songs like this. Remember Ghetto Heaven? It's my free song. And I remember what else was out at this time? Civil. You remember Civil?
Yeah, of course.
Walk on by.
Right, she did a remake of Dionne Warwick's song.
Yeah. Oh, so many remakes of that.
Be selective, be objective,
Be an answer to the collective.
you know you gotta get alive.
His voice was so cool. You know, it kind of sound like a Jay Black.
Right.
Yeah, where's Jay Black at? He done gave up on us FBA. So we can see what his silliness. Kids remind me of, yeah, we don't need no education. I don't know why, but, and yeah, there was a video for this too. It would be.
I actually like the wall.
Huh?
I actually like that Pink. I was gonna say I actually like that Pink Floyd album. That was pretty good.
Oh
What,
yeah,
Brick in the Wall.
my family
Yeah.
had it.
Oh, really? Okay.
I used to
didn't
like
care
that
for
song. My family had the album actually.
Really? Dang, I didn't know that. I didn't care for Pink Floyd. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, we were kind of weird like that. Well, that was mainly my brother, but you know, I can't lie. Listen to the stuff he was listening to. Oh yeah, Jazzy's Groove. Oh my gosh, that was a really cool time, you know. But then eventually had Rest Development, and what happened? That was we were tapping into. Yeah, it was cool to be Afrocentric then. It didn't matter, you know what I'm saying? If you were from the UK, if you were from the, oh man, what the heck happened? See, I can't relate to y'all. I'm sorry, y'all FBA weirdos. I can't wait to relate to y'all. I just can't. Wait, you can call me a traitor, mustard tether. Yeah, they love. Shorty was cracking up. I said, yeah, they posted to me. I smell a mustard tether. They leave the same post. They say the same thing. They just a bunch of parrots.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think of something though that's by. But y'all remember Lucien's "Don't Be a Fool"? Y'all remember that?
I remember that.
1990. I'm
Right.
trying to hit you with something.
Obscure.
Yeah. But even, you know who I used to kind of like, even though he got the little crossover success. What happened to this guy? I'm assuming that he's of West Indies descent, or. And I like this is more 90s. What happened to Maxi Priest? What happened to Maxi Priest? And he had that other, what was his name? I just want to be close. But this was dope here with Shabba, right? Shabba! Yeah, I don't know, where was Maxi Priest from? He was able to get that crossover success too. What happened to Maxi Priest? He was Jamaican? Oh, okay. I love it here. Look at the Shabba. Maxi Priest and Shabba. Oh, goodness. What happened to him? Wait, that's a whatever happened to. Where the hell is Maxi Priest? What the heck happened? Now he was able to get that crossover success with the what was that song he had? I just wanna be close. Usually I wouldn't like songs like that, but I actually like that.
And he did one with Shaggy, That Girl.
Yeah. You know, I did not like Shaggy though.
Oh.
And he had the bombastic.
Yeah, and he did that one with Janet for Stella Got a Groove Back, Ooh Boy, remake of Ooh Boy, Love Me, Love Me, Love Me. A girl. Yeah, that's him and Janet.
Well, that was Maxi Priest?
No, that was not Maxi Priest, Shaggy.
Shaggy, oh gosh.
Yeah, you said you didn't like him.
He was like, I don't know, he was like an artificial, sugared down version. Not like Super Cat, Dolly, Mama. Yeah, I don't know. Shabba Ranks, boom. Especially, what was that damn? It wasn't me. Oh gosh, I hated that stuff for the late 90s, that early 2000s stuff. Oh god.
Yeah, when it crossed over to the pop charts, they loved that song.
Yeah, it's like this. If you cross over, it's okay when it's naturally. Like Maxi Priest, he did have that crossover with the Your Body Can't Lie. Yeah, but it just I don't know. It still was natural though. It just happened to cross over. You know what I mean? There's a difference when the song just happened to cross over versus when you sound like you're purposely crossing over. You know what I mean? I think that was the case with Maxi Priest. That was just he should have an unsung for sure. What happened?
You got a message from Mr. K. Check out some Aswad. That was the name of the group.
Now I'm gonna tell you, although he is not what would be considered, there was a song that oh my gosh, Lisa Bonet, baby that. Helen Jefferson's son. You know what I'm trying to say? Oh my God.
Lenny Kravitz. Yeah, what about him?
Kravitz. I remember this song, but it was only played on the black radio stations. Now they may play his other songs, but everybody forgot about this one. And it was obvious he was kind of inspired. It sounded very Curtis Mayfield like. You probably know what I'm talking about. But I like this a lot. I like this a whole lot. I like this a lot. I already like, Curtis Mayfield. Oh my gosh. Wait. I think you hit me with something.
It's coming, let it go. And where it go, nobody knows. It's gonna come around.
Lenny Kravitz.
Goes around, comes around.
No, it's not a Tether, but
it's gonna come around.
I like this a lot.
Goes around, comes around.
Shampoo was alright. Just kind of like a follow Super Cat. But he was alright. Earlier on, I preferred the earlier song. Sexy lady, but yeah.
It's gonna come around. What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I like this a lot.
It's gonna come around. What goes around, comes around.
It's always these songs I feel are the most underrated. But that sounds familiar. I hope you're hitting me with something, Mr. K. That looks very familiar. I can't wait to go to it. Let me see. Eyes wide, don't turn around. Nothing's coming up. Okay, let me see. Man. This video looks familiar. I think I've heard of this. I remember this, but it wasn't. I remember this. It's gonna see my heart break. It's so the wait.
Just walk away.
I remember this. Not being played on the radio. I can't say that this was, but I remember the video, like on the box or something, or BET. I remember the video and the song.
Right.
Now, yeah, but I don't think it was like played at least on the station. At that time, I was in Milwaukee. Milwaukee was very. I noticed there was things that was played in Chicago, like for instance, in Vogue's album, more of In Vogue's Born to Sing album. That used to tick me off. Made me want to go back home to Chicago so bad. But like when I was a relative in Chicago, I noticed they were playing certain songs on the Chicago radio station that the Milwaukee radio station, I told you about the state of Wisconsin, they were not playing. Only thing they played in Milwaukee was Hold On and Don't Go. Whereas, from the Born to Sing album. Whereas in Chicago, they were playing more of the songs, like, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't know about MTV. It could have got played on MTV. I just remember that video and song, but I don't think it was played on the. Yeah, I didn't really like Sean Paul, The Temperature. I like the earlier stuff was okay, and plus he was kind of too much like Super Cat. But I can't listen to Dolly My Baby because I don't mess with anything with Biggie in it.
Right.
You know why?
Wait, what happened?
Because Biggie done said something very blasphemous.
He was always pushing the envelope,
I ain't know that. I did not know.
Oh, I've been knew it.
Let me see. Oh yeah, Maxi Priest. Did I already mention him? I just wanna be. Okay, yeah, did I mention that one, Maxi Priest? Let me see. I'm trying to think of. And then too, there's so many artists who we know that they perhaps have a parent that's what be considered foreign or foreign origin. If we were to really go there, there's so many artists we probably just don't realize. They have parents, just like in the case of Biggie, his parents, or at least his mom from Jamaica. So there's a lot of artists. Oh man. Well, one year that I gotta cover, I don't know when I'll be back up in here, but I gotta go over 1980. We gotta do 1983.
Okay, 1983.
But can you hit me with
You rated 82, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't feel satisfied with that because I really thought that was gonna be slamming. Because 82 is so eccentric. But see, then I hit y'all with some weird stuff. I hit y'all with some high energy, some live stuff y'all probably don't know about. But okay, can you hit me with some more? Okay, artists who Tariq might label a Tether that had hits. Now we could go into. It's real easy to go into if the song is reggae or I'm trying to. I'm kind of trying to pinpoint those songs that they definitely hit the Black American, radio stations. I'm kind of doing that on purpose.
I mean, did you do anything from like Timex Social Club or that group yet?
They were. I'm assuming that Timex Social Club was American. That's what I'm assuming.
I thought so too.
You never know. You never know. Like I had to point out with the cat, he talking about he ain't gonna watch the reboot of A Different World because talking about it's gonna be people that shout Tether World because he saw one foreign name. I'm like Cree Summer. Not only and it's not about just her being biracial, but it's the fact that her parents were from Canadian. She was like Canadian. And Julissa Dawn Lewis.
Right.
Her background, I believe, is Guyanese. Like, so you already had what you want to call tethers on there.
Okay. You got another message. Mika Paris should have known better. You remember that, right?
Oh gosh, it sounds. I'm trying to guess it before I go to it. Hold on.
You got Mark Morrison.
Oh,
from the
something
UK.
is coming in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Something is coming in my head. Say I'm no. Something. Say I
That's
think
Princess.
wasn't that a foreign?
Yeah, she was foreign too.
Something like that. Oh man, it's coming
Yeah,
in my
that's
head,
Princess.
but it's easy. Okay, what
They
was?
used to jam off that.
Yeah. Okay, should have known. Let me go to Mika Paris. She's foreign?
Yep.
Oh, another one coming to my head. I know Oh, I heard it is.
She's from London, England.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard this before.
I did not know that. See, that shows you right there. You know Judah when you hear Judah. You know the daughters of Zion when you hear them singing. Come on now.
What about So This Is Rope? I was gonna say, what about So This Is Romance by Lynx?
I don't know that. I don't She had other songs though too, didn't she? All they gonna try to say is, oh, they just trying to sound like no. That's the sound of Judah. Oh wait, something coming to my head. This song, now I ain't gonna lie, I thought this was a Black American. This one of those songs. Oh my gosh! Even though the producers, the people behind the music, are white or European, but it's a British woman. Oh boy, this song can get caught in your head and stuck and won't leave. Oh, what was it? Last month or something, the song came out. I think I posted the community tab. That song would not. I was supposed to my grandchild like something you could wake up your child to. This right here. Hold on. I posted the community tab. Oh goodness. Yeah.
They actually still play this in New York.
Oh goodness. I didn't know that this woman was British though. You know? Messing with my grandchild with the song. You know you're going. Look at this. Let me stop playing this because this song gets stuck in my head again. This one of those stuff. Oh goodness. Oh.
Isn't the SOS band from the UK?
That was Hathaway.
No.
What is love? Was he American? Baby, it don't hurt me.
I don't think he was.
I'm gonna tell you something we thought was for it, and those of us in Chicago. Like we didn't even know this was black dude, like they said on that house music. Now you do have cases of those. Oh yeah, and I can mention
Hathaway's from Trinidad.
Lottie Dottie, huh?
No, they want to know about Hathaway, and I said he's
Oh
Trinidad.
yeah, what is love? Baby, it don't hurt. Now, this is a case of if I were to say artists who you thought were white or foreign and you didn't know was just a Black American from Chicago or something. When this here, let me go to the Frankie Knuckles version. Like they said on the house music thing, people didn't know who this was who recorded it. Just a brother from Chicago. house music, y'all. I don't know if
I'll be
y'all.
honest. The first time I ever heard the song was on the GTA soundtrack.
Oh, so okay, that's good. They got this. Yeah, those of us in Chicago, boy. So wow, when this. But like Marshall Jefferson said, you didn't know, thinking that this was white, you didn't even know this was a black person. Yeah, this brother from the south side of Chicago. Thought it was a European. Well, yeah, the original version, 1983. Wait, another night. Wait.
They were white. I could listen to them and tell they were white.
Let me go to the same. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh goodness, they gonna really block this because I forgot this song right here. My house music. I'm like, I gotta go to bed. So I'm gonna play one more. Play one more. And this is our, you know what? I actually thought, and a couple of people I see in YouTube posted, I thought these were like some white guys, like from Europe. And it happened to be some black sisters singing. What am I talking about?
You talk about the real McCoy. They ain't white. They ain't black. They white.
I thought these were some white guys for years. I'm talking about, I didn't know until I was an adult because there wasn't no music video. I thought these were some white dudes singing. You know what I'm talking about? But it was three sisters from, I don't know where they from. Wait, I think I know where they from. I think they're from California. What am I talking about, Garwin?
I don't know. I want to hear it.
I used to love this. And I wasn't that fan of them. This is actually my favorite song by them. You know who this is.
This is Automatic.
Yeah, I thought
the Pointer Sisters.
Yeah.
I had noticed in some of the comment section where they showed them on, because I thought we watched Soul Train every week, but I did not know until I was like an adult this was a Pointer Sisters. Yes! I had them in my girl group, Eternal Stay. Oh man. Okay, very last one. I thought, but I looked in YouTube and I noticed with their Soul Train performance of this, I noticed I wasn't the only one. It was a lot of people was like, what? This was the Pointer Sisters? Okay, so
it don't sound like the Pointers. It don't sound like them at all.
Yeah, that actually is my favorite. So I wasn't that big a fan of. I mean, I didn't hate them, but especially a lot of those '80s songs, But I still, love them and respect them. Yeah, I had them listed with my girl group. This was their only song though to really hit, even though I had more of their songs listed. But this was the only song that really hit the U.S. But I heard they were bigger in the U.K. But this was a hit in the. This was like '94, right? Yeah, they were from the UK. Yeah, I was close. 93. I knew around that time.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard this one.
Huh?
I don't think I ever heard this one.
Yeah, it was a hit, and I believe they had more hits. I had them part of my compilation of girl groups of the '90s. Yeah, but they
Do you
had more.
still have that up?
Yeah, they had more. But this was their hit in the United States. So that's what I was kind of trying to focus on. You know, so we've had great contributions to music. Maybe I should have went beyond, tried to go beyond just the Caribbean and the UK.
Do you know about the Cookie Crew?
That sounds familiar. I heard of them. Cookie
They're from
Crew.
the UK. I think they're like a rap group from like the late
Yeah, that's
80s.
what I was about to say. Yes, it was them two girls. I know. I
Yeah,
know what you're talking about. It was these two females. I know what you're talking about. I don't know if were they mixed or something.
I mean, they look good.
And speaking of neo soul, we didn't even go into the '90s or 2000s. Okay, but I guess because we were talking about what was played on MTV, but we were talking about, of course, Floetry. Okay, UK mixed with the Philly. Oh, that was awesome. Of course. Oh, come on now, come on. UK music wouldn't be the same. Just as we contributed, they contributed. Um,
Yeah, but that's why I think that whole discussion, like this whole argument, is silly. Like,
it's silly. It's very silly. It's very silly.
Right.
And you know your people. You know when you hear "Oh Honey," I want to leave with that song. You know when you hear your, I'm telling you. Okay, you know when
yeah,
you.
because like, sorry, I was just gonna say like, I guess what he was trying to say, like, let's say what he was saying is true. Why does it matter, really?
Right. I mean, I get
That's my whole thing with that.
house music. I'm very defensive of Chicago, but you're not gonna. I mean, it's not even worth me. You know what I'm saying? I got love for New York. You know what I'm saying? It's not even worth.
Go
That's
ahead.
not something I'm gonna be doing videos every day and see all this pride. You know, it's really a bad, and it's really taking away the fun from these discussions that we could be having. Now I know it's like, oh well, yeah. And even when I know some people say I'm being a hypocritical considering the way I comment a culture vulture like Eminem. But if you have not noticed, I have also talked about non-black artists who I'm very much into. Okay. And this is not me, these aren't token mentions. I'm just gonna talk about music. Of course, I want you to put some respect on the origin and all of that. Of course. And the only reason that we seem to feel like we got to really stress this with white people because it's not a thing of sharing. It's not a competition thing with our own people. It never really was. They're trying to make this into something that it's not. When it's like artists like Loose Ends, they have talked about being influenced by SOS band. They've talked about this. And just like once upon a time, we had no problem, talking about being influenced by African rhythms and drums and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, and I definitely love a lot of the artists. I think a lot of those artists, for instance, out of the UK, those black artists, I think they were kind of like precursors to what eventually became neo soul. That's always been my opinion.
I honestly,
Like loose.
like listening to them, especially tonight. I kind of agree. Honestly, I could see it.
Right. You heard that with the soul to soul, the loose ends.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, I always felt, and even like with Sade, I believe those were like precursors to what later became neo soul, most definitely. So
yeah, because
we
none of
back
that stuff just happens in a vacuum.
right, exactly. That's impossible. Um, that's impossible. So yeah, I thank you for joining. Thank you for joining the stream, Garwin. Better late than never.
Yeah, you know I gotta come. But,
Yeah, I
you
don't
said
know.
you was gonna do one on 1983. When you plan on doing that? If I may ask.
Oh gosh, give me about because I'm gonna try to. I'm trying to go by a certain schedule. I'm trying to
No problem. You know you gotta handle business first.
Yeah, because I really, But give me a couple weeks, maybe 2 weeks. Give me about 2 weeks.
No problem.
But I don't know. I don't know how I might be feeling.
Yeah, because you might pop up and
Yeah.
do some random things. So I got to be sure to check you out. Because if I'm not too busy.
Y'all, and you know what? Get prepared though. Get prepared. And I'm gonna try to make sure to set a schedule. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just popping up in here at whatever time, just thinking that you're gonna automatically be up in here. I want to be hit with some stuff, and we're gonna try to stay, focused. I want to be hit with some stuff that, yeah, I do want to put some videos on the other channel. Please subscribe to the other channel in between. That's what I kind of want to focus on right now, also. But get prepared. I love when y'all hit me with stuff that I totally because that Fatback song. I love when y'all do that. Hit me with something that I totally forgot. Like, oh, the last thing was "Slave Steal Your Heart." I've been listening to that. Who hit me with that? Who reminded me of that song? And I've been listening to it like crazy. Still young, huh? Oh gosh, I've been
clear.
Somebody, one of y'all, I think, hit me with that. Oh yeah, another one y'all hit me with. Somebody in the chat room last time hit me with the Heaven Sent. Oh, I had totally forgot about that. Howard Hewitt, and I forgot the. Oh, but I love when y'all hit me with something that I totally forgot, but not something that you think that I would remember. Okay, not something that that only Okay.
All right.
Okay, then. Well, I will get with you guys later. Thank you so much. Shout out to Shorty Womp Womp, Azure TV, DJ Mega Aang, Garwin, Mr. K. Thank you for the inspiration. Oh gosh, are you feeling? I'm gonna look into it. Not offhand. Sounds familiar, but I definitely remember Cookie Crew. I know what you're talking about. In fact, I had a collection. I had a part of a old school hip hop music video collection. So let me get out of here because I'm being. So much peace and much love, my family.
Right. Peace out.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, sorry about that. That was an accident. Wait, do I got my mic on still? I'm trying to see if he's still here, if he was trying to say something. I hope this doesn't get blocked. Okay. All right, just waiting for your post. Sorry about that. Oh, great. Okay, maybe we're gonna have to definitely. Oh wait, May 3rd. Oh, okay. Oh, that's today, right? I'm talking about we're gonna have to throw a party. That's today. Oh, it's been a joy having you here. Y'all, but keep me going. So let me leave my last. Enjoy your week because I know I usually post after I've already shut down the stream. But these fingernails are making it very difficult. I'm not used to having nails. Enjoy your week, everybody. Much peace, much love.